Hello. Alrighty. Let's test my sound real quick. Beautiful. Apparently, Lex Friedman watches some of my content. I know he donated and subbed last night. It was super duper cool. I did hear about Melina and Destiny's pending divorce. As far as I know, no papers have been signed. I haven't seen anything about that, but I'm aware of that, and I do have something to say about it. Um, Not anything like weird and preachy, I guess. Although I won't lie, I did say something that I wouldn't say publicly in regards to the report and all that, but I think right now isn't the time to make those kinds of comments. I'm not that kind of guy. Uh, However, the thing that I do think is worth not even worth, the thing that I'm compelled to talk about regarding Destiny's divorce is, so the messages that or pending divorce, whatever you want to say, the messages that have been, I don't know if they're leaked or what. I don't know if we're supposed to have seen that or if we just got to see it or if it's like fake until proven real or whatever. If those messages are true, are real, and that's really how Destiny feels about it, then I have a big issue with how he's presenting himself as polyamorous. He said that every time he cheats, it's some dumb bullshit thing. So the funny thing about cheating is that um, you don't get to decide that it's bullshit or not. If you and your partner, I don't care if you're polyamorous, I don't care if you're monogamous. When you and your partner establish the framework of your relationship, you decide that these things are not okay. Cheating is usually going to be one of these things that says, hey, we don't do this thing. If we do this thing, this is very bad and it threatens our relationship. We usually call this cheating. I typically tend to think of it as cheating on the terms of the relationship. Correct. He meant Melina considers it cheating. And if she does, then, and he does it, then guess what? He's cheating. Okay? If only I get to decide when I have cheated and when I haven't, then I don't think that word really means anything because then I can do whatever I want and just decide, well, I didn't cheat because uh, I didn't meet the requirements I've decided that I must meet to be cheating. And if you're going to do something that your partner will feel like is cheating, that's what it is. You're doing the bad thing. Um, and this stands for monogamous people as well. I knew somebody whose wife to be at the time, and I don't say fiance because like they were getting ready to get married. Their wedding got canceled because he watched porn. I think that's insane. I think it's a crazy boundary to have. Uh sure, I will. But he agreed to it. And I talked to him about it too, and he actually would feel bad for watching it. I told him that's stupid, that their agreement is stupid. Obviously, he's not going to be able to not do it because I'm talking to him. He's still doing it, and why should he have to not do that? Like, why would he agree to that? So he shouldn't. They should reassess their agreement. He wouldn't. He felt bad. He didn't do it, or he did it in secret or whatever, and that stopped them from getting married for a long time. That canceled the wedding. And as dumb as I think that is, he cheated. He broke the terms of their relationship. He cheated on the contract that they made between each other. Shit, I don't know where I found it. Do you have a link to the messages? If you have a link to the messages, I'd be happy to go over them. I'm trying to think. This morning, I woke up and I seen something vague, and then oh god, that reminds me. I need to take some Dayquil so I'm not dying this whole time. My box is empty. Can't find the loose ones. Um, I saw something vague somewhere online And I was like, oh, what happened? And I went digging around, and eventually I found it. But this was like pretty quickly after I woke up, and I don't quite remember. Or if somebody, if you don't have the messages, you could at least steer me in the right direction. That would be really cool, and I will go over them then. Let's see, a minute. I gotta take some of these day quills to help make my life a little bit easier. That's really funny. My wife just sent me a message saying "I love you" to me, and I almost just like said it back to her. I'm pretty sure she's not watching. She's at work. Either way, it would have been weird. Let's see. 10:30 p.m. where you're at? Jeez. Let's see. Looking at Reddit, I didn't find that, but I found on subject. It do be like that. I don't know if you saw Sfaxon, but you got gifted a membership since you were last here. Let's see. And I definitely want to be clear to you. I am not at all reveling in the fact that the relationship is over. I think it's sad. I think it's really sad. I like to read, and like I like Stephen King a lot, and I like his short stories a lot. And it is extremely difficult for me to read any of his short stories uh, involving like divorce. I read a short story where this guy was going to meet his wife to sign divorce papers, and it was awful. I fucking hate that. I do not ever enjoy like just like a sad story of a love falling apart. That always bums me out. Okay, I'm on Reddit trying to find the messages, and I am just finding like a bunch of like really really brutal memes. Jesus Christ. Sorry, somebody asked me if I would go over the Destiny messages, and I'm just looking for them. Oh wait, maybe I found it. Oh, it's just a little clip of it. Damn it. There are a few message dumps in his Reddit, unless they're removing the post. I'm on Reddit right now. I'm actually on Destiny's Reddit looking. I that might have been where I found it this morning when I saw it. Um, I can't remember. I do also feel really bad the idea that DGG is gonna be like freaking out at her. I've also now went past two separate posts in the subreddit saying that open relationships aren't the problem, polyamory is not the problem. Um, It's clearly not. It would be like if anybody got divorced and people said, "Look, monogamy is obviously it just doesn't work." Um, and that would be a bullshit argument too. Now, I've compared the metrics before when people try to explain to me that polyamory doesn't work, but that's not the same as me trying to say that monogamy can't work or using somebody's pain and suffering to prop up my argument because I don't have one. Shoot, you guys, I really can't find this. One good thing. So I saw a few posts saying not to go after Melon. Remember, they're both people, etc. She's not just a person right now. She is a woman going through divorce. This is such a terrible, terrible thing to be going through. Uh, I'm a divorcee. Like I'm married now, but I was divorced and it was brutal. And I was the one that asked for it. It was still a very it was a garbage fucking time in my life. No dogpiling Melina. No streams. Wait. Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to spend a ton of time just trying to search for this. If somebody gets the actual, like, gets me a link that has the messages on there, I will check it out. Oh, you know what? Actually,
Have you figured it out?
Oh, I'll check one other place. Internet history. All right, unless it got deleted, it should be here. Reddit. This might be it. If not, then that's probably it. Okay. Yeah. As far as I know, these ones contained everything that I had seen. What is it? Rao? Here you go. These are just Destiny's messages, which I prefer anyways. I don't need to see what other people are saying back to about it. Okay, gonna fly. Peace out. Anyways, just dumping venting. I've made serious mistakes and fucked up parts of this relationship too. I'm definitely not perfect. I've let the public opinion just make it seem like like I'm this horrible person. She's a perfect angel, and it really, really bothers me. So, the only reason I'm commenting on this, I'm not a drama streamer by any stretch. It's because I have some issues, and as soon as you asked me to read it, I was like, it's fair. If I'm gonna say something about it, I could at least read the messages. I think that's fair to do. I kind of feel like if you let the public opinion go a certain way, and you don't bother to correct it until it could come back around to actually hurt you, it seems bad. Was that how the timestamps work? 10:25. You're right. I've never read it. I've never read this format before. I'll have a small convo when I get back about things. I'm not gonna nuke Melina or anything, but the last 2 months and 2 weeks have been a massive mindfuck for me. Watching her become obsessed with a toxic and abusive guy. When I visited Sweden last, he gave Mel an ultimatum to divorce me and then threatened to kill himself if she didn't do it, among 20 other abusive, manipulative things that he's done, and endlessly make excuses for him, so I'm out. Anyway, have fun with the movies for 3 days. Good luck. See ya on the 9th or 10th. Josh, yeah, me discovering boundaries was the death knell? Oh, death nail, I guess, in this relationship. Destiny, sleepy rut, why? This proves every point I've ever made. Girls can leave you for jobless, manipulative losers if they just play their cards right. Smiley face. Uh, Mel just wants validation, and this guy's willing to do anything for her 24/7. He has no job, no life. Everything revolves around her. He changes his sleep schedule when he travels to talk to her constantly. Also, to be fair, this is just one side of it, and with more info comes out, it's just more one side, and it has to be viewed as such. Yeah, and the criticism that I have is something that wouldn't really matter what the other part of it is either. Um, I'll touch on that a little bit, but yeah, the boundaries and everything in my relationship are absolutely fucking insane. I never complained publicly because I didn't want to make Melina look bad. I'm fine. This is the last toxic holdover I have from my past, so from here, it's all good for me. Um, I don't know if I believe this is just me personally. I don't know if I believe that he doesn't ever complain about it publicly because he doesn't want to make Melina look bad. I think that when you're married, if your marriage isn't going strong, it makes you look bad to the public. And I think that um, that would be the thing that I would be more inclined to believe. Like even me myself, there's nothing more embarrassing for me than if I have a big problem in my relationship. Um, because everybody knows I really, really love my wife, and I guess it would just feel like if I was having issues, then like I'm not even doing that right, despite how much I care and all that. Like it just makes me feel like a failure or something. I don't know. It feels embarrassing in a special way when people know that you're having relationship issues. No, I didn't want to complain because I don't want to make my wife look bad because we're supposed to be a married team, but she has no problem dumping on me to literally dozens and dozens of people over the past years. So funny, people are saying another Bob 7, not realizing there were like 50 Bob 7s. The problem isn't the person being manipulative, the problem is the difference in how we treat our spouse. If girls want to get close to me historically, they know the only way they could ever do it was sometimes by exaggerating how much they liked Melina, because shitting on Melina or attacking my wife gets you instantly cut out of my life. But for Melina, the way to get closer to her has always been by shitting on me, because she loved the emotional validation of people making her feel like every single problem in the relationship was my fault. Because I had a toxic problem with blaming myself for every single problem ever in any of my relationships ever, so I figured if something was wrong, it was always on me to fix it. They seemed okay because 3 days ago, before Mel was supposed to leave forever, this guy did something else insanely toxic, horrible. Then Mel kind of warmed up to what I was asking for. Then in a day, she forgave everything again and is now back in it. I told her, I told her that her and all of her shit needs to be gone before I'm back on the 9th. Yes, a good troll is me spending 5 days off stream, death spiraling, absolutely epic. Yes, that's when he gave Mel the ultimatum to divorce me. She didn't answer for a few hours and he begged her to come back that night. She said no and he threatened to commit suicide if she didn't. Things have been kind of rocky since then. I was kind of happy, to be honest. I figured he'd outed himself and Mel would disengage, but she made even more excuses for his behavior than I've ever seen in my life. It's insane. Lol. Sognick? Oh, that's the person he's talking to. Not even that. He's lied about things she said to friends, lied about her friends, things her friends have said, all to cut her off from friends and isolate her until only friend group left is his. It's all super standard abuser 101 type shit. It honestly blows my mind it worked so easily on her. 27 smiley face. Melina's side is the same for every single problem ever. You don't understand. Steven has hurt me so much. There's so much resentment scarring that I need someone to build me up again. It's always some variation of this. It doesn't matter what her age is. She won't grow until she learns to stop exclusively searching for validation and actually accept some responsibility for literally anything. Okay, there is more. It's always some variation of this. Oh, wait. It's cheating and stuff. I haven't talked about it though because so much of the cheating in my relationship is fucking retarded. Like if I hook up with a girl and tell Mel the next morning instead of beforehand, that equals cheating. This is God, she's faxing. This is valid, though. He's saying, if I hook up with a girl and I don't tell her beforehand, and instead I tell her afterwards, that's cheating. Well, if those are the terms of your relationship, then those are the terms of your fucking relationship. You're already in a really cool situation. You get to be in an open relationship. Your wife trusts you and doesn't. You don't lose anything in your relationship the way that most people would if you engage in this kind of behavior. Follow the rules. If I tell Mel someone is coming over and to hook up and they come over, but I don't explicitly tell her we hooked up because it's assumed, then that equals cheating. It sounds like he knows what the rules are and he just doesn't want to do them. All these rules are one-sided, by the way. I would be really interested in hearing how they're one-sided because if I were to guess, it seems like Destiny would be like, yes, I don't care about any of that shit though. That makes it one-sided. If he thinks it's fine for him to do it, then that obviously means he thinks it's fine for her to do it. So, like, if I have if the rule in my relationship is like that that doesn't necessarily mean that like if I'm Melina and those are my rules, that doesn't necessarily mean that I would have the same rules put on me from my partner. That doesn't mean that. These kinds of negotiations are based on what the person who's requesting for these boundaries to be set up are asking for and whether or not you agree with them. It's because I'm a pushover. Anyways, I'm just dumb venting. I've made serious mistakes and fucked up parts of this relationship too. I'm definitely not perfect. I've let the public opinion just make it seem like I'm this horrible person. She's a perfect angel and it really bothers me. Okay, gonna fly. Peace out. Um, sure. I think it's good to admit some of that. And to say like I also had my part too. Um, it is kind of weird to only point out the things that she did that he thought was bad and to reframe him cheating on her as like it's fucking retarded and downplaying like the rule that he knows about and then like just doesn't follow. Um, Now if he had said I hooked up with a girl and I told Mel the next morning instead of beforehand, and she said, "Hey, that's cheating," but she had never said that to me before, and I had no idea. So I was freaking the fuck out. Like, oh my God, I didn't know. If I would have known that, I would have definitely, like, I would have at least sent her a text or something. So that way she knew I was at least trying to let her know. So anything like that, way different story. Um, but it sounds like if I hook up with a girl and tell Mel the next morning instead of beforehand, that equals cheating. It sounds like this is the rule that I'm supposed to follow, but that's fucking stupid. What's the difference between if I tell her after or beforehand? It shouldn't matter. So yeah, those are the things, and yeah, my main thing about this. Okay, cool. That is behind there. Is that the whole idea of about what is and isn't cheating? They didn't break up because of his cheating. It's because of her cheating. Well, it doesn't sound like she was cheating either. It sounds like she was with somebody. From what I have read, I haven't seen anything where she like broke like the rule, so to speak. It seems like she was interested in somebody, she was dating them, and it seems like she's picking them over Destiny. He's saying, "Hey, you and I are supposed to be like uh, the primary here." Sometimes in polyamorous relationships, you have like your primary couple, and then there's like other people that like can like date or just like have sex with one of the people or whatever. Um, and those are just like the like secondary partners or whatever word you want to use for it. Um, and it's generally understood that like there's like a main dynamic between the primary couple and then the other things are whatever they are and that doesn't really interfere with the primary couple. Um, it sounds like that she picked this guy over him and he didn't like that. Saying, "Hey, I want you to do this," and she's like, "Well, I want to, but this guy that I'm seeing doesn't want me to." And I mean, I'm simplifying as fuck, but so I'm gonna do what he wants instead, which fucking sucks. It really sucks. From just these messages. But uh, it's too much to say. It's too soon to say much on this either way. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that from what I've seen, uh, I haven't seen anything that suggests that Melina cheated. I haven't seen anything that suggests that anything other than just what I said. The only thing that it does seem like is the case is that Destiny has done things that would constitute cheating based on their framework, and he just thinks that the agreement of what is or the rules that are on him, however you want to word it, is stupid. So he is okay to not follow it because, well, he's admitting to doing it, but also saying that it's just stupid. uh, I think that this can happen in monogamous relationships and polyamorous relationships. I don't think that there's anything to do with the dynamic that defines that. Now, I'm sure you're gonna have people say like, "But if if they were monogamous, this wouldn't happen." Like, you don't know that. It just would have come off a lot different. One thing that I will add is that he said in another set of messages I could have swore I read it was when he visited her in Sweden, the guy was living with her without his knowledge. If that's part of their deal and she broke that, then yeah, that's pretty bad. I have a pretty big rule of thumb. I don't care if I'm dating somebody for a day or if I'm married, I'm honest and I communicate things. Um, I do not ever tolerate somebody trying to punish me in a relationship for something that I wasn't told in advance wasn't okay. If somebody has a strong reaction, like, "Hey, what the fuck? I can't believe you did that." I'm like, "Hey, all right, that's fine. I didn't know that wasn't okay." If you want to talk about like your boundaries, that's fine. We can talk about that. But if I do it again, then freak out at me. But you don't get to freak out at me if I do something the first time that you don't like when I had no way of knowing. Um, I don't think that's acceptable behavior in an adult relationship. But if what you're saying is true, now you could say like, well, it shouldn't have to be said that somebody can't be living with you. I don't know what their dynamic is. She was living in another country. That might be totally fine. I have no idea. Um, so I am pretty careful to not make any assumptions, not to jump to any conclusions. And I'm also not saying that like Destiny may have had his reasons too. Maybe she also had like he had like boundaries for her that she also didn't follow, and so like he thinks that he shouldn't have to follow the rules that he thinks are stupid, and she's calling them cheating. Sure, whatever. However, I don't like the messaging saying that I in a polyamorous relationship I can decide what is or isn't cheating. Well, I can decide that if something is technically cheating based on our agreement and I don't agree with it, then I don't have to follow it because it's stupid. I didn't like that. I'm supposed to be talking about polyamory on Sunday, and so I know this is gonna come up. Um, it fucking sucks. I don't like that Destiny and Melina's relationship is like the primary like polyamorous relationship that people tend to think of in this space because I'm also in this space and I'm polyamorous, and it's not usually like that. I mean, in all reality, they're open more than they're polyamorous. I don't know all the rules, but it seems like their public behavior and public things they've talked about seem to emulate open relationships more than polyamory. And I'm polyamorous, just to be clear. Um, waiting in the waiting room for an hour. I do like it, but I'm here to be in it to win it. Coach, put me in. I'm ready to pray. What do you? I don't know what you mean. Oh, to discuss the Destiny's um divorce stuff. If it's about this video, I can bring you in between the videos. But I just wanted to pick up where I left off here, and I never really saw them as in a poly relationship, but more of an open one, because I already have. Last time you and I talked, we got through like 5 minutes of video in like 40 minutes, and this took me 3 hours to get through. I think I started like here, so it takes me about twice as long to get through these. I didn't know that you were coming by before. I didn't know that. I'm sorry about that. But in between this video, when I get to the end of this one, say something in chat, and then I'll pull you in and we can talk about this for sure. I just don't want to pull somebody in. No offense, especially you, because you and I can just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. We do that. But I'm definitely open to it in between.
Than most people on the right, like Crowder.
I got to rewind a little bit.
I really think maybe this is Nazi. The other half thinks that you don't now.
Oh, I see. About the Destiny and Melina shift. Okay, then I see. Okay, yeah. Then as soon as I get through this video, hopefully quicker than 3 hours, but we'll see. I would love to talk to you about that. Oh, I finished reading it. Right? Is there more? Is there more than what I just had on the screen? Oh, you're behind some. Maybe? I don't know. If there's more, let me know. But otherwise, yeah, I'll burn through this, and then I would love to talk to you about the Destiny Melina stuff.
Half of your fan base thinks that you think Nick is a Nazi. The other half thinks that you don't think he's a Nazi. Nobody knows what you really...
Oh! And this is a good place to start, but we got a pretty good amount of people here. If you guys want to like the stream, it would be super duper cool. I would appreciate it a lot. It's free, and we've been having more people here lately, and it's probably because people have been liking the stream. So if you guys want to do that for me, I appreciate it greatly. I asked if there's papers served in the marriage NDA discussed. No idea if there's if papers have been signed or served or anything like that, as far as I know.
think maybe this is like the most explicit or like serious conversation where you've laid out what you think. I think the most telling quote from you is that you think he would commit genocide if he were the dictator.
There's a chance,
but
yeah.
like,
but I don't think anybody's ever thought, like, I've more or less, when we're speaking
okay,
about
but now you're going to say, who knows, anybody would commit genocide if they were a dictator.
Not
right?
any,
And
I
then,
think Nick probably has a substantially, I think Nick has a substantially higher chance of wanting to commit genocide than most people on the right. Like Crowder probably would never commit genocide.
No, I don't think he would.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would either. And at the same time, you're saying, well, you know, Nick's just a normal conservative who thinks the election was stolen.
I've never said that. Damn, and you still believe.
Steven Crowder wouldn't commit genocide. He might have back in the like official SS Nazi days when they're strutting around in them fancy outfits. He seems like somebody who'd want to wear something super loud and fabulous like that. But probably not anymore. Not a good look.
Leave it. I don't know what to say to you. I've explicitly told you in this conversation that Nick is significantly to the right of the Conservative Party, but the Conservative Party.
I said Nick was insane. I said Nick was insane.
I don't like the word insane. Doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that means. Insane? Everybody says everybody's insane.
But you use the word. But you use the. But here's my problem: is if that were true, you wouldn't use the word, but you use it all the time. You call people insane all the time.
It depends on the context of the conversation.
You call people mentally ill all the time. You called Merrick mentally ill on Twitter yesterday.
I call people mentally ill all the time, but if somebody walks up to me and they're like, do you think that XYZ is mentally ill? I would ask them, well, I don't know, hold on, what do you mean by that?
I feel like the Merrick one might be kind of fair.
Like again, there's like different words. When I'm fighting with somebody on the internet, okay, and I say like, oh, you're retarded or you're mentally ill or whatever, right? The context of what's being said is like, it's an insult. Just like when somebody calls somebody a Nazi, it's an insult. It's not an actual accurate.
You call people mentally ill not as an insult.
Okay, then if I'm talking about somebody with a specific thing going on, then maybe not. But it's going to depend on the conversation. That's the whole point.
I think Nick has a specific thing going on.
Sure, and I'd probably agree with you, but insane doesn't describe anything. I don't know what the fuck that means when you say that. So I'm asking. So I just asked for clarification. What do you mean when you say he's insane? That doesn't get me anywhere.
The thing is, Mr. Girl, is
I mean
is
that he has a warped
insane?
sense of reality.
Is it that he's
extremely delusional sense of reality?
He's not delusional at all. What do you mean delusional?
He thinks that the government.
The simplest distillation is the ADLs. Look at Nick et al.
Government did 9/11. He thinks that the Jews are controlling everything and need to be killed. He thinks that the election was stolen and want to the extent that, so again, as I said, there's a kind of a difference between like, yeah, I kind of believe in aliens, and
now if I was
at the top of a mountain.
If I wanted to be a huge dick to you now, technically you're using the word delusion incorrectly here. This would be like some kind of
also nice Latin, Sfaxon. Actually have it all right there in red on my arm. You can't see it. Oh god, that white is too bright.
Cognitive distortion. He's probably not actually psychologically delusional, right? There's some evidence.
And if you wanted to be a super dick, you would say that.
But I wouldn't actually say, but then I would say.
Okay, so Mr. Girl, you're
providing cover for yourself. I guess that's the theme of the day. Is
Mr. Girl, shut up, you fucking retard. I'm sick of you talking. I need to say something. This is important, okay? Because I'm going to help you. Do you want me to help you? Yes or no? From your fucking British brother.
No.
Right, you need it because you're floundering right now, and I want to help you.
Chad wants you to be his lav. Oh boy, he's gonna coach you through it.
Right, I think the problem is, right, it's not to do with him being insane. Like, you can say he's got insane views, right? The problem is in the perniciousness with which he's acting, right?
I'm not saying it's the problem. I'm just talking about we're going on side tangent after tangent after tangent. I said that Steven said that Nick was a normal conservative.
That's fair.
Did I ever
because
say
when
that?
I said you implied it because I said Nick is an insane person, and you said no, 70% of the country, conveniently, or 70% of Republicans lumping Nick back in with 70% of the Republicans.
I think a lot of what I'm trying.
Saying,
oh god, sorry.
No, I countered and said no, he's not just 70% of Republicans. He actually tried to take over the fucking country and murder the vice president. He actually was there pushing people to do that. And you said, well, like, who knows? They couldn't afford gas, you know? Maybe the difference between Nick Fuentes and a normal conservative is that Nick Fuentes can afford gas. And you say these fucking insane things that provide
very valid point in this conversation.
Insane cover for him. That's what I'm saying.
Those are the kinds of lines that Destiny says that most people just have no defense for. So I really applaud Mr. Girl in this conversation for being able to combat some of those really, really clever lines to dismiss the argument.
That's why I'm paraphrasing it.
Surely we can agree.
My issue is that I think you make his position, some of his positions, sound way more out of the norm than they actually are. There is a surprising undercurrent of conspiratorial thought that exists in the Republican Party. When you make Nick sound exceptional,
lots of Nazis.
Now look what you've done. Look what you just by saying that, right? Are there really lots of Nazis that are Republican, or lots of Republicans that are Nazis?
Okay, you just said there's a strong undercurrent
of conspiratorial
thought. So either
thought.
You're saying so Nick is a Nazi. So you're saying there's a surprising number of people who are also Nazis, in which case the word Nazi still applies. There can be lots of Nazis, or there can be only one Nazi. It's not a description of the, and it shouldn't be used this way. It's not a description of the percentage, like how.
Froggy Style, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I really appreciate it. Bless your soul, Froggy Style.
Unusual your views are. It's actually just a description of you wanting to commit genocide against Jews and black people because you're a fascist. That's all the word means. So that's what I mean when I say it. We've already agreed on the definition. It's you who keeps bringing in the fucking leftist definition. I'm not using the leftist definition. I'm saying Nick is a Nazi. And every time you say, well, no, maybe he showed up at the Capitol because he could afford gas.
That's not what I. Hold on. You're taking that out of context so much. When I say he showed up at the Capitol because he afforded gas, what I'm saying is that like not.
Man, remember when nobody knew what Chud's face looked like?
Every Republican around.
All these ARCD are so sad that the bridges of understanding are just about there. But people want to clash to the bottom. Bias pushes out the full truth.
The United States could afford to catch a fucking ticket to DC to fly in and take a day or two off work to hang out with Daddy Trump at a rally. That's what I'm saying.
Do you see how that's an enormous defense of me saying Nick tried to storm the Capitol?
I'm not defending Nick for storming the Capitol.
Nick tried to take over the country. He's a traitor.
I don't disagree with any of that. But what I'm telling you is that most of the people that went into...
Why are we talking about...
Because your type of thought leads to people thinking that everybody that stormed that Capitol was a fucking oath breaker, insane, conspiratorial, like way the fuck out there, Nazi-esque fascist person. When that wasn't true. A lot of those people were just normal fucking Republicans.
Okay, I think what we need to do... Okay, listen, I'm sick of this. I fucking turned my fucking VTuber on. No, I'm sick of this. My VTuber has arrived, okay?
Let me say one last thing.
In the flavor of not being a fucking Giga Chad memer, I presented myself as my correct color, okay? You go, and then I'm going.
I want to say one last thing.
Go on.
I made a video, I think it was January 9th, 2020.
Well done, mate. Who asked?
Stop, let him finish.
God damn.
They are not terrorists. They were lied to. Okay? So, you can strawman me, but I've been very clear since the beginning that the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th are not all traitors. They are misled people for the most part, and Fuentes is one of the people who is doing the misleading.
Yep.
Okay, so I think this is the problem, and this is the problem with this discussion around January 6th, is we've got to differentiate. There's some people who were just there. There was a fucking grandma in there, for fuck's sake. Like, she's not a fucking resolute terrorist, right? There were absolutely...
I think that grandma was probably a terrorist ringleader.
People there that were just along for the ride. They kind of like, oh, we're going to the Capitol building. Oh, people are going inside. Let's have a little butchers. And that was that, right? But there were definitely thought leaders that were pushing the thing forward. Whilst I wouldn't put Nick Fuentes in like the category of oath keepers who seem to have like a militarized plan for like fucking stringing up Mike Pence, I think that he was at least like one level below that between the oath keepers and then, you know, the random fucking conservatives. Like, he was definitely like a thought leader. I think that's a pretty reasonable position we can all agree on, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there we go. Mr. Girl, do you have a problem with that?
No, I have a problem with Steven saying 7 to 70% thing, the Ford and gas thing, the he's not insane thing, but then calling other people insane.
It's not. I didn't say that he wasn't insane. I just say I need to know what you mean when you say insane. If you mean like way off, like where the normal political conservative is, yeah, I would say in that sense he's insane. If you mean like unreasonable or has no reason to believe that things are, I don't know if I'd say insane there. That's kind of a weird way to discredit a political position. Okay. It would just depend on what you mean when you say that.
Nick Fuentes is a mentally ill, crazy person.
Okay, I don't know if he's mentally ill. I'm not sure, and I don't think I would call him a crazy person. But okay.
Okay, so do you think he's not a...
That has pretty scary ramifications if Nick Fuentes isn't mentally ill. It means that sane people are just Nazis.
Crazy person?
If that's your definition, no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, great. So, so now you said he's not crazy. Okay, so...
Yes, I think Nick Fuentes is
my
an
problem,
actual Nazi.
Again, and I don't feel like you're really addressing this, is that you do use the word Nazi sometimes. So if you just never use the word, that would be fine. The problem is that when you use it sometimes, and then you use it jokingly, and then you also say he's not a Nazi, you provide a blurry cover of confusion for him to operate in, which is the exact thing that he needs and wants.
Yeah, we're retreading on this. And I'll reiterate my point one more time, and then you can go back again if you want, I guess. I think the cover is already there because these words have been destroyed. So now I'm just playing with them the same way that everybody else has. These words mean nothing anymore.
So if you never used the word, how would that provide cover for him?
Because it already is. Because everybody else on the list, all three of us in here have been called Nazis.
Oh yeah, this is after Mr. Girl was banned off Twitch. This is just before he got banned off of YouTube. This is the conversation that invoked the wrath of the Groypers and got the mass flagging of his YouTube account.
How would you be providing cover for Nick Fuentes if you said, I have a policy against using that word. I never use it in any context because it's been destroyed, but I also don't want to contribute to providing cover for you by calling you a destroyed word. I just don't like the label.
Sure, you could say that if you want.
Yeah, he is in defense here. Last night, one of the conclusions that I came to rewatching this is that Destiny's primary objective in this conversation, which I didn't get it from it the first time I watched it, is to not concede a single point. That seemed to be the most important thing throughout this conversation.
Why, I don't care why
it's not true that the situation is forcing you to provide cover for him by using multiple different definitions of Nazi and saying he is a Nazi, saying he isn't a Nazi, and saying it jokingly. No one's making you do that.
No one's making me do that, but the word is already destroyed. Me using it isn't destroying the word. It already is. It doesn't mean anything.
It is. No, you are. The word's been destroyed by people using it irresponsibly. And now you're one of the people doing it.
It's destroyed. It can't be undestroyed. It's never going to be brought back.
If it's destroyed, then why use it at all?
Because it's good for humor. It's funny. And sometimes it conveys something. It's a good moral hammer to show I don't like this person. That's what Nazi means. And in that sense, it works. When I say the word is destroyed, I don't mean... Yeah. When I say Nazi is destroyed, I don't mean it has no purpose at all. Obviously, it works. You're a Nazi. Oh, I don't like you. That's what it means. That's what it conveys.
But that's not how you use it. You're against people using it that way. You think that people using it that way is shitty and irresponsible, right?
Yeah, but no, at this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, it's annoying. I'll say when people do it.
It does matter. It matters to me because he wants to kill me, Steven.
I don't care that he wants to kill you. That's not relevant to the conversation. He wants to kill my family. He wants to kill my friends. That's why it matters. That's cool. That doesn't matter. Using the word or not using the word doesn't mean anything.
It's not cool.
Then go complain to the people that ruined the word. That now it can't be used effectively at all.
You are ruining the word right now.
If I never said it again, the amount of harm would never change about the word.
How come when you are held... You're taken to task on this issue. You are saying it's the leftist's fault. I'm talking to you about your use of the word. And you're saying you can't...
Because I have the actual flu, and I'm still dealing with lung issues, I try to mute my coughing so you guys don't have to suffer through it. Thank you for telling me. I was confused by that, but now I get it. Sorry for being muted there.
You can't pin this on me because of how language works. What about different contexts being used in different things? And then you're saying you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it first. I'm not saying you ruined the word. I agree with you. I agree with you about almost everything you're saying. The only thing I don't agree with you about is that you have some accountability and you should take responsibility for the part
Okay, I take responsibility for also like contributing. Yeah. Okay.
Fuentes.
I take responsibility for the 0.0001% of ruining the word as well. Then okay, I'll throw my lot in with that. Rather than me having to omit like 30 words from my vocabulary because they can't be used anymore. Sure, I'll take responsibility for helping to water down all of these words.
Bad faith.
Do you see the Giga Chad thing that Chud is talking about in action right here? You're just like rolling your eyes at me.
Or hold on. Okay. What's the next topic? We're too ideologically opposed on this, and we're never going to come to an agreement. The reality is these words are destroyed. We are. These words are destroyed. They're never coming back. I agree. They've largely lost their impact in public discourse. Largely. The only thing they can exist for at this point is fucking humor and random insults. And insofar as they exist in that vernacular, I'll use them as random humor insults. If you're getting upset because you think I'm contributing to destruction, they're already destroyed. They're gone. They're never coming back. But
okay, so when you said Nick is probably a Nazi earlier in this conversation, and you said Nick is a Nazi on Twitter, was that random humor or insults?
Yeah, basically. It was. I'm shitting on the serfs.
What do you mean basically? You asked me to define Nazi.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me a question instead of using it as an example for moral outrage. You're doing the thing right now. Yeah, you're doing the thing right now.
What's going on here? This is crazy. Why?
He's not doing the thing if he's actually morally outraged, though. And he is. I think he's made it pretty clear.
What am I doing?
The joke is that the Surfs TV has what he would consider an actual Nazi on screen, and the thing that he's accusing him of being anti-Semitic was like the one thing that he said that wasn't anti-Semitic, which was when a guy walked by and he was like, "Are you Jewish?" And the guy's like, "No, I'm Irish Italian." And Nick was like, "Nice." The Surfs was like, "Oh my God, look, he's being a Nazi because he was so happy the guy wasn't Jewish." No, he was being a Nazi because he's a fucking Nazi, not because he was happy that the guy was Irish Italian. That was the joke. That's all I use the word for, is a joke. It's not a serious concern. If you see me attacking somebody or attacking a figure, my criticism, even for Trump, isn't I don't like Trump because he's fascist. I would say I don't like him because he's fascist, but if I say that, it's going to be followed up with he undermines the integrity of the election. He is a hardcore populist leader that's trying to turn us blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, go ahead.
This doesn't address what I'm saying, that you are willing to use the word Nazi to actually mean Nazi in certain contexts. So the word is not completely destroyed. It does have meaning beyond just jokes and insults.
In very specific contexts, it can, yes. But I already granted you that. I said if I'm talking to like an academic or something, then yeah, we can have...
I don't think we are too ideologically in disagreement. I think we agree on the problem of the word. We agree on the problem of not being able to call people out with it because progressives have used it too freely.
Calendar date of this stream, August 26th, 2022.
We agree on the difficulty of navigating these conversations with different contexts, with different people. I've empathized with you and said, yeah, I go through the same thing with a lot of the same concepts and words. What we don't agree on is, do you have any responsibility to try to fight this? You're saying no. You're saying I'm just a little drop in the sand.
Yes.
But I also see shit on your subreddit saying that you're the 12th most watched political streamer on the planet.
I can't bring back...
So you're not just a drop in the sand. You're actually have
a 12th most political live stream on YouTube is a drop in the bucket. As much as I wish I was a big player.
No,
wait, let's focus on solutions.
Even if I was the #1 political streamer, I can't bring back the meaning of these words. They're destroyed. They're gone forever.
That's not true.
What's the prescription here? What is the prescription here then? What is the to do?
You're asking me?
Yes, like because I see where you're coming from, but like, what do we do? What does Destiny do?
Okay. Be consistent about your use of the word Nazi.
Looked around for the thing about the guy living with her when Destiny went to Sweden, and I can no longer find it, so I might have remembered incorrectly. I appreciate the integrity working, Bob.
If you only want to use it as a joke, fine. If you want to use it never, fine. If you want to use it to identify actual Nazis, fine. But I think you should, when you're talking about Fuentes, I think you should be really clear, because he is using you for the ambiguity. That's his plan. He said that's his plan, is ambiguity.
So hard. And I'm going to tell you again that, yeah, he uses for the ambiguity. The ambiguity is there from all of society, not from me. But we're looping hard.
Well, you asked me the prescription.
Okay,
so,
sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so don't do that. Don't be friends with people who try to overthrow the country or want to commit genocide.
It's not the worst rule of thumb I've ever heard.
Publicly, in a way that sanitizes them, which I think you're doing by
the chicken and waffles stream. Chicken and waffles game.
Chicken and waffles stream. No, also having them in your house, I think, is too much.
Okay.
See if I can find that.
3, a prescription. I mean, I feel like you're putting me in the position of whatever. I'll take it. Yeah. The 3rd would be, I would not talk with him when somebody has ideas that are that fucked up. I personally, and I think you should, probably maybe more so because you're bigger, don't have conversations with them that are not about that topic.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on those ideas, Destiny?
I disagree with almost everyone, but obviously we're at that point.
A long time ago. Let's see. August 29th, what was it? 3 days after this conversation, I guess. I made a short little video about the chicken and waffles thing. I made it with my wife. We don't need the that is really bad editing. So I tossed out the blue pills and I had the red pill in front of me. Now I'll put on the audio. I have to. Why? Destiny chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes. And then I put that into a thing for Not So Erudite's show where you had to debate in bad faith, and I played a character Elder Nazi.
Okay. Why?
Where I defended that Trump was the most Giga Chad president of all time.
I didn't write them down. The The second one was don't have them in your house. I think that in-person conversations are better than online conversations in general. So if I'm willing to have an online conversation with somebody, I'm probably willing to have an in-person conversation with somebody. The third one was if you're going to talk to them, only challenge them on those ideas. I don't want to be viewed as an overly hostile figure in any of these communities. Like, I want to be somewhat personable. I want people to be able to somewhat relate to me in a way that's not just, oh, here's Destiny again to scream at him about these issues. And the first issue...
I don't think you should scream at him. I just think you should...
Hold on, I'm sorry, Jesus, fuck. Okay, so here we just did the thing again. When I said scream, what did I mean there? Or do you truly not understand?
I'm not saying you should even be challenging him constantly.
That is what you're saying.
You should
Hold
talk
on. You said that explicitly. You said the only conversations we should have are the conversations about Nazism. That's what you said, or did I misunderstand?
Yes.
Yes. So that means, am I supposed to agree with him on Nazism, or should I challenge him on Nazism?
No, you could just talk about it with him. I'm not saying that
just have a casual conversation like, Nick, what would your ideal ethno-state look like? What do you mean?
Yes, I think that would be a great question to ask him. Yes.
That would be a good question to ask.
Just wrong. That would be a horrible question to ask.
I think that would be... I would like to see that.
I think it's a good... I mean,
so what would your ethno-state look like? And he says, well, my ethno-state would be awesome. First of all, I really love like a lot of the socialized programs that they have in Scandinavia, but our population isn't homogenous enough to like support them. So that would be the first thing I would do, right? We would have all sorts of social welfare. We'd have like healthcare. Our education would be better. We'd have way more like social cohesion. We would definitely curb down on a lot of the low skill...
Look, folks, look, in my dojo, there's lots of Destiny level deniers who cannot back.
Immigrants, a lot of them, I think are highly, dispositioned towards committing crime and being low economic workers. And yeah, that would be, I think my ethno-state would be awesome. People like Putnam have, submitted briefs and research talking about how social cohesion.
I'm going to try to figure out how to get my YouTube chat on stream. I got Twitch chats to come on there, but I can't do Twitch for any of this.
Increases when you've got less different types of skin groups of people. And we'd be higher IQ. So that would be my ethno-state. I think it'd be sick.
Hey,
how is this a good conversation? A question just ask and let him dole out.
Then you say, how would you accomplish that? Is this like a goal or just a utopian fantasy?
Well, how would we accomplish this? Well, number one is we would completely cut non-white immigration. That would be the first thing. Number two is we would severely curb back the welfare state for people that are having children out of wedlock. And number three, I think in places that would support it, where there's a white majority, we would provide financial incentives to white people to have children.
Okay, so is this an actual goal is to create a white ethno state? Or
no, it doesn't have to be an ethno state. We can have different types of people. They can still have children, but I want it to be a white majority state because I think that level of social cohesion is really positive for society. And do you agree that like all of the most successful countries that
50 Bob Sevens? What are the odds of that? What looks like the common denominator is Destiny himself. Glad Molina is moving on from that bozo. I don't know. I think it's probably pretty sad for both of them. All part of Hyper Defender's doubling down. Dumbledoring.
Progressives talk about emulating all the time are usually the whitest countries. Finland, Norway, Sweden, these are all very, very white places, right? And when we talk about the highest crime areas in the United States, when progressives talk about gun control all the time, aren't they really just talking about keeping guns out of the hands of poor black people? Aren't those the guys that are killing each other like overwhelmingly when we talk about like gun crime in the United States?
Yeah.
So like, wouldn't it be good if we got rid of these problems by curbing down the amount of these types of people we've had? When you look at places like Sweden and Germany, aren't a lot of the problems they're getting from immigrants, specifically non-white ones, especially Muslims from Northern Africa? Wouldn't it make more sense to just cut down on that rather than to try to like increase the amount of inflow of immigrants that we know are going to cause us problems and then spend money on them instead of spending money on our own indigenous population, our indigenous or native population?
No, I don't think those things are good. I mean, you're kind of making a jump between getting rid of the thing that's bad, murder, and then getting rid of the people who do it.
Yeah, but why would I bring in more people that are likely to do it when my own population
Steven Crowder styles faxon
is suffering? Shouldn't we just focus on our own population? Why bring in more people that murder?
Well, I don't know enough about economics to push back. If I was going to interview Nick Fuentes about his
who's the dog? I don't remember
immigration takes. I would probably be pretty well versed in the economic effect of immigration in the United States.
Sure,
but I'm not now. So, but you are. So I think you'd be pretty equipped to push back against the.
Notice how, saying, right? But by the end of that, what are we doing? You want me to challenge him? I'm not just asking about the ethno state. I'm having a challenging conversation about it. I don't want to be.
I don't. No, I'm not saying you have to challenge him. I'm saying that I think it's fine to question him, prod him, chat about it with him, whatever.
When you're talking to people that have. So Fuentes is not a normal retard conservative that is just racist. He's a smart guy. He has a system thought out. If I just ask him questions, he's going to be able to all day answer like, oh yeah, dude, I would love to tell you about how my ethno-state would work, what immigration would look like, what our social spending would look like, how our leadership and the demographic of our government would look like. Like, he'll talk all day about it. Like, how does that make him look bad if we're not challenging him on it? It has to be challenging.
I don't think your goal should be to make him look bad. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think it is you're taking my point and changing it to a different point. I'm not saying you should have conversations with him that make him look good explicitly, or that make him look bad or whatever. I'm saying I think that there's a sanitization that happens when you start talking with him about shit that has nothing to do with his Nazi view.
One moment, my wife got home. I'm going to say hi to her real quick. I'll be right back.
Views.
I appreciate your patience.
Oh, okay.
Also, Destiny and Melina are getting divorced.
What?
Destiny and Melina are getting divorced.
Thanks.
I'll tell you about it after the stream.
Okay.
I mean, I like that.
My wife went. What?
Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like that's the only way I get access to those communities, is that I'm not just there to talk about his Nazism all the time.
I understand. I understand it helps you, and maybe helps them in some way. But my problem with it is
also helps the community because he can then call him out on stream.
Sorry, I just want to say I added Rem because Rem gave some criticisms on Twitter, and I saw Rem in DGG, so I thought, let's bring him on to flesh this out a bit further. Because Rem's obviously been part of DGG for a long time, so you probably got some insight into what's going on. Fair enough? Is everyone happy with that?
I don't think.
I don't care.
Go on, Rem. Speak up.
Well, I'm fine with it, of course.
Well, no,
I think we're in danger of there being too many people dogpiling Steven. So
no, that's okay. I'm good. I'm okay. I consent.
Listen, I'm happy to. I've kind of.
Well, that isn't
worse stuff than Destiny has so far in terms of like.
Oh Jesus.
Well, are you here to challenge me or Steven?
I'm here. Well, I'm just here to contribute to the conversation if I can in a meaningful way.
Are you going to do that by challenging me or Steven?
Why not both?
Okay, well look,
you can do both, but primarily are you here, sorry, do you think that Steven should have chicken and waffles with Fuentes or not?
No, I mean, I don't think that he should do that, but I don't think you're doing a very good job at pushing back on him. So.
That's fine. Thinking I'm not doing a good job of pushing back on him is actually not the same as arguing against me. You're entering the conversation to challenge Steven, clearly. So why don't you just admit that, and then we can admit that it would be a 3v1 dogpile, and admit that that's what we're doing.
I'm a big boy. That's okay. Go do it.
I understand. I'm not saying you're not. If you're okay with it, that's fine. I just think we should be careful.
Listen, I kind of have both sides to some degree anyway, so I'm happy to take a step back and it's fine. Don't worry about it. As long as you're comfortable, Max. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but
well, you've brought so far. Rem hasn't said anything, but I'm worried that you're bringing in the personification of the soy leftist straw man that we were worried about into the conversation.
Wait, hang on a sec. Max, listen,
now Steven gets to
fuck you. Okay, I am not doing that. No,
actually,
right?
Fuck you, mother. I thought the for this conversation. I thought our plan was to talk about.
Listen, you fucking retard. I'm bringing him in because Rem has been part of DGG for a long time. He put a tweet out which seemed like a pretty substantive critique of what was going on, and I think he can give some good. I know that you're upset because he's called you a bad arguer. I think you're a good arguer, man, and I love you. Okay, please.
Do you want to hear why I think you shouldn't bring Rem in, even though you've already done it?
Why?
Because the point of the point of this conversation was to show people that you can call people out for Nazism and still be funny. You can call people out without being an SJW or a soy leftist. You can use the word Nazi meaningfully, and that you can actually call out some uses of humor as inappropriate and irresponsible. We can have the platforming conversation without devolving into being a bunch of soy whatever. But the first thing you do is you bring in Aiko, which is like,
wait,
what? Like, why would you do that?
Okay,
why would you bring in Aiko? No, why? No.
You said yes to that because Destiny shit talked.
I did,
what
but
the fuck are you on about? You're
I understand
delusional,
it. I understand. It, but now you're also bringing in Rem, so now I see that you're actually just bringing in a fucking parade of people who are going to do the exact thing that Steven is saying. Look, he's laughing. He's winning. He's laughing. He's laughing his ass off because you're following.
Really. Listen, as long as indigenous issues don't get brought up, I won't go soy. But you talk about my First Nation homies, I'm gonna rain fire and hell on your ass. Okay.
Okay. Why do you listen, mate? I'm not trying to bring in the biggest soy I can find. I know Rem's been around for a while. He's made some critiques, which went down a certain way. But I think he's got some interesting insights.
Sure.
Okay, listen. I know I brought him in without asking. Okay, I didn't ask you permission. Okay, and I apologize for that. But the Aiko thing, I'm really pissed off about that because I asked you specifically and you said yes. I brought Aiko in because of. Okay, forget this. Fuck you. Right, Rem, speak. Sorry, go. Sick of this.
Wait, I said yes to it before I knew she was going to try to say all the same things that we're. No. I said yes before I knew she was going to steal the thunder of everything we were about to say by saying it, and
I didn't know she was going to say that, did I?
Okay. No,
I think Mr. Girl, you have a perception of me that that I don't.
I'm ready. I'm ready to
theology.
Yeah, I could totally be wrong. This is what I'm afraid of, though.
Just so you guys know, I don't imagine you want him in here, but Fuentes has offered to join the convo as well, but we don't have to bring him in. I was just making that known.
We should do that too. But no. One thing I'd ask to Destiny is
yeah, what's up?
And I mean, I think this is also what Max is trying to say is because ultimately, what is your primary? Can you state your primary goal in bringing Nick on stream and engaging with him? What is your primary motivation in doing that?
My primary motivation is to see how many different types of people I can befriend and be cordial with while still maintaining my ideological positions and defending them in an accurate manner. I hope that a byproduct of that is I gain access to other communities and I slowly convert them to being omniliberals over time. That's the byproduct of that primary goal. I hope.
Okay, so the primary goal is not.
No, it's not conversion. That's it looks different, and it's cringe. That would look like an entirely different process, I think, and that's not my.
Okay, but it would look different. But if you were playing, 5D chess, this is what you would say if you were actually trying to convert everyone. But you don't want people to know that because then they'd be afraid to talk to you. So you're playing.
Well, if that was the case, I would never admit that on live stream anyway. So I don't even know why you would bring that up. But,
right.
Okay.
Right. I'm just. How do you think you have been so far? Do you think you have converted, based on your conversations with Nick on stream, at least so far? Do you think you've converted members of his viewer base to go away from?
I don't know how long I need to be there. I know that there are people that.
Shit. Thank you. I gotta reset up my Steam Deck, my Stream Deck, so that I can mute myself from it. That way, it's a lot easier for me to unmute as soon as I'm done coughing. In fact, I'll do that while I'm streaming here. Oh, that's right. It's right here. Thank you, Sfaxon. I was saying some stuff earlier too, and it got lost. That sucks. Saying I do think that Destiny probably pulled some people out of the gripe community, but I don't know how many gripers there are that just sort of have like no real difference in opinion than when they first started. But they just also like Destiny now as well, and how many of those people sort of poison the well from the inside. However, I do think that it is probably pretty likely that Destiny was pretty successful in what he aimed to do. And he didn't lose more fans to Nick Fuentes than he gained off of Nick Fuentes. And it was probably, even though I don't believe really in net good, I'm not a utilitarian because I think that's stupid. But I think that Destiny probably did succeed in the goal that he set out to accomplish with that. I understand why Mr. Girl is weary of it. I do think that it's ultimately like an unfounded concern, though.
Watch Nick.
It's insofar as that part goes. I think the other parts, especially from his perspective, are completely valid, though.
Then now watch me. I know that at the very least, which I consider to be beneficial versus them not watching me. So I know that that's like one aspect that I've got. And I do know that I have a lot of members of my audience that were conservatives that have either gone from far right to center right, or from center right to centrist, or from center right to center left. I know that that's happened. And I've gotten people that are from the far left that have gone center left. Those are the emails I get, and those are the comments that I see in my YouTube videos and my communities on other YouTube videos. So that's what I've seen.
Okay, and so right off the bat, I would say, well, it's a tricky situation.
It's hard to quantify, though. Maybe he's gained more fans off of me than I have off him. It's hard to know. That's a really hard question to answer, right? Possible.
And so what do you think the biggest risk is in platforming Nick and engaging with him in a friendly way, like Max has been describing? Like,
the biggest risk is just serving as like an amplification platform for him, connecting him to larger creators, blowing him up bigger than he would have been before. Yeah.
And how risky do you think that is? Do you think that is a real possibility?
I think that risk, the determination of that risk is fundamental to my character. I think that if that is how it plays out, then that's how it should have played out, and fuck me, I failed my internet project.
Okay, but that's different. I mean, I'm asking.
I don't know. In my mind, the risk should be zero. If I believe in what I believe strong enough, if I prepare for my debates and my arguments well enough, and if I put forth a convincing enough narrative.
I mean, look at our past debates.
There's something like
those prepared, and every time.
Okay, there's something. I think there's something a little bit larger than us at play in terms of our individual fallibility, right? There's the concept or the idea. Largely speaking, I would say that I'm representing some idea of liberalism, capital L liberalism, and I think that Nick represents some idea of authoritarianism, maybe, that these are kind of like, largely speaking, the ideas that are behind us that we represent. Obviously, us as individuals are fallible, but the ideology that I represent, ideas are bulletproof. Remember the V for Vendetta guy? No, the ideology that I'm representing, I'm conducting myself in such a way to represent that ideology as best I can. And if I fail in doing that, and if the ideology fails in service of people like me, then I think that says something about not only me, but the ideology that I represent. And that's just a consequence of backing the wrong horse, I guess.
Like, what worries me about Nick is not so much the authoritarianism, because, I think the bigger risk is the conspiratorial thinking, which then in turn leads to anti-democratic values. And
sure, but that's ubiquitous across the right and left on the far spectrums right now.
Right, but so as someone who knows, regular, just through, I don't want to give a lot of personal information, but I know these people who are incredibly conspiratorial, and I agree with you that they are not, their intentions are not evil, right? But at a certain point, when we see what is going on right now in the United States, and it's looking a bit different right now with the midterms, but there could, if you look...
I'm gonna move through this part a little bit faster. The REM part is a bit tough.
At what Trump has done to the political process and what his supporters have helped prop up.
It's
very clear that do you not believe we are teetering on the brink of something that might represent a very strong shift away from your core values, and that you have an imperative to protect those?
Yeah, but this is what I believe, okay? I don't think that you can betray your values in service of defending those values. If I believe that liberalism works as a concept and as an idea, it has to work when it's the most difficult. If you're willing to abandon some principles in times of great crisis, then those are principles that you never held in the first place. So if I think that liberalism is as sturdy an ideology as I'd want it to be, or as I believe it to be, then ideally those principles should serve as the mast on your ship that carries you through that storm. If you've got to toss it aside and go, okay, well, hold on, time to be authoritarian right now because shit's not working, then your whole political project just failed anyway.
Well, but this liberal conservative ideology, forget that. Again, my concern is about the lack of truth. It is believing things that are falsehoods. And this happens on both sides, but it's obviously the biggest danger of it.
Sure, but I mean, like, we're hitting at, like, I believe that these ideas hit at the core of liberalism, which is essentially based on this idea of liberty and individuality and freedom of speech and freedom of the press, right? This is liberalism that we're really truly talking about right now, right? And the idea of, like, I don't know, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Maybe it needs to be controlled. That's like a more authoritarian kind of thought. And I'm not using, and now I'm having a conversation with you, so when I say authoritarian, I don't mean that as a slur. I mean that as a legitimate form of governance. Authoritarian, the idea of, like, being able to have singular control over state. Yeah, centralized control of the media and stuff like that, right? I do think there's a tension here between authoritarian versus liberalism. Yeah. Well, no, hold on. Canada's not an authoritarian state. No way.
Well, no. But it's our restrictions on certain types of speech. Are
hold on. Canada is, if there is a liberalism versus authoritarian, Canada's way on the liberalism side.
I'm talking about authoritarian and the term I understood you to be using it, which is more centralized authority and which includes limitations on free speech. And in Canada,
yeah, but Canada has a very free speech.
Okay, this is a fucking sidetrack. Okay,
sure, okay.
The whole thing is a sidetrack. Chud, I don't think that Rem should be in here.
Oh, well, then you've done a shit job. So why don't you go ahead and take another crack at it?
Oh, okay.
Go on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, anyways, my primary word of you bringing on Nick is that you're going to amplify conspiratorial theories. We're not going to bring on Nick. I don't want to bring on. If Nick comes on, I'm leaving. The only way I'll talk to Nick Fuentes is in a one-on-one interview. I'm not going to debate him. I'm not going to argue with him, and I'm not going to do a panel discussion now where Steven gets to call me soy and make fun of me and gang up on me with Nick.
Why do you think I would gang up on you with Nick?
You're already doing it.
Okay.
Because
like some weird
you could have avoided it if you yeah, it is obviously it's personal. If you had said, like, yeah, these are valid concerns, but, like, you know, I'm taking the risk, or that those are sacrifices I'm willing to make, but your argument is that you're not making any sacrifices at all.
What?
Like, this is
I've already
every
said that,
bad thing
of course.
about every. But you're also saying every bad thing about what you're doing is the fault of the left.
No, that's not true. I've already said it. If I haven't said it, I'm sorry, I'll say it again. Everything I do politically in moving into the other communities is a huge risk. That I run the risk of normalizing misogyny with the MRA community. That I run the risk of normalizing Nazism with Fuentes' community.
That's a defense. I'm not saying, no, now you're making it sound like I'm saying your content should be boring and you shouldn't talk to people who disagree with you. I'm not saying that it's a risk to talk to MRA people. I'm saying it's a risk to talk to a Nazi psychopath who tried to take over the country.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. The fact that you're equating. Okay, sorry. Kill the vice president. I'll just be really clear.
I also don't think he tried to kill the vice president.
Okay,
what do you think those people were there to do?
God.
Did Nick even?
Hey, Big C. It's nice to see you. It's just the part where Rem's here, and I'm just trying to move through it. Like, I don't really know. Oh, thank you guys so much. Holy shit. I'll take the poll down now. Thank you for liking the stream. Big props to you guys. And it looks like at least a couple people were honest about it. I don't really know what to say about Rem, because, like, I just don't care about Rem. It's not really part of the conversation that matters.
Enter
Gotta love to hate
building?
Rem.
No, but he was outside cheering.
Did Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people were outside, and
did Hitler ever enter the? Did Hitler ever?
To be honest, these parts are I'm happy about having YouTube at ×2 speed. Yeah, I kept it at 1.5 just so I could keep it intelligible. But God, he's really insufferable.
Did Hitler pull the lever on the gas chamber himself?
Yes, let's go. Perfect analogy.
I mean, yeah, he designed the orders by which to execute that plan. Do you think Nick had?
No, he didn't. Actually, that was Himmler.
Yes.
Hitler did not design the orders. He had somebody else do that, and then they had somebody else do something else, and they had somebody else do something else. And then a perfectly innocent January 6th rioter was the person who flipped the switch, or the perfectly innocent BLM rioter is the person who threw a brick through the window, or blah, 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 blah. My point is, Nick is one of the people who is driving the people into the Capitol.
No, okay.
And he has stated that he is proud of doing that.
Yeah, I think that it's totally crazy. If you're bringing up January 6th in Nick Fuentes, it's totally crazy to act like Nick isn't, like, when you say, like, if you try to bring up, like, only 5% of the people, but Nick was one of those 5% of people. In fact, he's a reason why that it was as much as 5%. Like, he's not the reason, for sure, but Nick Fuentes is a major key player in that happening. I I think that it's really fair to say that the events of January 6th would have looked a lot different without Nick Fuentes. It would have at least been different.
Okay,
it's really weird.
So then, why don't you instead of
this at all?
Chud, can you get him out of the fucking call? Chud, I need him to leave.
Well, just don't say false things.
I do think this is me showing my good faith here. It's really cringy when Mr. Girl's like, Chud, can you get him out of here? Chud, please, can you get him out of here? Like, don't get me wrong, Chud, can you please get him the fuck out of here, for real? But the way Mr. Girl's going about it, was just kind of cringy.
Stream. It undermines your credibility.
This streamer shite is horrid.
Okay, listen, Rem. I appreciate you coming on. I'm gonna have to kick you now. It didn't work out. Thanks for coming on, Rem. Okay.
You know what? I don't think your mom worked out, Chud, and I think you should think about that. Yeah. Talk to you never, loser.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Oh, good one.
Bye bye. Okay, listen, Mr. Girl, I'll take the L on that, okay? I thought that was going to be...
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay, I do apologize. I stand by the ICO thing.
Good one, dude.
The high-pitched talk to you later bye was pretty good.
I'm not sure.
Good job.
We tried it. Not every experiment's going to work out. Okay. Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of Rem. Mr. Girl's been a grown-up.
You're sanitizing him by comparing him to MRA people.
I was just making an example. I'm not trying to I'm sorry. I was just making an example.
But maybe you're not trying to, but you are, and you continuously do this by comparing him to people who are not fucking insane and making this straw man argument.
You don't think people like Andrew Tate are insane?
No.
Okay.
Hey guys, check out this dog. Hey Boji. Hey, oh buddy. Hey, everybody, guy. He wanted to say hi.
I wouldn't call Andrew Tate insane. I mean, I don't know if the sex trafficking thing is true. That might change my mind. But no, there's saying wacky shit online. There's saying wacky shit online, and then there's storming the U.S. Capitol to try to kill the vice president and doing genocide if you ever come into power. And when I say I think it's irresponsible the way that you are engaging with these people, with Nick Fuentes specifically, for you to then say like, oh yeah, well everything I said you're not accepting the criticism. You could.
Yes.
And it does feel personal. I feel personally angry at you because you're rejecting my criticism and my feedback about somebody who wants to fucking kill me. You're rejecting that by saying, oh yeah, I know you want my content to be boring. And that's the exact same fucking line you always say about every leftist. You say, they don't want me to talk to anybody. They want me to be in a bubble. I'm not saying I don't want you to talk.
You'll have to ask Bob, but I have a feeling he is working.
To anybody. I'm not even saying I don't want you to talk to Fuentes. I think the way you're engaging with a psychopathic Nazi who tried to fucking kill the vice president.
Yeah, I seen you say earlier, it's like civil rights versus political rights. I don't even think that it's that. I think that this is a bit more simple. I fix my camera a bit. There we go. This is somebody saying, hey, friend of mine, buddy, guy who has the same job as me, do you think that it's a good idea to do this in this way? Okay, well here's some of the issues that I see with it. What do you think about that? And then all he's doing is arguing with him, and he's not listening to him. He's not actually engaging with what he's saying. Instead, he has framed it as a debate that he's trying to win. This is what's really happening here. I think that there might be an interesting politics versus civil rights analogy to draw from it. Hey, I'm talking. But I think that what I said is what's really going on in this conversation.
Is irresponsible. That's what I'm saying.
Although I think that it does get shifted a bit more, a bit less personal at times. I think Mr. Girl allows it to go there. But Destiny is always stuck in this like argumentative mode, I think.
Okay, I understand. Where do we go from here?
I don't know. I'm not expecting you to reach a ruling or decision on this. If you're saying that you outright reject the feedback, then that's fine. I don't know.
Listen, one thing I will say, I do feel, Destiny, you are throughout this conversation, you've kind of lumped Mr. Girl into the leftoid miasma that exists out there, which I know exists.
I'm not trying to lump him in, but I'm saying that, like, I have to function in that environment where a lot of these, like, statements have been made and stuff, and that's kind of what I have to deal with. Like, there's a world where it's just people like Mr. Girl, and I probably can use the word Nazi or fascist. I imagine that a guy that spent as much time as he has fighting over words like pedophile probably wouldn't be misusing words like Nazi. I would guess, I would hope. So in that world, it probably would be, like, better. But that's not the one that I'm in right now. That's not the one I unfortunately have to function in.
You know, it's kind of rich that because I know that Destiny has fought for, he's fought the battle that Mr. Girl's fighting right now in the past. Big C, back me up on this. I know that you know that this man has fought about how these words have been used in the past with other people. In a very similar way that Mr. Girl has. It hasn't gone on as long, but this has happened.
But you can change.
Well, I guess Destiny did say he used to agree with him and all that. But because of that too, he should be willing to chill the fuck out in this specific conversation about how combative he's being and allow for the conversation to actually happen.
The world.
Not like that. No.
You can I've changed the word pedophile, haven't I? On my stream, if I say the word pedophile, everybody knows what I mean. If I say it on your stream, I've changed the word pedophile to your audience. If I say pedophile on your stream, people know what I mean.
Yeah, but the second you step out of my audience, you have to go back to talking how everybody talks.
That doesn't. Okay? Yeah, that's true. But this is how words change, man. It's by.
Yeah, if you go on somebody else's stream, then it's different. But guess what? It's not. He's on this fucking stream. Like this is what makes me so mad. Destiny can be like, well, it's contextual. Okay, the context is you and I are talking right now. So can we use a common language that we both understand?
Explaining what I just explained to you, of course.
Well, actually, you know, you never, like, it just depends on the context. Like, stop.
Of course, I agree with you. Like, when I'm talking to my audience, again, that's going to look different than when I'm talking.
So then stop acting like a fucking passenger when you're in the driver's seat.
I'm not trying to talk to my audience when I'm talking to Fuentes. My audience doesn't need to know that Nazi's bad. My audience already knows that.
I'm not saying Nazi bad. That's not the definitional disagreement we're having. I'm saying Nazi is a descriptor of an actual thing. It's not just a bad name you call people.
Okay.
Which you agree with.
Yes.
That's your whole problem.
We need to reclaim the word Nazi. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
we need to.
Steven doesn't use the word Nazi. He's doing this like multi-layered fucking mental gymnastics around this. You're saying the word Nazi is only used as an insult, but you don't use it as an insult.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Depends on the context of the conversation.
Oh! In the context in which Mr. Girl is speaking, he's talking about this fucking conversation. This is... When I watched this the first time, this is like the first... Like, these are the kinds of things that I seen where I was just like, why is Destiny being like this? This is so crazy. Like, up until this stream, I thought of Destiny as like a debate god. Like nobody could get him. I never really seen him on the ropes. I never seen him sweat. I never seen him like have to do anything like weird to like win. And like it just feels like throughout this whole thing, Destiny's just like pulling like really weird arguments out and like evading and doing exactly this shit over and over again, and I was blown away by it. Like maybe people who correct, you're right, Big C, Destiny's not being honest here. He's in full debate mode. That's why I said yesterday he's not really interested in having this conversation. He's interested in turning it into a debate that he can win, and his main goal is to not concede a single point throughout any of it.
Well,
That's
I think
all
you're
he cares
against.
About in this.
Sounds like you're against broadly the.
Since I was a child trained in the Bene Gesserit ways, I have no idea. I have always known when people are bullshitting. I don't hate people for this. I hate them for hurting people with lies and exclusion. It's what made him, and it's what will destroy him. He 100%. He knows he's 100% wrong. Yeah, and it's so frustrating. So like when I first watched this, it was just like super hype. I was like, oh my god, because like I really love Destiny and Mr. Girl at this point, and it was super cool to see like, wow, Destiny can actually lose a debate. Oh my god, and like Mr. Girl's doing so good in all of this. Like he's keeping his cool. He's responding super intelligently. Like I wouldn't have seen these lines to respond to Destiny. But now when I watch it, I'm just like mad. Like Destiny didn't need to do any of this. Even if he wanted to turn it into a debate, there's so many better things he could have done here and not been running around like this. He could have just like given up that first point to win everything else. I firmly believe if Destiny would have just dropped the initial Nazi point, he probably could have ran home everything else super, super well. But because he spends all this time doing that, it doesn't just make him look like he's on the defensive, which he is. It makes him look dishonest, and like his motivation for the conversation is just like to save face, and it sucks.
The use of Nazi as just a meaningless, I don't like you and you're stupid. I don't think you really use it that way.
Not generally.
Right?
Sometimes I use it jokingly, like I guess I kind of did with the Sirs, half jokingly or whatever. It just depends. The word is destroyed. I'm not here to try to retake it. I'm not interested in retaking it. I can attack all the concepts of Nazism without having to worry about the fucking word.
Okay. Well, I think that if you think different words mean different things in different contexts, I think your channel is your platform is a gigantic context, and you can redefine words. You can say, guys, when I use this word, here's what I mean, and I think hundreds of thousands of people will accept that. So I think that actually...
And I try to do that on my platform. That's why I tell people, don't just call people fucking Nazis or random...
He tries to do it, except for right now.
Shit like that. I think that's generally bad to do. Okay. I say shit like that all the time.
I think it... Okay, well, I think in this case, you should be really clear about whether you think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi.
I don't care. I would rather attack the ideas. I don't need the label to attack the ideas.
I don't care, but I will spend 2.5 hours arguing about it to show you just how much I don't care about it. Okay.
I'm not talking about attacking the ideas.
Then I don't care about the label. I'm not interested in that. Other people that want to label people can do that. That's not my concern. That's not what I'm concerned with.
But you use the problem. If you're not interested in it, that's fine. But you use it. You have called
the shift down to reasonable is another part of the lies. I think that Destiny saying that he doesn't care is a lie. This conversation is the second most dishonest conversation I've ever seen Destiny have. And I know it's going to sound super biased of me, but I think that the conversation that I had with Destiny about Mr. Girl is the most dishonest I've ever heard him be. And it fucked me up.
You called Nick Fuentes.
Be careful with you saying that he lost the debate. To you, he lost. But if you have average chat Discord, the sub growth, Destiny won. Sure. But I also think that everybody that thinks that fundamentally misunderstands this conversation. But it really blew me away too, because when I first saw this, I got called into Will and his channel's Discord, and like 4 different people, including Will, argued with me about that idea. But I thought it was so obvious that I was shocked that people disagreed with me. I was like, what? Like, did you not watch what I just watched? What the fuck?
As a Nazi.
Yeah.
And you also said he wasn't a Nazi.
Okay.
And then you agreed that that provides...
I think that was about the next one, not this
cover
one.
for him.
So the cover is there whether I say it or not. If I stop doing it right now, the exact same cover is there. I have no bearing on that.
That's not true. You are in charge of most of Nick Fuentes' now audience.
I'm not in charge of what the word Nazi means, though.
Yes, you are. You are in charge of what the word Nazi means on your stream, and your stream is the place where Nick Fuentes...
You're in charge of what the words you mean say all of the time. It's really interesting that Destiny can get clarifications for words. Well, you know, I don't even want to target Destiny. Most of the time when streamers are talking to each other and there is a word that has some ambiguity to it, like, hey, can we define this word? That didn't happen once here. Destiny will say, hey, can we define this word? I don't know what that word means when you say it. Can we define it? And then he will use an agreed upon definition for that word for the entire conversation. He did not do that here. I think it's very interesting that he did not do that here.
Exists the most. Remember when Nick Fuentes said that he would rather be dead in real life and alive on Twitter?
I don't
you
bring
have
Nick
provided
Fuentes.
that for him. He is alive now. He's alive in your sphere, and you have total control over the way the word Nazi is used in your sphere. You actually have so much control and power, and so much, therefore, responsibility for how this plays out, and you're fucking just abdicating all of it.
I can't control how that word is used outside of my community. I have some control inside my community, but I'm not bringing Fuentes into my community to talk to my community about Nick Fuentes. I'm bringing Fuentes into my community so I can also talk to his community, and his community is going to have an understanding.
You
Yeah, what are you asking me?
To exercise that control.
Okay, I'll think about it. Okay, I'll put it. It's in the memory banks right now. Okay.
You know, you can see it on Mr. Girl's face there too. Saying, yeah, okay, I'll put it in the memory banks here. It's not like this is. It's not like this is just. This isn't like a debate. This is like a meaningful thing. Oh, my kid just got home. It's like a meaningful thing to him, and it makes Destiny come off as like super socially unaware, or just like totally apathetic to not show any kind of consideration for that in this moment. Zyrax. Destiny feels like Mr. Girl is trying to tell him who and who not to hang out with. Got nothing to do with the word. Well, if that's the case, then I would say that Destiny is an extremely bad communicator because he never said that once and instead decided to debate about the context of the word while also being really inconsistent about like what he's saying doesn't match up with the reality of what he's doing. His argument is defeated by the fact that he understands in this context what Mr. Girl's saying and that he's choosing not to do it that way. So if that's how he feels and he's incapable of saying that, then how does Destiny navigate all these other conversations so well? That doesn't really make any sense to me. Destiny is pissed because Mr. Girl is bringing this up at a time where he is being lampooned on his subreddit. He is frustrated and he's kind of taking it out on Max a bit, in my opinion. Mr. Girl feel like he had misread Destiny and couldn't figure it out. Bringing Bob, I think you nailed that. Right now, he's not just arguing with Mr. Girl. He is arguing with the dissent in his subreddit. Forethought. Yeah. 100%.
I mean, I feel sometimes that's...
Yeah, whatever one, the one that I thought was like a debate that Destiny lost started off. It was the one that starts off when Mr. Girl's reading the subreddit post that got taken down. That's the one.
You know,
it's not this, but it's part of the series.
You're not taking Max seriously.
I do take him seriously. All these criticisms are serious criticisms. They're things we have to think about a lot when it comes to like platforming people and dealing with people with extremist ideologies, of course.
Okay. But basically what I'm getting then is that you've dealt with this or thought about this so much. Wait, what do you mean?
That's not...
It just feels like you're rolling your eyes at me. You're just like...
The REM. The REM portion of this conversation is unbearable. Yeah, I turned up the speed on it. It was really bad. I'm sorry.
Like making fun of me, acting like you don't respect my opinion as much as you probably do.
I respect your opinion. It's something I'll consider. Maybe
I know you should.
Yeah. That high-pitched voice thing always comes off to me as Destiny's like a kid who gets caught. I wasn't doing nothing, I swear. This is prior to the subreddit war. I like to use the dramatic words that they used.
Respect my opinion, and I think you do respect my opinion, but you're acting like you don't. You're pretending you don't.
I'm not pretending that. Okay, how would I? Tell me what do I?
Oh, 1 minute. It's the work you did. Let me see. Parent stuff. That's all the homework you had?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Just wanted to show you it. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I said if you're going to go over there to do homework, you had to show me homework. You did. I appreciate it. Good job.
This was for science, and this one's for Miss Kennedy, which is my
You're good.
Studies.
Thank you.
Yep.
I love Rem. He makes me feel smart. Oh, in my bad way, I had myself. Forgive me. You're good.
I will seriously your opinion is being added to the catalog of people's opinions and thoughts I have about this particular thing. And it might be the case that in 3 to 6 months, I'm like, you know what? I think Max is right. When we engage with this particular topic, I'm going to treat it this way from now on.
This is a lot more good faith. Also, because I know that basically, at least prior to my stream here, everybody that I've talked to, with a very few exceptions, has disagreed with me about like basically all of my takes on this like trilogy of conversations about this subject. When I get done with the third one, if anybody wants to come on and talk to me about it or debate me about it from the audience, you are more than welcome to. Yeah, you can tell me how wrong I am. I'll do my best to explain whatever I didn't do a good enough job of explaining here. Because my goal with this part, so mostly the Mr. Girl Destiny stuff, my goal with it is to sort of refresh my memory for the Mr. Girl videos and just kind of like, hey guys, I'm watching some stuff that I really like. If you want to come watch it with me, and I'll talk about it and give my like Mr. Girl more oriented side of things. Sure, but these ones are a little bit more important to me because I just have such a hard time figuring out why so many people disagree with me on it. So if you watch these with me and you still disagree, come talk to me about it, please, because I want to know after I've really well laid out all my positions on these talks, how people still disagree with me. I think Destiny needed more time to accept Max's point. I think it was too much too fast. When I dug into his position, I could get lost in the sauce too. Mr. Girl being pointed about the whole thing and wanting a change quickly is also reasonable. Change, accept to understand. That's tough because Destiny's used to fast-paced things. I think that the thing that makes this different is that I think that Destiny did really like Mr. Girl here. He also was getting a ton of shit for the Nick Fuentes thing, and he cannot. He probably felt like if I give an inch during this, then I'm going to be giving a mile to everybody else who's already criticizing me about this. Like this is. I don't even know if I'm being charitable to Destiny or not. Like maybe a bit, but I think that it's accurate that he feels like if he concedes anything here, then everybody who's hounding him about Nick Fuentes, who he knows he's not going to stop interacting with, he's giving them so much fuel to throw at him after this conversation's over with. Politics includes KFAB. Civil rights includes strange fruit.
Because in terms of how I've engaged with extremists, that's changed pretty radically over the past like 3 to 6 months. It has. And it could change more in the future. It could. Maybe I start seeing really problematic humor in my community and I was like, you know what? I don't really like this. This is kind of fucking weird. I don't like that people are upvoting ironic Nazi jokes. I don't like that people are upvoting shit. You know, saying like...
What are your positions, by the way? I apologize if this might be your 5th or more time repeating yourself, but I'm new here. Again, sorry. You have nothing to be sorry about. If you're new here, though, hopefully you like the stream. Hopefully you subscribe to the YouTube channel. No, so I think that throughout this series of conversations, people seem to misunderstand that Mr. Girl wants Destiny to either call Nick a Nazi or not call him a Nazi and stick to that. He doesn't want him to waffle between the two because he wants Destiny's audience to understand what Destiny actually thinks about him. He would like it if Destiny would call him a Nazi because he thinks that Nick is a Nazi, but if not, that's fine. As long as he doesn't waffle between the two. And what I think is the more crucial point is that once they actually have that conversation, when Destiny can say like, yes, he is a Nazi or he isn't a Nazi, if Destiny doesn't think that he's a Nazi, then they can talk about that. If Destiny does think that he's a Nazi and doesn't change how he interacts with Nick, then they can talk about that. Mr. Girl was desperately trying to have this conversation so that they could have the conversation to follow. Because either way, regardless of what Destiny thought, that there is another conversation then that needs to be had, but can't be had until this part of the conversation is like fleshed out. And by Destiny not actually giving a clear answer to this, it prevents the important conversation to Mr. Girl from being able to happen. But everybody just thinks that Mr. Girl wanted Destiny to call Nick a Nazi. That's true. I think it just needed more time to change his opinion. He couldn't do that at the moment because how much flack he was getting at the time. This is what Destiny lives for. His viewership's up like 30% at start, and when Lab came, I was up 40%. Oh yeah, and the other thing that Mr. Girl was trying to impress upon Destiny throughout all of this is that you're not really that open to criticism. To which Destiny promptly responds, "Yes, I am." Ironically so.
You know, there is a lot of weird Jewish shit going on. That's kind of weird. If I see stuff like that, I probably will change course. Kind of did it with the ironic misogyny thing. Yeah, with the misogyny thing. When people started doing that too much, it's like, okay, well, this isn't cool. Like, we're going to start, like, soft banning or hard banning, like, misogynistic jokes. Yeah, things can change over time, for sure. But, like, this is an approach I have right now. It's one that I've thought of a great deal. That doesn't mean I'll never change it, but it also doesn't mean that, like, the first person to give me, like, formal official criticism on it is going to make me change it. But maybe I will. It might be a thing I change in the future. And all these conversations go towards building that.
My problem is that you have a generally mocking and dismissive response to what I'm saying. Not that you, I'm not saying I want you to just agree to change your policy or do whatever because I said to. It just feels like you're.
I have a debater tone right now. I agree.
I brought this up yesterday. I thought this was so awesome of Destiny to admit that. Mr. Girl's like, "Hey, I'm just trying to talk to you, man," and like you're being super debatey with me. He's like, "You're right, my bad." I thought this was like, what's the word? Like it felt good to hear that exchange. Actually, that sounds about right. Thank you. Mr. Girl wanted Destiny to feel the same about Nick, but Destiny didn't want to lose Nick outright climb. He's open to it, but not willing to change from it. Sure, that's what Mr. Girl ultimately wanted, but in this conversation he just he wanted to be able to get to that conversation, I think, and this conversation is a necessary prerequisite to having that conversation because he knows how Destiny is and you have to lay things out first. He can't say, well, because you think this. He has to get Destiny to say what he thinks and then follow from that. That's how
I halfway in the conversation to chill out. I started writing stuff down more.
Okay.
That is a legitimate feeling to have. I can understand why you would think that.
Isn't that inevitable because of the format of this, right? We've got all these people watching.
It doesn't have to be inevitable. I got hot, and I think he got a little hot too, maybe. And that turns the tone of the conversation to one that seems more combative. And when it sounds more combative, it sounds like I'm not considering anything he's saying. So I understand the feeling on that, 100%.
Okay.
But like all feedback that I get is stuff that goes towards, not all feedback actually, most of it is worthless. But your feedback I value.
I mean, almost certainly it would have went better if it happened off stream. What'd you say, Faxon? The line suggests that both politics and civil rights can be used to manipulate people and to perpetuate harmful stereotypes in the case of silence, dissent, and to justify violence against marginalized groups. And he says, liar Destiny.
So this is all stuff that goes towards building. It might be the case that you say this, and I get 52 contradictory emails right now from a whole bunch of Fuentes fans who are like, Max is a fucking moron. I used to think this, and this, and you actually changed my life. Or it might be the case that I get, 30 emails and people are like, hey, I used to do this and this. I have a friend that watches you or not. He makes a lot of fucking like groiper jokes now, and he actually watches Nick a ton. And maybe like, oh shit, that's actually not good, right? All of it goes into the general feedback of how I view everything. Your feedback, other people's feedback, stuff I read in comments, like all over the place. Like that's how it generally goes. All I know is that right now I've changed my approach in a pretty different way than what it was before. Right now I'm getting like historic penetration into communities that were almost completely and totally unavailable to me.
I just won $50 in poker. Let's go. I seen there was another message. That's why I paused it to say it. Mr. Girl just wanted Destiny to play with fire more easily. Destiny suggesting that Mr. Girl is saying he doesn't want him playing with fire at all. Yeah, he's saying, look, if you're gonna do it, you should do it like this. You should follow. You should here's some safety guidelines. I wish you would follow.
So it's unlikely that I'm just gonna change.
At this point, Destiny has made the community more on his side and felt more empowered by the turn. That's why he did 4 shows on this. Yeah, he was able to convince people of the thing that I keep saying. Everybody that I've talked to is convinced of, which is, why didn't I think that? I like Destiny. Up until this point, I just assumed that Destiny would smoke Mr. Girl in a debate. Mr. Girl's not really a debater. Well, up until the next stream the debate they have on it. So why didn't it work on me then?
Because I hear one person has some problem or gives you some negative feedback on it. But that's not to say it'll never change. Maybe it will. Maybe I see some fallout of things that are like, fuck, this isn't good. I'm going to change the way that I do this. Everything's possible.
The less soy you are, the more penetration you're going to get.
Sure, but the penetration always comes at the cost of if you go too deep. You know, if you stare into the abyss long enough, it stares back at you, or in this case, back at your entire audience, right?
Yes, exactly.
I need some water. Red Bull's gone. My throat's killing me.
Are you satisfied, Max?
With what?
This conversation.
No.
No.
How do you feel? What's going on?
It's so hard to interpret Chud right now because Chud at this point was different than he is now. So it almost sounds sincere here, but if you hear Chud talking like this on a stream like tomorrow, this is a totally insincere thing for sure. It's very weird. Lots of people look over things. The small details often go overlooked, and you just didn't lose out on the small details maybe. The time, my opinion, was very different from what it is now. You had and did lose a lot from this. Me? You think?
Steven's sense of responsibility is very constrained.
Oh man. I remember we had our power went out from a storm. I had COVID and I streamed from my computer using my my phone's hotspot. It's totally eating up my hotspot data to do it because the hotel had dog shit internet. What a time to be barely alive.
Trained by what he believes is realistic, and
I'm gonna pull Hassan for a minute and let it play while I go get some water.
He's also very cynical, and it therefore that cynicism constricts his sense of responsibility because he doesn't believe he even can do anything about the stuff I'm talking about. So he's like, the word's ruined, the left does this. If Nazism wins, then it's because it was a better ideology. That's why I'm not satisfied. That's the part that I think we're not able to reconcile.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I agree with the concerns, and I think there's a trend and an issue happening.
I don't watch him anymore. You don't watch Chud or Destiny? No, he is as fake here as he is now. Subreddit is pretty crazy. Someone posted a pic of Melina with a black eye. What the fuck, bruh? Is there any context to the black eye? For the people that got here later on, I did talk about the Destiny Melina thing, but mostly because like the honor of like polyamory was like on the line here, and I'm very polyamorous, even though Destiny's in an open relationship. In the past, Chud once used to sell counterfeit coins. Is that true? I know he did a whole like thing on the British coin scam.
I think that
was he tricked into
much of it though is more audience based than maybe like some of the frustrations come from what the audience do, right? And that's kind of intangible sometimes. And sure, Destiny can certainly maybe do things like you suggested to, you know, moderate that. But it seems more like an audience-led issue than anything else. Do you see what I mean?
Well, but it's not just audience-led.
I agree. I don't think Destiny would hit her. I think maybe Melina could fuck him up. Honestly. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but there was memes back in the subreddit wars. Somebody proposed a fight between mrgirl and Destiny and me and Forethought, like a 4-person like brawl. I thought it was really funny.
The influencer is called that for a reason, right? We have huge control over how things are perceived or what directions audiences head in.
I gotta rewind this. I lost the plot a bit.
huge control over how things are perceived or what directions audiences head in.
Did I not?
And that's kind of intangible sometimes. And sure, Destiny can certainly maybe do things like you suggested to, moderate that. But it seems more like an audience-led issue than anything else. Do you see what I mean?
Well, but it's not just audience-led. The influencer is called that for a reason, right? We have huge control over how things are perceived or what directions audiences head in.
Yeah, and I feel like every person who tells Steven to be more responsible does it from this place of like hate and condemnation and deplatforming and fucking with his money and his life and
look at how charitable Mr. Girl is being towards Destiny in this too. Like, if somebody's being dishonest here, it's not Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl is making a strong effort to explain Destiny's side that Destiny's not even willing to say because it'd be pretty soy to say it. Let's be real.
Being horribly mean to him, and so I feel like that defensive reaction is understandable, but it's me, buddy.
I got you.
That still makes me sad.
Hey.
And fuck off with all the vegan shit, man. I know you're just kidding. But my food's awesome.
Is that it?
Is that it? You tell me, Chud. You're the ambusher here, the content master.
Oh, speaking of, my stream was late because my food didn't get here on time. I immediately forgave them. I ordered a burrito from Chipotle, and usually my burrito's like falling apart because I get so much shit in it. They used 2 tortillas and gave me a mega one. This is half of it. Like, look at it compared to my head. They gave me like a double-sized burrito. It was fucking sick. And just for you, Big C, instead of meat, they use chopped chipotle peppers. It's called sofritas, and it's fucking amazing. If I didn't tell you that it wasn't, I have no idea how they make that taste like a beef in the taco, but it's fantastic.
Mastermind.
I actually think the black eye is from her new guy more likely. I don't, maybe nobody even hit her. Maybe she did just like bop herself on something. Who knows? Mr. Girl at this point is trying to save Destiny. He's worried about his friend. People don't seem to get that in this. He's saying, it's me, Destiny. He's trying to say, like, I'm not trying to debate you. I'm not trying to fuck with you. It's me. He wants him to see, like, not another streamer. He wants him to see, like, I'm your friend. I just want to help you. I'm totally freaked out about what's going on here. Please let me help. It's at the parts in this conversation that make me like this that made the eventual schism so surprising to me. I'm a vegan. I have friends that lab-grown meat, and I get vegan, organic, lab-grown baby equine. Oh, you know. I didn't know you were vegans, Faxon. That's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that this started off as just talking about this phenomenon, and then it kind of grew to, well, we should get Destiny in because the Nick Frenta stuff is going to come up. And yeah, that's kind of where we are. Now we're here. I don't really know what to say or what's next. Are we done?
Man,
Max, is there anything else from you?
Anyone with a heart can tell that
No, listen, I've got, more time in me.
That Destiny's long gone. Can't save him. The problem is, when you care about somebody, even when you know they're long gone, you can't help but try to help them out. One of my closest friends had a terrible heroin problem for a long time, and he'd get better and get worse and get better and get worse. I had lent him money. But like when I lent him money, it was like definitely not going towards that. I was spending the money for what he needed and stuff. He didn't pay me back. After that, I let him live with me for a while. Fortunately, I had to have him move out. I still talk to him. He's still my friend. I think that when people are at their unsavable list is when they need you to be there for them anyway. Like that's the point in having really good close friends, is that when you're beyond reaching, there's still going to be people reaching out to you, right? That's what it means to be a really good friend. I bet your good would taste better with some beef in it. Oh, my food. Maybe. But not everything's about flavor.
Of course. Rem wants to come back on and call you soy.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you want to. Yeah, there's a few people that want to come on, but obviously, like, you know, I don't want to just bring people on necessarily.
Face Faxon.
I can talk to whoever. You guys are whatever you guys want to do.
Well, Max, what do you want to do?
I don't want anybody to come on because of the topic. You know why? Because of the whole theory, right? Is like people can't be sincere about stuff. Everybody has to show. Even Rem came in. He's like, I want to push back, and immediately he's like making your mom jokes, and it's like nobody's willing to take a sincere emotional stance, and anybody else who comes on is going to.
You saw Boji earlier. Hang on. This is the good one. Kiora dog. Hi, baby. This is my favorite dog. I had her since she was 6 weeks old. This Kiora. That's all. Brief doggo intermission.
To start making stupid fucking jokes and provide
you don't get
out.
To talk shit about me when I could rejoin the call.
Oh my god.
Is going to provide an out, like you're doing right now, for Steven and Chud and even me to just not have to take this seriously.
Well, I get Drazi, but sometimes you need to watch him from afar, otherwise it's your heart that'll get stomped. I'm okay with that. I know what you mean, Cyrax. Sweet dog. Thank you. Lenses, many lenses, Big C. He's so annoying. He's only served to prove Mr. Girl's point. Haha. Reading haha always feels super weird to me.
Like my audience wants.
It's best way to get on my good side is to be nice to my dog. One time, my wife and I had a date with this chick. We both thought she was really hot. We thought she was really cool. She came over to our house after we had dinner and stuff, and she was really mean to my dog. And well, like not like she didn't like hit her or anything, but she was shitty about my dog and like towards my dog. And we were like, no.
To bring Nick on.
Maybe if it was one of the other ones.
A large percentage of my chat is telling me to bring on Nick. Like they did, like nothing, like didn't understand anything I said. Like they don't care. They just want to be entertained.
This is what I mean about the fucking audience-led shit. Everyone's so fucking content-brained, and lots of takes I've seen.
No, we don't have to capitulate to the audience. In fact, I would say
the audience indicates that the last like few hours have like, from what I've watched, it's like
doing it again.
What has been gained
God
here?
Damn it!
At all. Like seriously.
Yeah. So if you're taking a stand against a Nazi trying to take over the country, that's fun. That's good until you start looping. If you start looping, then you should probably just drop it, right? You wouldn't want to be a loop.
She didn't act like she was scared of dogs. I get drowsy when I take PMs. Shut up.
Like no, that the whole framing you have of like the conversation should be entertaining above all else, no matter what.
This is not a safe space for puns.
Is a great way for.
No, I don't agree with that. I'm the king of boring content, Max.
Great. Okay, good. So then you understand why I'm looping.
Well, no, because it seems like you're like, for example, if I were to talk to Destiny about this, it would probably take like 10-15 minutes. We find our fundamental disagreement, and then he would probably say, "Oh, this is."
I saw you talk to Destiny about this. I couldn't even understand what the fuck you were talking about. No, it was a mess.
Well, that's an interesting interpretation. That's not the impression I was getting from other people, but okay.
The thing is, it's a cycle.
He didn't look at this chat.
It's a cycle, isn't it? Like, what came first? The fucking audience demanding content or the content creator giving content? Like, there's a constant demand for content and people want the memes and the jokes. And yeah, that means this is the age of the Giga Chat shit, right? People see content above all else. So even harmful shit, being
irresponsible is very entertaining. It's very entertaining to watch Steven. To watch Steven have chicken and waffles with Fuentes is very entertaining. It's funny. It's inherently funny. It almost doesn't even matter what they talk about. Just the fact of it happening is funny. It's a big fuck you to all the annoying people that Steven hates. People who are not kind to me. People who I don't like. People who block me on Twitter even though I've never interacted with them.
Sorry.
I have a tenth of the vitriol or about 1,000th of the vitriol that Steven has.
No.
I totally understand. Like it's a big.
My camera fucked up. Hang on. I'll fix it. That's dumb. Wait, what? They didn't fix it? What's going on with my camera, you guys? There we go. Okay. Resume.
It's great. It's great. It's great cinema. But I think it's wrong.
But for the record, Max, I agree with you that Destiny platforms people with abhorrent views that shouldn't be platformed. For example, platforms people who are incredibly transphobic on the stream all the time. And
Mr. Girl is so base, such a shame, but it's clear how easy it is to happen.
In general, I think we found out that Destiny, you can have, like, I don't understand having these conversations. I'm generally asking you, I don't understand having these personal conversations. Like, you do a lot of the psychoanalyzing on stream with people, but based on, I've known Destiny for a few years, but it seems to me Destiny is really just concerned with, the facts of the matter. And the psychoanalyzing, to me, doesn't really get to the heart of the issues that are at hand, which is, one, ought he talk to Nick at all on stream? And these are going to be ethical discussions that you have to have, but it feels like you constantly veer off into these speculations about
The whole gesture Mr. Girl just did is exactly
intentions about his character. Oh, they're all using you. Like, that shit to me is completely irrelevant, and I think irrelevant to a lot of people who just want to find out whether it is responsible or not. And from what I watched, at least up today, that's why I said you were looping, for the record, because I feel like we still haven't gotten to the crux of the issue about the ethics behind platforming someone with potentially abhorrent moral views and also views that are blatantly false, as agreed by any reasonable person. Point. But I'm curious why the strategy you choose is instead to try to delve into people's psyche.
How did I break your phone?
And analyze them as to why they hold these positions they do, rather than focusing on whether those issues are actually true or false.
I've not delved into the psyche.
Oh, Max, yes. I didn't say. You did it with me. You did it with me immediately when you saw. The first thing you did was make all these suppositions and try to assume.
It's not about your psychology. It's not about your psychology. It's not about your personality. It's about the shit I think you're gonna say.
Which would have to do with my psychology and the way I behave.
I'm not psychoanalyzing you by saying that I think you're going to come in and say a bunch of boring shit that Steven's going to make fun of. That's not psychoanalysis.
Psychoanalyzing me, but you definitely do that. You did that like 6 minutes ago with Destiny or something like that. You were trying to delve into the speculation as to why he has Nick on his stream. You're only doing it for X, Y, and Z rather than just push Destiny over and over. You ought not to platform him because of X, Y, and Z. I think that's what the entire discussion should be about, and I think that's what a responsible conversation on this issue would be.
Wait, what?
Maybe that is less entertaining though.
Chud asked me why I wasn't satisfied with the conversation. So I said what I was thinking. I was not trying to push Steven when I said that. I was telling him that I'm not satisfied with the conversation because there is a level of cynicism that Steven has that I can't get through it.
Okay.
And that's why I'm not satisfied. I don't think I'm psychoanalyzing him by saying that.
Well, based on, again, I'm not an avid Mr. Girl watcher, so I'm not entirely sure if you do every single conversation, but you seem to have a habit.
I lied about that.
But, I mean, Destiny, in terms of, is Nick going to come on?
No.
No, we're not going to bring Nick on, no.
Well, I mean, Max doesn't have to stay, but isn't it better for the content if Nick were here?
Yes.
Of course it is. If Nick came on, that would be the best. Nick and Mr. Girl on the panel would be the best content going. But, like, yeah, I think,
100% accurate. They would have broke YouTube.
He's not willing to. Why would you not want to do that? You have this opportunity to push back on one of the biggest fear mongers.
Shut up for a fucking second, mate. Okay, I feel enslaved to content all of my fucking life. Okay, and like this was an opportunity to have a conversation that wasn't just about content, and yeah, there was a bit more to it perhaps. And now again, I feel the pull to the content. It's annoying. It's fucking, I know chat's gonna be soying out, going, oh no, we want the content, and that's fine. You can have content fucking every other day of the week. But I'm sick of it.
Yeah, that's the whole reason we're having the conversation in the first place, because if you prioritize content and looking cool and looking smart and looking funny over...
I hate to admit that. I feel sorry for admitting that. I can't genuinely express how I feel sometimes, it feels, right? And it fucking sucks.
At risk of appearing
I think this is real from Chud.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? See, look, I feel like you're mocking me when I'm trying to genuinely express something. Like, doesn't that fucking suck?
Yeah, that's why I told you to fucking kick him from the call, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to make it so we can't have a serious conversation about anything that means anything.
Don't be pulled by your little head content brain draws.
Okay. And it turns into a joke. I think we're turning the conversation into it. We're turning the conversation into a joke. And my whole problem with the way Steven's interacting with Fuentes is he's turning it into a joke, and Fuentes wants to be turned into a joke. That's the plan.
Right, but unless he can actually form a type of relationship with Nick, he will never be able to have the opportunity to sit down with him one-on-one and expose the ridiculousness and absurdity of the positions that he takes.
Yeah, Mr. Girl knows that, but the question is like, it's just where do you draw the line, right? Okay. Because technically, the closest I could ever get to somebody like Nick would be like marrying him and starting a family, right? That'd be the closest. But then at some point, like, okay, well that sounds way the fuck over the line, which I would say it probably is. But just saying logically, the closer you get, the better it is. That's not true. The closer you get, the better the contact you get with your audience, but then the more risk you have of losing your own, right? That's and the argument is what is the trade-off? Where's the balance, right?
Well, for the record, I don't think you should be having Nick on stream, so I agree with that. But,
sure, but so then you're actually more extreme than Max is. Max thinks I should have him on stream, but when he's on stream, it should only be to have discussions related to these particular topics.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with the sanitization and normalization. That's the crux here, I think. And also the fact, I don't think we should normalize conspiratorial thinking. I think that any environment where they're allowed to be normalized or seen to be on par.
Well, wait. Then why did you just argue to bring him on?
Well, but I don't have an issue with you coming on here in like a video debate setting and doing it. But my issue is when it was on stream in your house.
The fuck is the difference?
You see why those two things are different?
Okay, I guess. It doesn't seem like it's that different to me, but I guess I can see some people think it was.
Well, of course. Well,
it makes it seem like way more friendly, I guess.
From radically different positions. I mean, if you're not gonna, you have to have debate, right? I mean,
Chad, do you see how you were trying to say something genuine and then Rem derailed it and now you can't talk about it?
Oh, I'm not saying anything genuine anymore.
You made the conversation change from something Chud was saying he feels like he's literally saying I feel like I can't express how I feel about things, and then you did the exact thing that I predicted that you were going to do. I think you came back on because I said you were going to do it, and you had to come back on to prove that you were going to do it. Now you've proven it. You've shown that we can't have a genuine, vulnerable conversation about how this is affecting us as creators, or emotionally, or affecting the country. And yes, Chud, will you get rid of him?
Well, I don't. I'm sure Chud could be. Chud, don't you?
I really like how that ended.
I don't know. This just doesn't work in for whatever reason. Okay, and this was originally.
Shit. I meant to mute that instead of actually pausing it, but that was pretty good. Sfaxon, do you have not have a screen on? Elder's head is enormous. Thank you. What's up? Oh, really pretty.
A conversation between. I've kicked around the group.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, listen. Look, like Destiny.
You're saying you feel like you can't talk about how you feel.
Destiny, like, can we just cut the memes for a second, right? I know I'm just a
not
content
meaning.
monkey.
I'm not. That situation was funny.
No, wait, sorry. I'm not saying you mean. It's fine that you're laughing. I'm not talking about that. Okay. I just want to speak mano a mano for a second. Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Between three guys just hanging out.
Okay, sure. Three guys just hanging out. Yeah, I got you.
Right. Do you ever feel that you can't genuinely express a feeling or sentiment about something?
Not generally, but only because I'm so open generally with my audience with most things. I think I feel pretty comfortable expressing most things, unless it's like a secret of somebody that I don't want to reveal. Right?
Sorry, I don't know if I was unmuted or not, but hey, Elk, nice to see ya. No, I knew what you meant, Sfaxon. It's interesting. I feel like this is the final nail in the coffin for Chud going off full content all the time. Back when Chud cared about Mr. Girl. Yeah, I feel like I'm in that boat, but whenever I say that, Big C's always like, "No, Chud changed before this." But this is when we feel it. Either way.
Okay.
Like this is the turning point, so to speak. Although I feel like the big shift happened maybe because it didn't happen like right away after this. But this is like sort of like when we gleamed it for the first time. But I feel like maybe things got a lot more current with Chud after he showed his face.
What about you, Max?
What about you, Chud? Why don't you say how you
Hard to
feel
say.
instead of asking me how I feel?
I'm trying to think about that.
Because I hate talking about how I genuinely feel about stuff.
But that's what we're here to do. I think part of why we want to talk about that, or why you want to talk about this, was so you could talk about how you feel about this.
Yeah, but now in the moment I don't want to. I'm scared.
Sorry.
I know.
Sorry. All right, let's talk to Max.
You can laugh. Listen,
I responded to my laughing. I'm sorry.
It's funny.
I know it's not funny. It just feels awkward. It was awkward. I laugh. I'm sorry.
It is awkward.
Okay.
Mate, it is.
Okay.
But that's what I'm trying to fucking say. Yes.
What are you scared of?
What are you scared of? Yeah.
Well, you put yourself out there in front of loads of people and you get every day.
It's scary.
And then you hide behind the irony, but then when you got to speak genuinely, yes, fucking sucks.
Well, speak genuinely. The irony is poisoning your.
When this all happened, I thought this was like nice, because everything Chud's saying right now is really true. It's like really cool and refreshing to hear this level of honesty about something that is as uncomfortable to talk about as you can tell that he is when he's doing it. I think some of my favorite streams of all time have been like the most like genuine human ones. And like my favorite moments are when people are like this real.
Your brain. Go.
Yes, it is.
Well, make it
listen.
stop.
I don't mind you laughing. Okay.
I'm not laughing at you. I was just laughing at my own awkward feeling in that moment. So talk to us. Tell us what you really feel. Go.
That's actually true. Too,
I feel.
believe that.
Listen, I just want to joke and meme. Fuck, this is so fucked. It feels frustrating that in the age of the Giga Chad, to give a genuine expression of how you feel or think about something, it's kind of derided and it's kind of mocked.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty dumb. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying. It sucks. And I think it's a problem. And it kind of sucks that we can't. Like the other day, I was talking about like issues content creators face, like genuine concerns and issues, and people were just kind of laughing. It's like, oh, you're just fucking making content. You got the dream job. It's like, well, it's not quite as much as it's cracked up to be when you get into the nitty gritty. There's some positives, but there's some downsides, And I think that all of us here can agree openly that this has a strain on your mental health in one way or another. And I think it's clear when you look at some of the stuff.
Chud, you said Chud never impressed me with his takes. He was more like a rodeo clown to me. I don't know if he's ever impressed me with his takes, but this isn't a take that he's impressing me with. Where I think the other people that are here that feel the same way as me, I think that it was his human honesty here that impresses. It's not really a take. It's just that he's being pretty raw here.
Stuff that's happened. And yeah, you've kind of got to dress that up in some ways, and it just sucks. That's all I've got to say about it, really.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about this conversation about Fuentes and Steven?
Well, I think that the problem I've got is, as you know, I've come to you with some concerns. But then when I actually watch the content, I'm like, okay, so this is nowhere near maybe how it's been presented to me. And the way that Destiny's handled it has actually been pretty reasonable and pretty responsible. Now, I do share still the concerns about the chicken and waffles thing, sure. But I guess the problem I have there is, even if I thought that was really bad, say, what's the outcome of that? What's the downside, or what's the issue that's going to come about as a result of it? And I just don't know if there's a strong enough answer to oppose it on the basis that it's got some bad outcome, It
just sounds like you're rationalizing, keeping your feelings to yourself by saying, if I can't prove that Fuentes is going to become the next Hitler, then I shouldn't say how it makes me feel to see him having chicken and waffles.
I don't mind talking about how it makes me feel. But again,
you do mind it. I feel like you're not talking about it.
Okay, the reason it's difficult sometimes is because, like, it happened earlier when I expressed a feeling about it, and people want you to justify those feelings. Like, there's this tendency where you have to justify how you feel about something all the time, and you need to have a rational, reasonable thing behind why you think the way you think. And I think that's fine for certain positions. But sometimes just talking about how you feel is fine. But that seems to be dismissed a lot of the time. And it's like, no, you need to have a grounded reason.
Let's see. I'm talking about like 3 years ago, before the sex text underage issues. Times Big C, I was gonna say that's when I first started. That's when he first started to change. I actually didn't know that Chud existed until when I first seen Chud, I think it was shortly after Stardust interviewed mrgirl, and he'd have like the green and black screen for his like streaming soon screen. And it was just like the, well, to me, the classic Chud Logic picture in the corner, like the George Washington with green eyes. And he would just talk like that's how I was introduced to Chud. So I didn't know any of that other stuff prior to that at all.
Reason for this, you need to lay it out, et cetera, et cetera.
To me, he was like a new streamer then.
Well, I don't think either of us feel that way. You can have a feeling without, like, feelings by definition aren't like rationalized things. They're things that just happen in you in response to external things, right?
At that point.
Yeah, of course.
It's okay to have a feeling about something without.
I remember him like being like, "Hey, who the fuck is this guy?" Like, "Oh, he didn't show his face or anything." Okay, and like just sort of growing on me, and then every once in a while I'd see like I get a notification that he was live, and I'd check it out, and I think over time I started to watch him more and more, but yeah, he basically didn't exist at all to me. Like, I have no idea who he talked to or who he like the content with or anything before that.
Being able to rationally justify it. If you rationally justified all that, it wouldn't be a feeling. It would just be it'd be like a cognitive thought process. It'd be something fundamentally different.
He's been around for that long.
Yeah, I'm sure you agree with me. Like, I'm sure that's, I'm sure definitely Mr. Girl does, but obviously it's like, again, it's audience-led thing where you're kind of pushed to,
So what is are you just nervous because of the audience right now then? Is that all you're thinking about?
Well, it's not, I was memeing a bit there, okay? I'm not like nervous, right? It's just, it feels.
Hey, it sounds like you're doing you are nervous. And you're being nervous by joking about being nervous. You're doing the Giga Chad thing.
No, I'm not. No, it's not Giga Chad to joke about being nervous.
Are you? It feels like you're doing the Giga Chad thing. Does
the
audience make you nervous?
No, not at all. It's not.
Okay, well, then wait. Why can't you just tell us how you feel?
It's not just the audience in and of itself. I think that there's a lot of scrutiny that you receive, right? And that's probably the issue. But then that's part of being a content creator.
The scrutiny is not coming from your max. The scrutiny is coming from the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And but the thing is, like, I don't know, like, sure, I guess then, yeah, it's coming from the audience.
I think what Judd's trying to say is that it comes from the concept, the idea of being watched, rather than the actual audience itself. But he can't articulate that.
I feel like now it's like all this focus on me.
Well, this is why I didn't want this is why I don't want to do a panel with Fuentes, because a lot of the reason it's wrong to be racist or to round people up and kill them, or to keep people out of the country based on the color of their skin, are emotional. They feel wrong. They hurt people's feelings, make people feel bad.
Okay, I just wanted to let the record show I fully disagree with that, but okay.
Well,
how do you disagree with that?
If racial profiling was a very successful measure in reducing crime, I would still think it's wrong because how it makes people feel.
No, then that's not. I don't think that's a good answer. No.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It's strange that you would say that without opening up a whole other can of worms, but that is like
what?
Well, I was about to say it. That rationale that you're giving right there feels like.
He said the UK is 1,000 years of monarchic power dynamic. It seems like a really fancy way of just saying white power, to be honest. But
exactly the type of rationale you push back against for like trans people that want to define things just because they make people feel the best about a particular thing.
I'm not talking about the definitions of things. I'm talking about policies that make people feel bad. Making people feel bad is an important factor in whether something is right or wrong. Not correct or incorrect, but morally right or wrong.
Okay.
The argument about trans people that you and I are kind of locked in is,
if you initially disagree with that, like I don't know how you can like really stick to disagreeing with that. That's like what it is.
What is going to psychologically harm trans people the most, or least? You view that giving trans people surgery and hormones unharms them or helps them somehow. I believe it harms them. But in both cases, we're saying we want the thing that makes people feel better. We think that's the right thing, and largely because of how it makes them feel. Okay. I'm trying to protect trans people from themselves because I think they're self-harming, and you are not. You think the opposite.
Okay.
So a lot of my pushback against like racist ideology is that it hurts people. It hurts them emotionally and psychologically. It's not you can't always point to death or physical damage or financial damage, but racism really hurts people's feelings, and that matters. And that kind of stance is really hard to take with Steven, because he doesn't buy into that in the same way. So I don't want to be in a panel where I'm outnumbered like 8-1 and saying like, I think talking about people's feelings does matter. I think it matters a lot. And then everybody's like, well, who gives a shit? Then a lot of my like stance and objection, I get reframed as like, I'm no longer somebody like actually making an emotional appeal to you and like calling you out for something and asking you to be responsible. Let's say my eyes filled with tears, one-on-one. It's like it's a meaningful moment between us. If my eyes fill with tears and there's 8 other people with like jokey avatars and calling me a bitch or whatever, all the people who've been on here, if there was 8 of those people, then if my eyes fill with tears, then I'm a loser. I'm a soy loser who just.
Oh yeah, speaking of trans issues, I'm hopefully. By the end of tomorrow night, I'll release my Substack article about it, laying out all my ideas about that, because Twitter finally broke me and made me write up something about my thoughts about it.
Making everything about myself. Whatever. There's a million ways to dismiss me.
I'll pin it to the Discord when I do complete it.
So, Chud, I feel like you're playing both sides, where you're saying you want to be able to talk about how you feel about this stuff, but by not doing it, you're also setting a tone of like...
Yes, I'm on the fence. My favorite place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but the thing is, one thing I think you're missing though is that, like, when it comes to an analysis of a panel, like, the outcome of that panel is irrelevant, because whilst I might feel a certain way about a piece of content, the outcomes and the realities of what that creates.
Okay, for like the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna turn off my camera so I can eat. That's it.
What that brings about is important, because I could feel uncomfortable about a piece of content, but what does it actually do? What's its output into the world? That matters too. And if I can't find, an output that is harmful or bad, which is very rare with a lot of content online, it's the extremities that are harmful. I can't really go beyond that. It's like, I feel a bit uncomfortable about it, but it's not really causing any harm. And, that's that. Do you see what I mean?
No.
Well, how can you not understand that? It seems pretty straightforward to me.
Can I?
Somebody was spamming rope in my chat, and I got distracted.
Can I?
Spamming what? Rope?
No.
Yeah, rope. For suicide. Can I bring a words of wisdom from my?
Wait, is it I'm going to commit suicide?
No, as in I should. Pretty sure.
Mr. Girl switching, talking to the audience and Chud here because Destiny's showing he isn't engaging anymore. Oh, really good observation. Shield row? Oh, but
okay.
Right.
Listen, I'm not going to commit suicide, okay? Jesus. But I don't want anyone to commit suicide here, all right?
Me neither.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Yeah, Steven?
Can I bring in some words of wisdom from my good friend C.S. Lewis?
Yeah.
Good Christian author.
Is this from Lauren Southern, by the way?
Yeah, she recommended reading some.
Okay,
I did.
okay.
I read some, and now I'm not Christian. But no, I read a couple books from him now, so I'm born again. So now every time I read a book, I cite it constantly. Okay. There's a concept that he talks about in a book where there's like a city that you can stay in forever, right? And the city is purgatory, and people from purgatory try to make their way towards heaven, okay, from this city. And one of the questions that the author poses as he's talking to like an angel is he's like, I don't understand. Is that city supposed to be purgatory, or is it supposed to be hell? And what the author says to him is, or what the angel says to him is, well, it's kind of both and neither at the same time. He says, well, what do you mean by that? How can it be both heaven and, or how can it be both hell and purgatory simultaneously? The guy said, well, if somebody's in that town for a long time and eventually they figure their way into heaven, then it was purgatory. It was a place that you were at, that you spent some time thinking, and you were able to finally make your way towards salvation. But if you're not able to get out of it, then I guess in a way that's your hell, and it always has been, and always will be, and always was. So I think that what Chud is kind of talking about here is when he's looking at the outcome. If it is the case that a year from now, people like Fuentes are still the same size, but there's like a whole bunch of people that have been slowly kind of drawn away from these extremist communities, then in a way, these panels and these platforming of extremist content was always like pretty good. It was like, okay, well, this is a good thing we did. It was pretty admirable. It was challenging, but it was good. But if it turns out to be the other way, that 2 years from now, Fuentes is back on YouTube, he's got 7 million subscribers, AFPAC has 40 million people. It's like, fuck, this was always a huge mistake. We fucked up the entire time. Not good. I think that's what Chud means when he's looking at like, well, I don't know how things will turn out, basically.
Okay, I'm done.
Is that a fair
Yeah, like for example, right? Sorry, go on.
Bullshit.
It might be bullshit, but I think that's what his feeling is.
Okay, if you said to me, Mr. Girl, okay, it's not bullshit. If you said to me, right,
it is bullshit.
Shut the fuck up, right? You do this all the time, okay? Where you get fucking super butthurt because people don't agree with how you feel or believe you're feeling that way, right?
Yeah, but you're doing it to yourself now.
How am I doing it to myself? Explain it to me.
You have an emotional reaction to seeing Steven Fuentes, and you are interrogating your emotional reaction with logic, trying to see if you can find a way to make it not make sense, so you don't have to share it. Which is the thing. Yes, I do.
I have shared it
to me.
Well,
I do it to myself, and I hate watching you do it to yourself.
Okay, what happened annoying that was dream, and I said it made me feel uncomfortable. And there were obviously, people from presumably Destiny's community, because we've got some crossover, that were immediately down my throat, getting me to justify it. Right? I find that frustrating. I find that annoying. I'm like, fuck off. If I want to feel away about something, I'll feel away about something. If I'm talking more broadly.
That definitely sounds like Chud's community. Just saying.
And I'm like, right, what's the actual outcomes of this? That can't be rooted in feelings. I have to look and think and go.
But the conversation can be rooted in how you feel about it. I think that's what Steven and I are both saying. We can just talk about how we feel about it without jumping to trying to predict the future. You can't.
Wait, and also,
you can't predict the
real
future.
quick, this is where I would point to another language game that's kind of being played. When you say that you feel uncomfortable about something, what do people think you're saying?
Yeah,
they think you're saying this needs to stop. They think you're saying
you disapprove.
Exactly.
Right.
Like if a girlfriend, me and Melina have had this exact same autistic fight before, where I was about to do something with another girl, and Melina is like, we're DMing, she's like, I don't know, that makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. And I read it, and I was like, oh, well, okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And then I went and did it, and the next day she's like, I didn't want you to do that. I was like, what do you mean you want me to do that? She's like, I told you it made me feel uncomfortable. I was like, yeah, sure, I understand, it made you feel uncomfortable. It's like, that meant you weren't.
That did not age well. That did not age well at all. Very weird that we would read what we read today, and then also watch this in the same stream.
I was like, oh, well, fuck me. I didn't know that's what that meant. So yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be the same thing in an online community. When you say, like, this makes me feel uncomfortable, for some people, that's not exactly what you're saying.
That wasn't...
Right? Like, they're hearing that...
That wasn't really so much a judgment on Destiny there, honestly. I was just, like, my tone and everything, I was just shocked.
You're really saying is like, oh, he wants us to stop. He's saying this is bad, right?
Are you unaware of Chud's community?
Real quick, when you're saying, sure, I'm not like blaming or attacking him, saying that that's how people are probably that's why people are pushing back on it.
But the thing is like me saying I feel uncomfortable about it. It's like I'm not saying it shouldn't happen, because whether it should happen or not is determinant on, okay, well, what are the outcomes? What are the possible harms or the probable harms, right? And that's at that point, there's nothing I've got.
The response you're getting is because you're not being vulnerable. You're hiding behind a statement of feeling that sounds prescriptive. So now people are saying, oh, back it up. But if you just said, when I saw Steven eating chicken and waffles with Fuentes, it made me cry, or it made me feel furious, or made me feel scared, I feel terrified. They're not going to say, well, prove it. You know?
They're going to call me mentally ill and delusional, aren't they? At that point.
Yes, they are. If you want to change this thing that you fucking came up with the idea of the age of the Giga Chat, if you want to change it, you and me and Steven and anybody else who wants to push back against this idea that we can't talk about our feelings and that we can only talk about our jokes and ideas, we're going to get called mentally ill. Yes.
Sure, and but my point is that doesn't make it better in that respect, right? And the thing is, I don't even feel that way about it. It was just a feeling of discomfort, and that then led me eventually to watching it and going, okay, well, some of my concerns are alleviated. And this happened with the fucking Sneeko Fuentes panel too. I watched it and I was like, okay.
Well, so what's your statement here? Is that you felt uncomfortable, then you watched it. It felt uncomfortable about something you didn't watch, but then you watched it and now it's fine.
It's not that it's fine necessarily. It's just that I can't see.
You're not saying anything. You're not saying how you feel, which is fine. You don't have to say how you feel. You're sitting on the fence, like you said.
Well, okay, I'm not sitting on the fence. Are you fucking retarded or something? I'm not sitting on the fence. Okay, I'm saying I felt.
Damn.
Okay. I'm saying I felt a certain way about something, okay? And there wasn't any...
Feel.
Because, well, I mean, probably there's still some feeling of it there, but like,
but you're not talking about that.
Okay, but beyond that, but that's the thing is like, I guess my position is, what's the point in talking about the feelings of it? Because it doesn't make any difference to anything. What matters to me and what I'm thinking about is what are the outcomes of this? What are the probable issues? And I just don't see any.
Yeah, and I disagree. I think emotional appeals are a very important part of political discussion.
And let me ground this out in a little bit of a less emotional way, Chud. If you see something and logically it's working and it makes sense, but emotionally you're having a response to it over and over and over again, it's probably worth investigating why the emotional response exists. There's probably something there that's worth digging into rather than trying to logic away an emotional response to something.
Sure. I think the framing it as an emotional response is still overstating the case. Like I wasn't there crying and seething.
Hold on, emotional doesn't mean crying and seething. It could just mean.
But that's what it sounds like, right?
Well, wait, hold on. Okay, that's really great. Hold on, I'm glad you said that. Okay. Do you see how we're speaking two different languages right now? Even though we're using the same words, you're hearing something different, right? When I say emotional, I'm trying to prove my argument that Max.
I think Chud's doing pretty good. I think he really found himself in the drama stuff. To be honest.
Okay, I'm just kidding. But like when you're saying emotional, when I'm saying emotional, do you understand what I mean when I say emotional? I don't mean crying and.
You mean it in the purest sense?
Yeah, I just mean like you're having a response to something, right? Yeah, I get emotional when I lose games of League of Legends. I'm not crying. Well, that's man.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not crying. But like you get emotional, right? Sure, that's fair. It's fair. But that doesn't. I'm not saying you're a bitch or you're getting you're like a crybaby or whatever. Or you're.
No, of course, sure.
Okay.
To be honest, I need to speak to Dr. K.
Good one.
I'm at that stage.
Jesus.
You're just making a joke. You're doing the same. You're doing the thing that the stream is about.
Yes, exactly. I'm doing it to prove a point.
Are you though? Or are you just hiding?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever had a serious conversation on stream before?
Hey, what's that?
Have you ever had a serious conversation on stream before?
Yeah, of course I have.
Really?
What
was it about?
Yeah, sure. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where you had to reveal something personal that you felt.
Maybe that's my therapy. Did I?
You're laughing at that. What's wrong?
Yeah, because yeah, it feels awkward. Listen, you said this yourself. When it feels awkward, you laugh. That's my response too.
I got over that. I don't feel awkward anymore.
Oh, yeah, but now I do.
Yeah.
Anyway, come on, Mr. Girl, say something funny. Come on, make a funny joke about pedos. Come on.
We're here because of your emotional response to Steven platforming Fuentes.
This is where it got uncomfortable.
Right. And I feel like I've expressed that, but you're asking for more. But I don't know if I've got more to give.
I don't think you. You said you were uncomfortable until you watched it. Then you were less uncomfortable. So less than uncomfortable is where you're at. Is that true?
I guess after watching it, I don't see any reason to feel much discomfort at all with it. I guess is where I am now. Because what is there? What is there? Like, there was a clip, I think Aiko sent me a timestamp, and I watched it.
Seeing a reason to feel something is different from feeling it. I'm not asking you if you see a reason to feel anything. I'm asking you what you feel about it.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like, in terms of a feeling about it now, well, that feeling is guided and governed by having more information about it, right? So
this happens all the time. This is why these conversations about dog warts happen all the time in streaming, because we say why can't I fuck my cat? Right? Why can't I buy a goat and fuck it every day? What if the goat likes it? What if the goat's the age of consent? What if the goat has a special gene that makes it like fucking humans? What if the goat is propositioning me to fuck the goat? And we can have all these conversations, and it always.
This stream was a chance for Chud to be vulnerable, honest, and possibly continue that in future streams. After this stream, he continues to Giga Chad. Truly a tragic tragedy, an epic tale, told within 4 hours. Welcome all. I remember this stream. It was so great. It was. It helped me through my COVID. Wait, what?
The whole point of the hypothetical is just about, well, it makes you feel bad to think about your neighbor fucking a goat, right? We don't like the idea.
I understand this dynamic, of course.
But we can't really logically explain it though, so therefore it's no longer valid. It's not a valid opinion or a valid position or a valid even feeling to have or talk about. Now, if you talk about those feelings, you're stupid, and that happens with like the pro pedophile people in my community, or pro eradicating the age of consent. You'll see people being like, well, statistically, scientifically, you can see that, for millions of millennia, the young girls from the age of 13 and they were perfectly, and I can prove to you logically, and it's like, there's no room to actually say, well, it just makes me feel bad. I don't have to know why it makes me feel bad to know that it does make me feel bad. But when we ask you, okay, well, so how are you feeling about this then, given that we're talking about it, and like this kind of part of this conversation was like your idea, you're like, well, I don't see any, I saw it and I didn't see any reason to feel uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean you don't feel uncomfortable.
But do you not think one's level of discomfort can be alleviated when you get more facts or information about a matter or a situation?
It can, but something that looks exactly like alleviation can also happen where you're gaslighting yourself into believing you're not uncomfortable because somebody who's really fucking good at arguing has presented you with a bunch of alternative frames. And in all of those frames, if those frames were your frame and you can adopt those frames, then you're not uncomfortable anymore. And you can do that to yourself, absolutely. You don't want to be uncomfortable. I don't either.
It's true.
Steven platformed me. Steven's my friend. See, in some ways, Steven's my boss. No, I don't want to be uncomfortable.
So what are you saying? What is your point?
My point is that it takes a a lot of emotional self-awareness and fortitude to fight through all of that and to admit to myself, I am uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable. I feel like I had.
I understand both sides. My favorite part of the stream is when they sit in silence for literally 1 whole minute. Big C, Biggie is just better. He said that's war, Emery. One side says shut up, Sfaxon. The other side says shut up, Sfaxon. Sorry, Sfaxon. You know, when I was reading you saying that, I read like 2 from Emery in a row, and I thought Emery had said that. I was like, jeez. Pac did the old up and down with Biggie Wiggies. Mr. Girl strongly expressed that Destiny is its friend. True. Okay, you guys, I have to use the bathroom. I don't want to let this play. I'm like, the Hassan joke is all fun and stuff, but I'm not Hassan. So I have to use the bathroom. I might be a minute or two. I'm going to fuck. I could do that with Kick, and I can't do that with YouTube. God damn it. I was going to put on some music, but YouTube will have a holy fucking shit fit if I do. Second. I don't know. Yeah, I guess just hang out. Sorry. I'll be back in just like a minute or two. Bear with me. Wanted the one that shuts off my camera. Alright, yeah, I'll be back in just a moment.
To say something. So and we were going to end up talking about it in this conversation. So I was like, you know what? This would be a good time to talk about this. Let's invite Steven.
Wait, why can't I place Ghost Rail anymore? What did I just do? I pushed the hotkey and I fucked it up. When I'm holding shift, it just disappears. Why?
Sure, okay, I guess the issue there is like, you know, I don't really have any prescriptions or ideas. Like, you seem to have all these ideas about what could be done differently, and I'm just like.
But I would have talked about it even if I didn't. I would have just said, it feels bad watching you be buddy-buddy with somebody who I believe wants to kill me.
Oh, there's water here. Fuck me.
It's scary. It makes me sad. And
sure.
It hurts me.
Okay, and how would Destiny? How would you have responded to that?
I probably would just say don't watch, but it depends on the nature of the conversation.
Well, I'm not saying that Steven's going to validate your feelings about it, or like, yeah, he might tell you go fuck yourself. He might in a different mood. He might be like, oh, that's interesting. Why does that make you uncomfortable? It depends on his mood, I guess. But yeah, I understand it's not going to be a satisfying conversation. Conversation for you to say, I feel uncomfortable with your streams with Fuentes, and then Steven says, don't watch. Yeah. But that's going to happen. Like, if you're trying to change this trend or even act outside of the trend, that's the response you're going to get. You're mentally ill, you're slowing out, don't watch, don't be a bitch. But like, that's
shit.
But now we know that's a good barometer.
Okay. So what I was saying is, I didn't get to go to the bathroom because somebody was in there. So if you see somebody moving in the back here, please let me know. I usually, when I get up from my computer desk, I usually mute and turn off my camera. It just seems better to do that. I read all the chat. Sorry. So if you guys see anybody pass back there, please say something to me in case I can't see them. You should be able to hear me now. I am unmuted now. You guys are saying I'm still muted? Okay. Yeah, sorry. I usually just mute when I get up and stuff, just so if I don't know if somebody walks by or something, it's like respecting their privacy. If they don't see me sitting at my chair, I don't expect them to have any like reasonable expectations that like my stream's gonna hear them. But yeah, if you guys see anybody pass by, I need to tilt it a little bit so I can see about a bit better. Oh wait, I can just tilt it. Because I really have to use the bathroom. So as soon as they're done, I'm gonna go.
Now we know if you're not getting called too emotional and too mentally ill, if you're not being told to go fuck yourself, then you're probably still playing along with the age of the Giga Chat.
Sure, but the thing is like, as I've said before as well, I don't think there's a problem with having memes and stuff. The problem comes in when people, you know, are using it to smuggle in pernicious beliefs. And yeah, there was some discomfort, probably because of some level of concern about this being a risk. But certainly after this,
some discomfort because of some level of concern, but now after seeing it, I have no concerns and no discomfort. Everything's fine.
I mean, you know, this, I guess, sure.
I don't believe you.
Pee bottle's not going to cut it out.
Okay. But the thing is,
I don't believe you. I think you're still uncomfortable, but you can't really explain why, so you're just going to say you're not. And Steven, you agree with me, right?
But I'm vegan, so I don't take
He's dancing around saying that he's uncomfortable with
Yeah, but it kind of sounds like it's just like a personal conversation he doesn't want to have.
I mean, sure, you know, if we were off stream, yeah, there's probably other angles we could take this, right? Like, of course. But
okay,
like,
so then what? Okay.
Like, but you know, obviously, yeah, I don't want to fucking like. I feel like I've revealed too much on the stream already, and like, you're just pushing for more, and it's like I don't have more to give in a public
Well, the
setting.
stream is okay. That's fine. I don't want to push you. I just want to point out that the stream is about how we can't have certain conversations on stream, and it feels like this is one that you don't feel comfortable having.
I ate a big burrito.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, but I don't want people to think that like there's some crazy shit I'm going to reveal. Right.
Well, yeah, but saying I don't want to talk about it is different from saying like, no, I actually feel that everything's fine. Like,
well, no, but what you misunderstand,
okay.
Okay.
Not uncomfortable.
Okay, but I feel like you're fucking, you know, you're bamboozling me here left, front, and center. Okay. Here's the problem that I've got with what you're saying, right?
Okay.
I don't have a problem with like the outcome, the potential outcomes of the issues that might arise. I don't think there really are any. I'm very cynical and nihilistic about that anyway, right? I think that this is mainly content, and whilst maybe there's some concerns about certain pieces of content, certainly this isn't something that would sort of trigger that, right?
I have GERD really bad. If I drank alcohol, I would wake up tomorrow with a worse sore throat than the flu gave me.
There are certainly conversations that, you know, we could have on stream about this, but like, it's nothing
shit
crazy. It's probably just, I mean, I don't even know what it would be, but obviously when you're on stream versus when you're off stream, you're going to feel comfortable talking about different things, right? Like, that's fucking obvious.
So you're going to tell me how you really feel about this next time we play Titanfall?
Well, we're playing Apex Legends next time. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, somewhat. I mean, it's not going to be anything crazy. I'm not going to be like, do you know what? I'm really worried. I think Destiny's turning into a Nazi and all this shit. It's not going to be shit like that, right? But yeah, obviously there's a level of comfort you have when you're not being broadcast, where you are going to be, you know, probably somewhat more honest, or not honest, but willing to reveal more, speak more on things, you know? Is that reasonable? I don't know. That seems like a fairly reasonable, uncontroversial position. But you're acting like
totally I'm undermining the entire point of the stream.
But you're acting like I'm harboring some secret view, and like I'm not revealing something.
You are harboring your emotions. It's fine. I'm not trying to push you, but if you're going to stay.
I think that I think Chud's being honest here. Like, he doesn't have anything off the top of his head, but like, if he wasn't in front of an audience, then things might come and that he would feel comfortable talking about. Yeah. Just the way that it's set up, it just seemed like a little bit goofy, I guess. I use an apple juice bottle. I got in a stick stuck once. I think what he's saying is his wiener got stuck in it before.
You are trying to push me right now. What do you mean?
No. Every time you end some long explanation of how you're actually not going to be vulnerable and talk about how you feel about this, you say, right, Max? And I'm like, no. Like, just stop asking me if I agree with you, and then I just won't say anything. Like, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but don't try to get me to agree that it's logical that you don't want to talk about it. It's not. We're having a stream about how problematic it is and how it leaves a big window for crazy people to ascend when you can never tell if anybody's joking because nobody wants to talk about their feelings, nobody wants to be genuine or sincere, and then now there's a big gap in the conversation where it's like, well, I've been as sincere as I possibly can, Steven's been sincere, and then it's like, and it's kind of like, well, Chad, are you going to be sincere since this was your fucking idea?
And actually, Chad, it's even worse, Chad, when you're saying it's not a big deal, because now you're making something, it's just something small you just don't even want to be sincere about. It's like, it's not even like a huge thing, it's like, I just don't want to show any vulnerability at all.
There's people in my chat saying that you're hypnotizing me right now, Max, and I think sadly they might be right. And I feel like you're doing that thing.
And now he's doing a meme.
Listen, okay, I'm just not allowed to do any memes on the stream. Is that it? I've not made any fucking Jew jokes or anything, or any fucking
look
gay
how you're
jokes.
obfuscating with humor.
I'm not obfuscating with humor.
You are.
Okay?
You are a case study.
What was the point of that joke
that you're trying to challenge?
The point of I wasn't
This is
obfuscating
really
with humor.
rough.
I was using a joke to go into an actual point I was going to make.
What was the point? Tell us what the point was. What was the point?
Listen, fuck you, Destiny. Right? You get scrutinized to the high heavens, and you're scrutinizing me now. Fuck off with this shit, okay? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Right. The point is very simple, okay? What I feel you're doing, Mr. Girl, Max, my friend, my buddy, my pal, okay, is you're doubting like this perception in my own head that I've got all my thoughts or feelings about this. And
you just said that you're not sharing your true feelings about this because we're.
That is a total misrepresentation of what I said.
That's what I heard.
What?
Hold on. Okay. Is there something that you would say, but you don't feel comfortable saying it because you feel too vulnerable in front of an audience to say it? And are we not having a conversation right now?
If I say that, right, it makes it like, okay.
So you're too scared to even say what you feel.
Yeah, okay, fuck off. You're doing this on purpose.
I'm not. They're legitimate questions.
You are. Okay. Right. Okay.
We're having a conversation on whether or not emotionally vulnerable.
No, don't ask him a question. Answer the question. Stop it.
Yeah, we're talking about having emotionally vulnerable conversations, and if we're able to have those, and you're like, well, I could answer that, but I don't want to be emotionally vulnerable, so I can't answer that question. That's what you're doing.
Okay, it's very simple, and you're making a big fucking mountain out of this. Okay, both of you are. It's very simple. If you're off stream with people, right, you are generally going to speak in a way that is less constrained.
Say you're not going to answer. It's fine if you don't want to answer.
I'm not going to answer, and fuck you. I'm sick of your bullshit. Okay, fuck you, Max. You're really pissing me. I'll tell you my feelings now about you. You're really fucking pissing me off with this bullshit. Why are you doing this to me?
You know how I said earlier, did you express any?
You are doing it to me. No, I'm fucking no. I'm not gonna. No, I just want to express anger now because I've been made angry by Destiny's antics and now Max's antics. Like this incessant questioning of like my fucking head. It feels like you're fucking drilling into my brain. What's going on?
You keep saying, doesn't it make sense that I'm not talking about my feelings in a stream about how hard it is to be vulnerable on stream, but how imperative it is that we do so? And then I keep saying, no, actually, that doesn't make sense. That's the opposite of your thesis. And what would make sense is if you were vulnerable and then you were willing to take people calling you soy, people calling you whatever, making fun of you, but you're not willing to do that, and that's fine. But it doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna condone you not talking about your feelings.
Emery actually did say in his stream with me that Biggie is up there for him. Destiny's just half trolling at this point. I think like the ribbon him, yeah.
In a stream about how you think it's so politically destructive that we can't be honest about our feelings.
Now Mr. Girl's be honest.
Why would I agree with that? I get why you're doing it. I get that you're like uncomfortable with it. I get why you're uncomfortable with it. That's what we've been talking about. But it doesn't make sense for you to like go along with it. The way it would make the most sense if you would just admit, like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable talking about my feelings on stream, and I'm not going to do it right now. That's totally fine. But what doesn't make sense is you saying, like, I would, but I watched the streams with Fuentes, and I'm actually not uncomfortable anymore, and everything's fine now. That's why I'm not talking about my feelings. But if we were off stream, I would say something different. That doesn't make sense.
Way different.
Shut up. Right. It's not okay, but no, it's not like say something really different. Okay, it's just that obviously when you're off stream and you're not broadcasting, like you're going to talk about things in a different way. Like everyone's here is different when they're off stream, right?
Yeah, but that literally is this point.
Well, not at all. So if we had a conversation off stream, it would be identical to one we have on stream.
Yep.
Destiny made it off the hook for now, Sfaxon. This does come back up.
Unless we're talking about like somebody's secrets or something, yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm alone in that then.
Maybe you are.
Maybe I'm just a performer and I can't get rid of it. Who knows?
Hiding behind irony again.
Exactly. I can't stop myself. I'm addicted to it.
Mr. Girl just looks like I'm not having none of this. I think he actually is pretty disappointed about it. That's his superpower. It's probably why Destiny leaned into it so heavily. Yeah, I think. Oh, this is Emery's favorite part. All right, I'm gonna check the bathroom real quick. Let's see here. Hang out for a minute or two. I'll be back. back.
What are we doing, guys? It's a lot. It's a lot now, guys.
Okay, that was intense.
Only
okay.
lost a couple.
Right. So.
Sorry, I had to.
I mean, you basically proved the point of just hiding from everything, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lost this debate.
You did. Against yourself, though.
Against myself.
Not against anyone else,
Jesus,
yeah.
what a crazy L. Jesus, that's the worst L I've ever taken. Oh. Max, you've really pissed me off, to be honest. You've really annoyed me. And I just don't understand.
How so?
I feel like you've drilled into my brain and stuck your fingers in there, and I'm like, why are you doing that, bro? Like, chill out.
By pointing out that
Why
you're
are you
not talking
doing
about
that, bro? Chill out.
Well, the thing is like, I feel like I have expressed.
You think it's better to actually leave it going? I could. I guess I should. It feels like that would be the better thing to do. I think there's so many memes about people doing that, like Hassan and XQC. Just makes me feel bad.
Express my feelings to some level, but
I will.
It just feels. Anyway, listen, we're just gonna loop. Right, let's not do this, okay?
Okay, this happens to me with friends sometimes. Sometimes, your friend will be like,
or a little BRB sign up.
But well, okay, your friend will be like, something will happen. Something bad will happen. Right? Like, let's say your friend loses their job, and they're like, it's a really important job, big career move they're about to make, and instead they got fired, and they say something to you like, they're like, but it's okay, because I have my health. And then some part of you is like, yeah, that's true, sure, you have your health, but it's not really like okay, like you're clearly pretty broken up about this, but you're not going to say that, right? Like, depending on the friendship, some people do want you to comment on like when they're lying about their feelings or in denial, and then some people want you to just kind of give them space. But then
I used to use like a be right back sign. I think if I just put BRB up on the screen, people will get it. And also, I understand that going to the bathroom real quick and leaving something running like this isn't the same as what XQC and Hassan do. I think it's just been more in my mind, so I was like a bit more weary of it. But I do think it's the better call. Yes, like if I was just on Kick, I was just gonna play some music for you guys. I was gonna throw some Run on, let you guys jam out, force you to listen to the music that I like. But that's literally the music that YouTube banned me for a week for, so I can't do that. I was close though. I'm glad I remembered it in the nick of time. YouTube won't even let me have any of the money that I've gotten until like January 2nd because of it or something. It's fucking stupid.
Then some friends
all my
will say,
sweet Lex
it's okay that I have my
that
health.
I got yesterday.
Right?
I can't touch.
It's okay that I
like
lost my job.
another
right?
month.
Like, I'm fine, right? I'm not upset about this, right? And then at that point, I'm like, okay, well, now you're asking me.
I do still take my
You're asking me
headphones
not
with
just
me.
to
I can
witness
still
your
hear it.
denial, but to actually actively participate in suppressing your emotions with
Thank
you.
Doug.
And so at that point, I have to be like, well, no, I don't agree with that. If you want to know what I think of what you're feeling, I can tell you. But if you don't, then but you're asking me. And I feel like you're kind of doing that. At first, you were just like, well, I feel comfortable about this. And then, but you keep saying like, does that make sense?
I say that all the time. That's just something I say, okay? That's just a verbal...
Well, you should stop saying it if you don't want people to answer it. Because if you say something to me like, I was uncomfortable... Like, the reason I'm not going to talk about my feelings is I've constructed a narrative in which I don't have any. Does that make sense, Max? Like, I'm going to be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That's the exact thing that you're complaining about.
Yes, I never noticed that Chud does that because I do that. But I'm asking because I'm afraid that what I said doesn't make sense. So I need to make sure that what I said it right.
The whole stream. No, I'm not going to say yes to that. If you didn't ask me that, though, if you're just like, my narrative of myself is that I don't have any feelings about Steven platforming.
Take care, all. Good night, Big C. Take care of yourself, buddy. For real.
Fuentes.
Have a good night.
Then I guess then I would do the Steven. I would say, okay.
Okay, I feel like I was going to loop on this, so I don't know what else to say. Like, I had some feelings about something that on further investigation were not necessarily justified. I don't know what else to fucking tell you, okay? What else do you want me to fucking say?
Should we only be sharing justified feelings?
No, I'm okay sharing the feelings. I said I'm annoyed by some of the response I've got. If you want to share feelings, that's fine. Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's why you're mad at me for saying that there's more oatmeal in that brain bowl that you're not scooping out for us?
I just don't have any other feelings to express on this particular matter. I just don't. There's nothing I can say from
Now, is that really
feelings.
true? Because it sounds like earlier you were trying to say that it was different being on a stream, and that's why you weren't comfortable expressing feelings.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, that's just a given fact for any conversation. But you may feel
but then it's
differently
different. Yeah, okay. Then
right?
you do have feelings to express, you just don't want to express them, which is fine. But
I don't even know, like, I don't know what even feeling I'd express about it. Like, there was, like, I don't think there's a feeling.
Let's close our eyes. Turn on a stream.
Oh my god, no, this is okay.
You see Fuentes right there laughing along with Destiny. They're talking about how good the chicken is. What thought is? What do you feel?
Okay, no wait, I know what it is.
Yeah, what?
Do you know what? Okay, I figured this out. I figured it all out. Okay, I know what the problem is. Right?
What is the problem?
Okay, actually help me. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that I feel Like, I've got to have a feeling that aligns with mrgirl and some of the other people that have criticized this. But you know what? I don't actually feel that way about it at all. I actually feel like this looked like a kind of fun stream, and I think that this could probably actually do some good in terms of, like, you know, I don't agree, I think, with this idea. But I don't feel that, like, we have to be as concerned as we have been about some of this stuff. And I think that because I've come to you, Max, and I've said, you know, oh, I feel worried about this. But then upon looking at it, I'm like, okay, actually, this seems fine. And actually, some of this seems kind of okay and fun and probably a good thing.
So you really did 180?
Yeah,
genuinely
I did. I did 180, I guess, yeah. I'm going to become a Groypa. Okay, I'm joking again, so no. But
okay, so now you're not uncomfortable. Now you are okay with Steven doing whatever streams with Fuentes. You think that Steven has it under control. Good outcome.
Well, wait, hang on. No, you're fucking misrepresenting me again. Like, fuck you for doing this. I'm not saying anything is okay, right? I'm not saying anything goes.
Oh, you're saying it's okay. Is eating chicken and waffles okay?
That particular presentation of that, yeah, fine. I don't think it was as big a problem as it's been.
Where the fuck did my wagons go? I'm so confused right now. Where are my train wagons?
I'm asking you in comparison to other people's opinions of it. I'm asking, is in your opinion?
I actually forgot Destiny was playing a game for a minute. That really threw me off. Holy
is it okay
shit.
for Steven, or is it responsible for Steven to go out and have chicken and waffles with Fuentes? And are you comfortable with it emotionally? These are two separate feelings. Okay, and are you comfortable with it? That's what we've been.
The formulation of what happened, yes, but obviously there are some formats where that might happen that I might not be comfortable with it, and I might watch it and be like, oh god, no, I'm not happy with this.
Is it okay that is it okay that he did that, and are you comfortable with it?
Yes, as it happened, yes.
Okay. And so now you're in an awkward position because you told me you were uncomfortable with it. I got uncomfortable.
Before I watched it.
Before you watched it, I got uncomfortable with it. And then we decided we were already had a stream planned where we were going to talk about the age of the Giga Chat. It became obvious that these two conversations were going to merge. We invited Steven, and then along the way, you were not comfortable telling me that actually you really did change your mind.
Well, no, I watched it before we started talking. And now also, having spoken to Destiny about it further, this has also alleviated some concerns I had. And it seems like, you know, Destiny has got some method behind the perceived madness. So, yeah. Do you understand how that process kind of alleviated some of my discomfort?
Yes, but I have a concern.
Okay, what is it?
Well, my concern is that you don't want to appear soy. You don't want to be vulnerable. You never want to be in the position of telling somebody, I think what you did was irresponsible and I'm hurt by it or freaked out by it, and there's no logical argument you can provide that's going to change that. You don't want to be seen that way publicly. And my concern is that when you feel uncomfortable...
Wait, no, this is bullshit. No, wait. This is not true. Because I did a stream where I spoke about Nick Fuentes and pointed out the shit that, you know, he does and, like, you know, the strategies he uses, which is a very soy thing to do.
Yeah, but the difference is that I've identified people that disagree with me as soy, and now, especially after Ram and Aiko coming in, now you're worried that by you disagreeing with me, you would also appear soy. And since you've now shown that you're so frightened, being emotionally vulnerable on stream, maybe you're just maintaining what you perceive to be as the least soy position and not the most morally or intellectually correct one.
My concern is that this is how your brain works.
Okay.
You are uncomfortable with calling Steven out, not with calling Fuentes out, but calling Steven out. You're uncomfortable with that. You're uncomfortable expressing negative feelings about him. And so therefore, as soon as
this is something I've done before, though.
Let me just walk you through this.
Right, okay. Okay.
I'm concerned about this. If you want to understand it, you're going to need to just let me walk you through it without...
I know, but I just feel like you're going to say a bunch of bullshit.
Well, maybe I am. And at the end...
Okay, go on.
I remember, like, Chud and mrgirl's friendship was, like, pretty, like, legendary as far as the space goes. They backed each other pretty hardcore. So it was like a pretty big bummer. I remember thinking, like, I bet mrgirl knows what Chud's face looks like back at this time.
Okay. You're uncomfortable with Steven. You're uncomfortable with being uncomfortable with Steven. So you start trying to rationalize it and look for any thought line or logical frame that would allow you to not be uncomfortable anymore. This is just kind of like a standard way that people push down their feelings. And Steven, being himself and not wanting to be like criticized like this, is going to provide you, of course, with ways to rationalize what he's doing, because that's just what debating and arguing is. And you yourself are going to look to your audience, who's going to provide you tons of explanations for why this is okay, and you're going to look in yourself. And then you're also interrogating it, which you've shared with us like 10 times now, by saying, well, in order for my feeling to be real, I have to be able to prove that a negative outcome is likely to happen, which is also a way to repress feelings.
In order for my feeling to be justified, like...
Yes, the idea of a feeling being justified at all is an inherently anti-emotion, anti-feeling frame. There's no such thing as a justified or unjustified feelings. Either you're feeling it, or you're not.
Rational or irrational feeling.
No, there's no feeling that is rational or irrational. That's not how feelings work. You're either feeling it emotionally in your body and your mind, or you are not feeling it. That's it. And whether you can decide, I think this feeling is irrational, so therefore I don't want to talk about it, that's fine. It's different from not feeling it. And so, because people kind of link those things and make it go both ways, then people gaslight themselves into thinking, well, if I can't explain why it makes sense to feel this, then maybe I'm not feeling it. And if Steven can explain to me why it doesn't make sense to feel it, why it makes sense instead to feel good about his stream with Fuentes, then I'll just feel that instead. So my concern is, as you said, generally, you're not a very vulnerable, emotionally expressive guy. You don't want to appear to be soy. You're afraid of being judged by your audience. And you have all of these off-ramps and escape hatches to get out of feeling it. And this part hits home for me, because this happens to me a lot. You've recruited me to express your bad feelings for you.
Well, no, hang on. That's wait. No, that's not what happened at all. That's a complete misrepresentation of how this came to be. This is what I'm talking about. You're spouting a load of fucking bullshit about this, right?
As I'm expressing,
okay,
you said you felt uncomfortable. Okay.
When we spoke, I wanted to talk about this concept. No, okay. When we spoke, I said I wanted to talk about this concept. Did you not tell me
you feel uncomfortable with Stephen platforming Fuentes? You said that, right? You're uncomfortable?
No, I didn't. I didn't
think I said that specifically.
I think that.
Okay. How could you not have said that if you guys came in and ambushed me?
Right there got me.
This have been what you were.
This is the problem, Destiny. Mr. Girl is misrepresenting how this whole conversation came to be in a way that makes it seem like because you're making it seem like I've come to you going like, oh god,
I'm not saying you came to me. I'm saying that you at some point were uncomfortable with this chicken and waffle stream. Is that true?
Before I'd watched it, yes, I had some preconceptions. Without having watched it, yes.
Okay, so all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you did this on purpose, but it has worked out that I am now the sole voice of soy vulnerable discomfort about this stream, and you now get to sit pretty saying, well, I actually changed my mind.
Because you fucking pressured me to this point, because this is your fucking doing. We didn't have to go down this road.
And so I'm
but now you're
holding the emotional and vulnerable bag.
Because now you're turning around and going, oh well, you've done this for the. No, this is just how it's progressed. We didn't have to go down this route.
I'm saying this is a very familiar position for me to be in different groups of people, where somebody has feelings that they're not comfortable with sharing in the group. We talk about it, and then I start feeling that way, and then I talk about it in the group, and that person is like, I'm fine. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay. What you're not taking into account is that there's been a series of events that have happened where I've watched some of this stream, and I've heard some of Destiny's arguments about it.
I literally just said both of those things. I said that in order to repress an emotion, you're going to look for logical frames in which your feeling doesn't make any sense. You're going to look for these yourself. Your audience is going to provide them, and Steven's going to provide them for you as he's defending himself. You're just saying I didn't take into account, but that's literally I just said those things, and now
the question is,
I did take them into account.
How do you know if he really did? How do you know if he's not hiding his feelings? What if he is being totally forthcoming with everything? How could you know that?
I didn't say this is happening. I just said I'm concerned. I have no idea.
Well, you're presenting the concern. The way it feels is it is happening for sure, and you're trying to convince him that it's happening. That's probably what he feels right now.
No, I'm not trying to convince. Okay, I'm not trying to convince you this is happening. I'm trying to convince you that it looks like it's happening to me.
So this is like what Destiny just said there is like a super common misunderstanding when it comes to Mr. Girl. When he just wants to talk about something that he thinks, people will argue with him and say that's not happening, and then it gets really lost in the sauce with people thinking that he's trying to say that we need to talk about like that this is happening, rather than I want to talk about what I think is happening, or I want to talk about that I think this is happening, rather. There we go.
It could just as easily be that you didn't want to tell me that you've 180'd, and that you kind of just thought you would just scrape through the
doesn't feel like
I feel like this is such a stupid. I didn't feel like a 180'd at all. No,
he feels like he just got more information and updated his.
Yes. Exactly. I feel like me getting more information and coming to a fresh perspective on it is a bad thing, which seems fucking insane to me. And you're acting like I've done some bad.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Fuck you. You're acting like it's bad. You absolutely are.
No. What's bad would be if you did actually 180 before the stream, didn't say anything until 4 hours into the stream.
I didn't 180 before the stream. This is all based on all this information I've been taking in over the past, however long.
Okay, so you started the stream uncomfortable with Stephen platforming.
Okay, you fucking retard. Listen to me now.
Okay, so this is what's actually happening here. Mr. Girl and Chud talked about this beforehand, and then they, as it's been said so many times, ambushed Destiny to do the stream with them about it. But so anyways, so Destiny was brought in because they talked about it, and Mr. Girl understood that Chud felt the same way that Mr. Girl does. That's why Mr. Girl thinks during the course of this stream he had a change of heart about it, rather than prior to it. Which means that Chud got Mr. Girl worked up about this because he's the one who showed it to him. Mr. Girl's like, oh yeah, this isn't good. We should talk to him about it. And then when they get here, Chud has now entered this conversation with a difference of an opinion without telling Mr. Girl that. So Mr. Girl's thinking that they both feel the same way about this, and they're trying to talk to Destiny about it, but it's really just Mr. Girl who feels this way about it now. So he kind of just like left Mr. Girl out to dry here. He kind of fucked him over in this situation. That's why Mr. Girl's confused. That's why he's saying what he's saying. I'm gonna go back just a little bit now that I've said that.
Exactly.
Think about what Mr. Girl is saying through that lens, and then see if this makes sense now, or see if it makes more sense, rather.
Like I feel like me getting more information and coming to a fresh perspective on it is a bad thing, which seems fucking insane to me. And you're acting like I've done some bad.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Fuck you. You're acting like it's bad. You absolutely are.
No. What's bad would be if you did actually 180 before the stream, didn't say anything until 4 hours into the stream.
I didn't.
This is what Mr. Girl's pointing out happening right now. He's pointing out that that happened right now by suggesting that it would be bad if it happened. Because he doesn't want to put Chud in that spot. He's trying not to call him out. He's trying to be like a pretty chill guy about it.
180 before the stream. This is all based on all this information I've been taking in over the past, however long. Like,
okay, so you started the stream uncomfortable with Stephen platforming.
Okay, you fucking retard. Listen to me now, okay? When I started my stream earlier, before I watched the video, I expressed discomfort, and I've expressed discomfort before. Having watched it and having spoken to Destiny, okay, that's now changed. Is that fucking complicated for you? Didn't you study fucking psychology, you moron?
Yeah, but the problem is not that you changed your mind. Again, it's the way that you are revealing that you changed your mind after being pressed by both me and Steven for like an hour to just say what you really feel about it. It certainly calls into question your ability to say what you really feel about it, right? If you're like, I don't want to talk about this, I feel fine about it, I feel a little uncomfortable, I don't know, I would say off stream, and then you're like, actually, the way I feel is fuck you, Mr. Girl. I fucking hate you because you pressured me into saying I feel uncomfortable when I didn't.
But the thing is, this happened before with us when...
Do you like the new Discord update? It's pretty neat, but it kind of fucked with my settings. I didn't update mine yet. So Chud wussied out in front of Destiny. Yeah, that's what happened. And he's leaving Mr. Girl out to, like, catch the brunt of all of that. It's dumb.
And, I expressed discomfort about another thing, and then I watched it, and I said, actually, no, it wasn't as bad as I thought. And you fucking freaked out then as well.
Yes. It freaks me out when you are not freaked out by shit that I'm freaked out by. Yeah.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? Okay, this is getting to the root of it, isn't it? You just want me to be freaked out like you are, don't you?
Of course. But the fact
I'm not.
that actually
so there we go.
makes
Fuck
the fact
you.
that
I'm so fucking annoyed with you right now. This is unreal. Why are you such a fucking dick about this?
The fact that makes it hard for you to either know or share how your feelings, how you're feeling, is the problem. It's who cares what I want you to feel? The problem is that me wanting you to feel a certain way actually influences your ability to say what you feel about it, which is what you're talking about. That's the whole age of the Giga Chat thing. You're not allowed to feel a way unless everybody else thinks you should be feeling it. You can't be the lone guy saying like, actually, guys, I'm uncomfortable with this, and everybody's like, fuck you.
The other thing that is a challenge is, obviously the inner leftoid in me wants to be concerned about stuff, right? And I think there's an issue there. And one thing that I've had is I've moved away from like just some of the knee-jerk shit. But then I still experience it, right? And I think, God, this is going to be terrible. Like, I'm seeing this shit on Twitter or whatever. And then I watch it. I'm like, okay, it's not as bad as everyone's making out. And there's some good things to say about it,
Sorry.
And then when I relay that to you, it's like you're pulling me back to the leftoid zone. You're going, no, what are you talking about? I'm freaked out now. And it's like, no, mate, I've looked at this and it seems fine,
He's not worried about the rational justifications for it. What he's worried about is it might be that everything you're saying, Max would concede this. He would say, everything you're saying could be 100% true. Absolutely.
Yes.
But the thought process also happens to be completely and totally in line with...
Been a pleasure, Drowsy. I'm going to bounce. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you, Working Bob. Really glad to have you. Did you guys prefer the stream to be a little bit earlier? I tried to put it out a bit earlier. I wanted it to be even earlier still, but my food didn't get here in time. I can't quite figure out exactly what I think the sweet spot would be. But I'm probably going to continue to play around with it to see what works the best.
Somebody who's just afraid of expressing how they feel. And it looks the exact
and part
same
of
as
being
somebody
afraid of expressing how you feel
is making
part of being afraid of
rationalizations.
expressing how you feel is being afraid of knowing how you feel.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
Really, fun fact: there was like we had almost 30 people between Kick and YouTube at one point. Pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll, you know, I'm not someone that necessarily talks about how I feel on stream and stuff like that. Sure.
But then when you say stuff like this, now
totally
you're
on that.
reinforcing what Max was worried about earlier, isn't that you're not actually saying it because you are worried about how you come off, which is the age of the Giga Chad. So in a way, this conversation really wasn't about me. It was about you. Chad.
Well, you were never going to come in the first place, right? It was Max that suggested we bring you in.
Well, no, but I'm saying that like it's the whole conversation is kind of about how your level of comfort with everything. In it.
You're just stirring shit again, aren't you?
I'm not. I'm saying that you're.
We played this game before on that Fnatic panel. Look what happened there. Okay, listen. I know you.
Okay, back here now with a completely wasted 10 minutes. Patience no one has.
Your games.
I'm not playing a game. I'm saying that it seems like you are the Giga Chad right now. You are the Giga Chad.
Sure. I mean,
hang on a second. I gotta switch my audio. My headphones are dying. I gotta switch buds here.
You know, Smeth, F-Bombs, Will, Tuna, and myself did a stream about basically the age of the Giga Chad. And for all the fuss that people made about the video that I did when I had no shirt on, nobody said a goddamn word. I did that whole stream shirtless because I thought it would be funny to do a stream about the age of the Giga Chad with no shirt on. Nobody during the stream, nobody, like, not in chat or the other people on it, nobody afterwards, nobody gave a shit. I'm just saying, nobody cared.
Yeah, well, okay. I don't know.
Tom's pretty sensitive.
I feel like we've gone round in circles on this, and where are we now?
No, I think we're making good progress, actually.
Okay, well, as long as you do, that's good. I am just angry with Max. Yeah, it's, you know, frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're angry at me because you, by your own admission, are too scared to feel something and express that feeling if it's different from what the audience or the people around you think that you should be feeling.
Wait, no.
And, and apparently I'm one of those people.
No. I don't have a problem expressing something that is contrary to the audience, right? Like I've had lots of takes that have gone contrary to what the audience say, and I've had
I don't see a problem with it. I just said it makes you uncomfortable. You're uncomfortable.
Sometimes, yeah, like laying yourself out there can feel like that.
Great. Sure. So why are you pushing back on this?
Because you've been really fucking annoying. That's why.
Yeah, but that's not a good reason to disagree with everything I say. Why don't you just push back on the part that you actually disagree with?
Okay. I feel like we're just looping around points. I don't even know if we're not.
We're not. You're just saying we're looping, but we're actually not.
I think we've moved pretty far along in this conversation. I think you're saying we're looping because it's your way of avoiding any sort of emotional vulnerability.
Probably.
Like looping for you is like a defense mechanism. You say
okay,
it's
right.
Looping.
What do I need to say then? What emotions do I need to lay bare for you all? Come on, I'm ready. Let's talk about my childhood.
You are fully in 100% Giga Chad mode.
You are in Giga Chad. Talk about my childhood. Like this is every stereotype of a person that's like trying to avoid. You're literally. Have you seen Good Will Hunting?
Yes.
Yeah, you're Matt Damon at the end. It's like, well, what's the file say? Has an attachment disorder. Ha ha. Like this is what you're doing right now. You're Matt Damon's character. Yeah.
I'm Matt Damon. Was you also autistic?
There you go. It's the Giga Chad. You're actually doing it.
Absolutely.
Can't stop myself.
Yes, you can.
How?
Take a breath. Think about what you want to say.
Okay.
Then say it.
You know, it's funny. Chud also acts just like this whenever something sexual comes up. Unless it's like literally rape drama coverage that he's doing, if anything sexual is brought up, he gets super weird and uncomfortable just like that. Or like he'll just like shut it down. It was weird.
Well, the thing is, I just hate getting put on the spot generally. But yeah, I think that we live in a take economy. You've got to have takes on things. I don't know what I'm fucking saying now. I feel like I'm put on the spot. I'm just saying shit.
It's okay. You're put on the spot for the best thing in the world for Chud Logic to talk about, and that's Chud Logic's emotions.
I don't want to talk about my emotions. I'm tired of being probed on my emotions.
That's the problem.
Because
that is the Giga Chat. You're just Giga Chatted out again.
Yeah, good. The age of the Giga Chat is good because I get to hide my emotions, and I love it, and I'm going to keep doing it. If that means racists get covered, then so be it, because I'm sick of this shit, okay?
Oh,
yes, I'm Giga Chatting it again. Great, let's point it out again, shall we? Well, how fucking meta. Let's get meta and talk about the meta of the meta. Fuck this shit, okay? And fuck you. Both of you.
Okay. He fully withdrawn back into his shell.
Yeah, it felt great.
What do you feel right now? Do you feel frustrated with the conversation, or do you feel like you're not being heard or seen?
No, actually, I feel pretty good. It's actually been quite good to have it, even though I've, relapsed into the Giga Chad reams. Yeah, actually, being able to express that it wasn't quite as bad as I first perceived is good. Mm-hmm. And I feel okay. What?
Like all jokes and silly nonsense aside, we can call it what it is, right? He's just like really insecure putting himself out there. It was reasonable, but it's weird to invoke this kind of a stream to then play it out. Still.
I do. Okay, this is what I do feel. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna be genuine now.
Okay.
One of the reasons I feel difficult expressing it is because I feel like I've betrayed Max. I feel like I betrayed you, Max.
What do you mean? How?
Well, because I've come to him with some issues, and like before the stream started, yeah, sure, I had a different take on it. I let my feelings guide some communications with Max, and now it's led to this position where I feel like I betrayed you.
Wait, when you say you let your feelings guide them, you just mean you talked about your feelings.
Okay, yes, I talked about my feelings to you.
Yes.
And it led to this conception that now I feel like I'm betraying you.
Because your feelings have changed.
Do you feel betrayed? I don't want to betray you.
I feel betrayed, but in a more complicated way than what you're saying. I don't feel betrayed that your feelings changed. No.
Okay.
I feel betrayed that your frame for what feelings are and how to talk about them have changed. I mean, I think privately you said the same thing. You're like, I don't really see what the bad outcome of this is. And I said, I said the next person who becomes like a dictatorial leader of the U.S. is going to do so by memeing their way there. I think if social media stays the way it is, we just watched, Trump tweet his way into the White House. It's totally reasonable to think that is probably the preferred path for a Nazi to power. Maybe the only path right now is through memeing. So, it's possible. I'm not saying it's likely. And then I think I started thinking like, well, wait, why does it matter what you think when we're not talking about the outcome? I thought we were just saying that it's like uncomfortable or it's irresponsible. Then yeah, you got to talk about the possible outcome. But if you're talking about how you feel about it, and like part of the whole age of the Giga Chat thing is talking about your feelings. We're not talking about our feelings. So then that doesn't matter. So I feel like,
just a heads up, I have to leave in like 5-6 minutes, so it doesn't feel like I'm abandoning the conversation.
Okay, well, listen, I don't know.
It feels like you're kind of dancing back and forth between feeling.
Does anybody remember if this continued after Destiny left? If it did, I want to get that.
Talking about your feelings and then calling Steven out for like bad behavior because of arguments.
Shit. Let me check real quick. I'm gonna check over here while this still plays. So not to be too disruptive. Oh wait, what did you say? Everyone hyper focusing on what led Destiny and Melina getting divorced. LMAO, going through clip by clip, and honestly, Mr. Girl summed it up in the report quite well. Melina has told multiple people that the pain of their relationship drives her to thoughts of suicide. These conflicts frequently spill out into the public view. That's it. It was inevitable that this would be the conclusion. I don't know. I don't know. Relationships are, especially romantic ones, are super complicated. But it doesn't sound unreasonable at all. I give you that.
Stuff, but that's the age of the Giga Chat. So you said it in this stream. You said it to me privately. I don't feel like I can say how I'm feeling about certain things. So the part I feel betrayed by is.
Sorry, go on.
The part I feel betrayed by is again, feeling like I've been wound up to like, okay, yeah, let's be emotional, let's be soy, let's do it, let's talk about how do we feel about Nick Fuentes, how do we feel about it? Nobody's really talking about that. People are they'll shake the finger, they'll call him a Nazi from these very privileged, safe positions. Does anybody actually get out and say like, yeah, you know what, man, like, you know, Steven, like I love you, man, but like it hurts me to see you having chicken and waffles with this guy. Like as your colleague, as your
I know what the issue is. I understand perfectly.
Friend.
I get it.
Yeah.
There's a personal connection that doesn't exist for me, right?
No, bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not taking in what I'm saying. Yeah. That's not the part I feel betrayed. It's like you don't get it. The part I feel betrayed by is you leaving me holding the bag, talking about my feelings. Not that your feelings aren't the same, but you're not talking about your feelings at all.
Okay.
You have completely gone full Giga Chad in a meta way to make a joke about how you're going full Giga Chad to avoid having the conversation that we agreed to have. And you're not admitting, and then you're saying like, oh, I've taken the biggest L ever. And like, it's a joke, but actually you are actually doing it. You're actually just ditching me and talking about my feelings. It would have been totally acceptable for you to be like, you know what, I'm gonna talk about my feelings now. And like, it's probably gonna be kind of surprising to you, Max and Steven, but my feelings have really changed throughout the conversation. Here's why they've changed. And in addition, you want me to say that there's no way that you're just post hoc rationalizing, suppressing your feelings so that you happen to get to agree with fucking Steven. That's why I feel betrayed. Not that you changed your mind.
Listen, Destiny, if you've got to go.
Hold on, I got a few more minutes. It's all good. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, Mr. Go, I feel like we've got a lot to hash out here, okay?
Well, that's okay. Keep hashing. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I think that... Okay, to be honest, I can't even remember what I was going to say. I just think that... Yeah, I can understand why you feel betrayed.
To hash out. I can't remember
but I
what
think
I was gonna say.
one of the fundamental issues here is that there's going to be more operating from your feelings here because there's a personal connection.
Memory, ABU, abuse, there is use, and abuse, misuse, but yeah. I knew because Max was doing what Destiny did to the minions and Chud. Oh, and my admin mods deal with that. I don't bullshit. Abrogation of one's biz. Good for Destiny, stupid for Max.
That you've got.
No, motherfucker, the whole point of the stream is to speak out against of the age of the Giga Chad, and you just full relapsed and admitted it. That's why I feel betrayed. I don't understand how you don't get this. Nothing to do with me being friends with Steven. Nothing to do with me being friends with you.
Shut the fuck up and listen to me. Just let you fucking speak for ages. Let me speak for fuck's sake.
Personal feelings, me being a Jew, nothing you're gonna fucking say is relevant to the fact that you set up a stream where we're gonna not do the Giga Chad thing, and then just got scared and did it anyway.
Okay. Can I speak now for just a second? Is that possible?
Yeah.
So I think
what happened to DK? I don't understand. I've seen some things floating around. Can you tell me what happened to DK? Because I play MK with him sometimes a lot. It's not like I'm gonna bug him about it while we're playing Mortal Kombat. But I've seen people like whisper things. If you can tell me what happened, let me know.
Reason that I can have that I come and think at this from a more rational outcome perspective, and I do that kind of almost automatically, is because I don't care as much, or I don't have a personal feeling of harm or risk from like Nick Fuentes, coming.
He's still Chud's editor, right?
To power or something like that, right? And so I don't see those as credible outcomes, not just partly because I don't think it's possible, but also because those outcomes wouldn't affect me personally. So on a feelings-based level, right, it's not as relevant because I don't have that sense of urgency or fear about it. So I guess maybe I somewhat revert to thinking, well, what's the outcomes, what's the possible issues? Because that's the way I've got to frame this to look at this in a way that makes sense to me. Does that make... Okay, I'm not going to say that. That's my thought.
No, it doesn't make sense. I think we talked about this like yesterday, where I said, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. 50 million other people died in World War II, and most of them were white men. Like, and the Holocaust itself, 12 million people were killed in the Holocaust. 6 million of them were Jews. So it's not a specific Jewish minority thing that this affects. The Holocaust, in World War II, most people who died.
Wait, you said earlier. No, this is fucking bullshit. You said earlier, I'm a Jew. You said earlier about you being a Jew and how what do you mean? You said this yourself earlier.
No, that was his appeal to me, but he's making an appeal to you. His appeal to you has nothing to do with his background. It has to do with betraying him on the Giga Chat thing.
Okay, a fascist dictator who they want to kill is a fraction of the people they're actually going to kill or get killed.
Right.
Trump is a good example. Most of the people Trump has gotten killed are his own constituents.
Kind of true, yeah.
Everybody was all afraid of what Trump was going to do to black people or Muslims. He didn't really kill many black Americans or Muslims. I don't even know if he killed any. He killed a lot of elderly people who got COVID. He killed Ashley Babbitt. He killed that guy who went to the FBI office in Ohio and just got killed by the cops. Like, Trump's body count is mostly his own constituents and white people, I think.
Sure.
Probably unintentionally disenfranchised a lot of their votes as well. A lot of white people that probably didn't send in mail-in ballots just because they thought it wouldn't be counted.
Yeah. Right, and people were afraid Trump was going to take the vote away from black people, but he took it away from white people.
Okay, yeah. I guess the immediacy that you seem to be expressing when you talk about this isn't something I feel, because I don't feel the same immediacy. Like, that's what I'm trying to say.
I only feel immediacy about what's happening now. I don't think Fuentes is going to be a politician even. I don't think he's going to come to power. I think he will be the head of a weird political movement that spawns some terrorists like Fuentes and people who want to mimic him and incites violence. And I think, dozens or hundreds of people will die at his hands, which again, I feel strongly about. I really want to do whatever I can to prevent that from happening. And I'm hoping this conversation with Stephen will have some small impact on that possible outcome, or others like it. But no, I'm not saying that I think Fuentes is like the next Hitler. But yeah, if Stephen keeps platforming him, the thing grows, and then some DGGer like does some terroristic act, like, yeah, I'm gonna feel fucking terrible about myself if I didn't try to stop it. Yeah. So I feel immediacy in that way, but I just feel like this is a way for you to repress your emotions, to be like, unless you can prove to me that unless Fuentes is getting like inducted as dictator of the United States tomorrow, then I don't feel strongly about this. Like, no, that's insane. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. I think that I guess my perspective then is that feelings are not okay.
He's about to do it. I'm so sorry. Go, we can say what you're gonna say.
I'm about to do what? Go on.
No, say what you're gonna say. Feelings are
No, you tell me. Let's do it this way.
You're about to have a moment. Feelings are what? I want to hear it. You're about to have a big breakthrough.
Okay, I guess I am gonna have a big breakthrough, sure. I think the problem is that, yeah, I guess my perspective is I just don't see the point in talking about feelings unless there's some rational backup to like why there's a reason to do that.
It's irrational to get mad when people call you a racial slur.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything. The N-word doesn't mean anything. People who get offended by the N-word it doesn't even have any connotations anymore. It just means I don't like you. It's the meanest way to say I don't like you and you're bad. And yet, people still react really strongly to it.
Then say it.
There's no way to explain why you shouldn't go around calling people the N-word without talking about feelings. And so the age of the GigaChad creates this big tunnel that you can sail all kinds of bad ideas through and bad policies and bad content creators by saying like, well, no one's going to talk about their feelings about any of this, so we can just smuggle all this shit through. Also, just talking about feelings in itself is like a good thing. It's a way to connect to other people and like be more human and humanize other people.
Also,
your refusal
I
to
love
talk
you
about
guys. I love you guys. You guys are making big progress right now. I'm proud of both of you.
Okay, thanks,
Fuck
mate.
yourself. I love you too.
Yeah. Okay. Keep this up. I'll check this out. I'm sending my viewers your way,
Okay.
Mr. Girl. Be careful. Okay.
Catch you later, mate.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Be careful, guys.
I got you.
All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll be back. I won't be back tonight. Let's be real.
Hello. Oh, it's so nice for my thing to be working properly out of the box, out of the gate. What do I got on camera here? There we go. Let me get something. Oh, I didn't hear the question. My apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, everyone should know that I have been under this pseudo anonymous thing, waiting to dox myself in full with every detail, including pictures of my perineum in honor of Doobie. When the election comes, I have a point in the future when I can't be not public, and I've been waiting since May 22 when I thought the election would come. So I've been stuck in this like Groundhog Day myself because when I entered the Mr. Girl space, the Discord space, this whole space, I was like, well, I'll just be on my good words in Discord and people can clip and ship it because I want to be a politician who can be held accountable for saying whatever I say because I believe I can defend what I'm saying if I'm saying it with an intent to not be anything but an honest person. In any case,
Oh, okay,
so that's why there's an absence of any camera work. And the whole reveal thing, when Chud did his reveal sort of thing, that was so cool. You know, it's like you get some good action on that. Not that I want the action, but it's nice for the dramas, you know.
Sure.
In any case, that's an extensive answer to something that is part of my frustration is that I've been out in the wilderness for so long that all the things that I had told everybody about myself, who I was supposed to remember, so I don't have to tell people over and over and over again.
So I have two things. One is you wanted to talk about Destiny and Melina, right?
I don't know. I have a lot to. I have been in the walls, as it were, of many, 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 many places because I'm unjudging, I'm interested, curious, and I like understanding how people can be the way they are, whether it's super hyper cruel and broken or cool and interesting and misunderstood and treated like shit. You know, so people either treating people like shit or being treated like shit is a very interesting study for someone like myself who's into misanthropology.
Okay, I thought that's what you had said earlier, but that's fine. I have a question for you since you said that you're gonna be running for office. Are you gonna be as cryptic as you are in Discord when you're running for office?
I am not cryptic. Come and talk to me in the Mr. Girl VC for hours and hours and hours like everybody used to.
So
what crypticness?
I've
what
actually talked to other people about this
within
before.
the context. Yes.
Sometimes you are completely coherent, super easy to understand, and other times, you can talk for a very long time and not communicate anything clearly because you are exceptionally cryptic when you talk.
I'm expecting people to have their conversational AI as a, to be able to interpret. That's what I use it for. I don't know what I'm saying sometimes.
Will in his channel and I actually wondered if you might be a bot at one point because of how cryptic you are sometimes.
Of course, I started. Look, the whole point was that mrgirl appears on Destiny. I'm like, this guy is super cool, right? For so many different aspects. The whole idea of what his project was for so long was the basis. But generally, it's like, well, here's a guy who everyone will not, it's understood that mrgirl is misunderstandable, right? So in his place, his Discord, unlike the ruffians and the whatevers and the DGG, you were probably there in the mrgirl VC when I'd always go, oh, what are you, one of them DGGers coming on over here with all your debate binder stuff? We're gonna have some good conversations about, horses and cucking and things and whatnot. It was a whole different world because I didn't come from any of the other Discords.
I'm not really sure you addressed the whole being cryptic thing. Super.
Well, this
clearly,
is the other thing. Well, basically, it's that yes, in real life, if one is paid to rewrite and have drafts and whatnot, things can be decryptified or encrypted in just the right way, right? In marketing and whatnot. So yes, of course, and most of the work I do is these days is helping homeless people and the exponentially impoverished and understanding people in crisis, people who are in oppression. Generally, I'm not here for the lulls and the feeling of looking at someone getting kicked in the balls and laughing.
Sure.
I mean, I was attracted to the Destiny space in the first place only for the political action aspect. To me, all the debates are like, that's what philosophers do, okay? And I know a lot of philosophers. And but the political action part is a really wonderful thing because if you are looking for something to do in your life, one thing you can look at is that it takes no qualifications to be a politician. And if you can get
Trump is proof of that.
Chosen by whoever it is, but the point is, it's fundamentally people choosing you, right? So if I were able to, as an independent, be able to get the votes of enough of my constituents, then it says something. It says something about a person's character that is reflected through the public's eye. And that's why I believe in being part of democracy, even if you're not trying to win like the last time. Because my thing, Drazi, was I'm standing as a independent in support of disability, discrimination, and autism. And my slogan is, please don't vote for me. I don't want the job.
Oh, you're going to do that again. Did you do that before?
Yes.
I thought so. You know what I think is really weird about
politicians? Democracy. Tell me. I know.
I'm always fascinated by the fact that, especially in American politics, is that being attractive doesn't really seem to be a factor. Like you can't be on a reality show.
There's a kind of attractiveness that you must be in America. But you're right, generally.
We have some ugly motherfuckers in office in the United States, and it's crazy. Like I mean, you look at Justin Trudeau, and it's generally pretty hard for me to tell when a man's attractive.
He's a special one.
Well, I'm saying like
that's like saying, oh, Destiny's a good streamer. He invented the fucking thing. Right. So
I'm just saying it's usually pretty hard for me to tell when a guy is like traditionally attractive, that women or like gay men would find them attractive. But like Justin Trudeau's clearly a very handsome man, and I'm like, none of our politicians ever look anything like that. It's crazy. Yeah, sure.
There's a few, I'm sure. John F. Kennedy was pretty handsome.
Oh, sure. Not in my lifetime, I should say.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do we got?
I think Obama was probably the closest in my lifetime.
Yeah, he was, but look at how he aged. That's interesting about the weight of the office. Just The weight of the office, to bring it back to this space with Destiny. One of the interesting things is to have the compassion, even for Destiny, at the heart of essentially what is an entertainment abusive reality where people who are able to find themselves in positions of success, what are you gonna do if part of your success is acting like a certain kind of clown that you might be optimized to be in the first place? And you found your success in some niche. You got your niche, not you, but you got your niche. Emery's got his niche. Will's got his niche. I've got my niche. My niche at the bottom of the well. Throw the Palestinian down the well. Don't. That's a reference to a joke from Sacha Baron Cohen, the cousin of Simon Baron Cohen, one of the world's leading researchers on autism at Cambridge's Autism Research Center, where he was jokingly expressing the look at bigotry, especially anti-Jewism, as Trump says. And he had the Kyrgyzstans, Turkestans, Uzbekistans. Where's he from?
I don't know.
Turkmenistan.
Wait, Emery, are you here?
He might be. He's on a mute, so he might be getting his microphone together. Where's Borat from?
Oh, Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, of course.
I don't like this new update for Discord. I can't figure out how to turn my mobile thing on speaker. Like, it will appear, and I can do it every once in a while, but now I can't. I can't find it.
It may be fresh software that is not quite ready for prime time, but ship, boys, ship it. Let's go.
It used to be more straightforward. Can you guys hear me fine?
I mean, the quality's not the greatest, but I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just frustrating. I like most of the new design stuff and the new choices, but this is a frustrating change. I'm not gonna lie.
We're both
For years, I helped grandmothers and retired CEOs with their computer pains and frustrations. So,
what do you mean? Was I here last
night? The past is calling, and they want their pain back.
Oh, you had to go to work.
It seems that computers never get better.
I was watching the stream a little bit before I had to go to work yesterday.
Yeah, I remembered right after I asked you that. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm. I plan on watching the rest of that. What's that? The Lex Freeman. He gave you a donut.
Yeah, tell us about that. Oh my God, we're not worthy. I'm not worthy. The elder gets the eye of the lexicon.
It was really, really cool. I think that's like the first time anybody who like actually matters like in the world has ever like validated anything I've done. It's really weird.
I was there when Wick got it. It was like, whoa, what's going on here? Is this the real Lex? And then I double checked and I said, it seems like Lex. It seems like Lex. And I put in a good word for Stardust too.
The thing that's weird about it is that like everybody in the stream immediately knew who he was. So when I tried to tell anybody in my real life, like, hey, this is like a pretty big deal for me. Like nobody knows who he is. And like, it seems like to me that Lex Friedman is like a household name, but to say to somebody in real life, like he's like a household name, that's a self-defeating statement if they don't know who the fuck he is.
So don't say that. Instead, say, do you know someone named Joe Rogan?
I have to lean on. He's friends with Elon Musk and Joe Rogan.
Yeah, you would have to say something like that.
Exactly. But start with the Joe Rogan part, right? Say he's friends with Joe Rogan. And he's friends with Elon Musk, the richest Canadian ever. You gotta roll it out, man. This is how it rolls in military marketing law.
I had one friend because I put it on my Facebook. I almost never use my Facebook ever anymore, unless it's like sell some cards
Facebook
or something.
Anyway, is that one of the Meta products? Oh, that's right.
It is. One friend of mine messaged me. He was like, he's like, are you sure he was real? I was like, oh my God. I was like, Ben, Thank you. You saved me from going insane because nobody knows who this is, and it's fucking killing me. I can't talk to anybody I actually know about this. Because they're all like, "Oh, okay, cool." Like, no, this is a big deal for me. Um, so yeah, it was really nice, and it was also really cool that he brought up the Mr. Grill situation, so I could just say like, I think he just had his feelings hurt. Like, I don't think it
What
was
did he
any more
say? Did
complicated than that.
he mentioned? Because all I saw was your
Yeah.
tweet. I was trying to watch the video, but I've been busy and all kinds of stuff. So, oh my gosh, because again, we're not worthy. Because I'd see Wick. Because I've got an eye for good people. You know, I'd like to pretend at the very least that I'm putting my bets on the right blacks. If you know what I'm saying. And the Elder Drazi has an
I
excellent
appreciate.
black, in my opinion.
He said that he thought that Mr. Grohl was cruel to him, which made him really sad because he tried to be really kind to him, and that he hopes the best for him. I said, I think that I do think it's pretty likely that you were being honest when you said that you'd like to have him on later, and I think that it just hurt his feelings.
I think
that's
there
all
was
that it
just,
was.
I think
The
it was
bridge
just a
can be built.
blockade. I think there was just a blockade in terms of Mr. Girl sees that as him trying to leverage and like
To distance himself.
Yeah, something like that. Like, I don't know. And Mr. Girl in his stubborn ways is just like I don't really like he's just gonna be cool about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think all that's true, but without me breaking out like my conspiracy board and drawing all the lines for him and stuff, I think the simplest explanation that makes sense and is also true is to say it hurt his feelings.
For sure. And it did. But remember, Max is like radioactive, right? And at any moment, it's like things can blow up. And look what did happen. So I mean, Lex is cautious, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was. I mean, given his position,
But
I
for him
think that
to
you kind of
express
have
that
to wait to see how
emotional
it
like
goes.
kindness yesterday, what you said, like that, it's so because the futures can be always bright. People don't seem to think that people change, learn, grow, forget, you know, improve. And definitely there is a space for you know, in terms of what's going on today with Destiny 2.0, right? Max 2.0, he needs a bit of a reboot, obviously. He's at a bit of a low ebb, as it were. You know what I'm saying?
I wish he was more present for sure.
Well, he's because do you go to the bi-weekly shareholders meetings?
I never remember it.
Oh, bloody Christ. It's like me being able to get, you know, my shit together to be here at the right time, which I was, by the way, occasionally.
Do you want me to add you to the ping
training.
list?
I don't know. It's someone like once in the early days of my Discord, they said, you know, well, why didn't you get back to my DM? And I said, well, let me ask you, how many like important DMs do you get per day? And they said about 5. And I said, I get 5 per second sometimes, don't I?
I have a role in the Discord to let people know now.
I occasionally see something pop up. That's how I saw Destiny. I mean, I saw Mr. Girl and whatnot. Like it's just something. Oh, look, Destiny's on. I'll press it on. It'll be in the background. I'm over notified basically, and I gave up. I'm waiting for the AI to be able to take over, which we're just about there. This is such a good time in the world. Yeah, I didn't see the presentation. I've been using it.
It is Google Gemini is fucking staggering. Like I'm a big IT guy, and like this is even from where I thought we were, and I keep up with AI pretty well. This is a magnitude of evolution in AI. This guy was drawing, and it told him as he drew what it was, how it changed, told him things about it. He pulled up a map and said, "Can you make a game out of this?" And it did. Like it was all off of. It was watching through the camera. This guy took a shot in a soccer field, and it said what he was doing wrong to make his shot bad and how he could improve it.
And that's just the tip of the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg, man.
That's pretty impressive.
It's insane. He said, and when I say, there was no typing involved, just talking to it. Said, we want to have a party for my kid who really likes animals, and it was like, okay, do you want it to be indoor or outdoor? And then it didn't just like give suggestions. It built like a model with like different pictures, and they could click on the pictures and like cycle through the different themes based on different animals and stuff. It's like it built a mini program to help solve this problem for him. It was like instantly too. It was crazy.
And the problem could be, I'd like to see some porn with the following people. And it will. Synthetic video is so coming 5 to 10 years from now. Like, this is the thing, man. And I was not joking when I said that I literally use the conversational AI to take what I write. It's one of the tricks I do in tweets. When I tweet, I put an alt text in, and I'll put in the result of what I've said. I've asked the conversational AI, Bard or Bing, what did I mean? Here's the tweet. Here's my reply. What does it mean? And it fucking expands it in a way that's better than me explaining it. But it does indicate that I'm meaning what I mean. But
wild. I never
like
would have thought to run your crypticism through AI before.
This is the thing. If you've been thinking about this since being a little child, you'll go, oh gosh, I could see this coming, as all good science fictionalists could. It's just that a lot of people get stuck in the sauce of like, oh, killer AIs and whatnot. You know, it's not the Terminator. Of course it is. I'm not saying it isn't. It's not a derogation. It's like, shut the fuck up. It's not that. It's that how much bigger it is something that's why Ray Kurzweil has the idea of the singularity. You know?
Did you see Mr. Girl's subreddit post?
Yeah. No, that's what made me aware of the Melina stuff.
Reasons to stop speculating out loud about Melina. Yeah, these are really great reasons. He's pretty consistent on this. It was kind of a time if he was a petty person to be like, I told you so, or like, here's another example. But he's doing a good job of not doing that.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't have any interest in doing that either. I had made kind of a comment like that in private to somebody, but that's not something that I would like say, you know, to a broader, like, since I wouldn't say that like to like more than an individual person who could take it with like a little bit of the cheekiness that I mean it to be.
I went in Mr. Girl's inbox and I said, I know you wouldn't vote over being right, but I'm gonna do it for you, bud. Don't worry.
I saw that.
Oh man, I'm petty, dude. I'm petty. I don't know.
I can be. When the
How do you think I feel that I can't go into the inbox of Mr. Girl?
That's unfortunate.
For over a year now. Why? Why is it that I am not allowed? I mean, it's so interesting because the fractal representation that Max goes, oh, look at this, Destiny. I'm like, excuse me, Max, look at your own house, man. And I've called him out repeatedly over and over and over and over. It's because I'm as hard-headed as perhaps some people named Carson are. Am I not allowed to be the equivalent of anyone else in the space, to be a person who doesn't do myself any favors?
To be honest,
I've got a project.
To be honest, you're not missing too much.
I know, but do you know how cool it'd be if there's a cool person in there doing their cool talks in VCs without assholes coming in and fucking ruining it? That'd be very nice for Mr. Girl Space, wouldn't it?
There's a brand new like group of people who just randomly started interacting with Mr. Girl VCs. So I don't know.
I don't need anyone else. Other people would come. It was a beacon because the first 6 to 8 weeks of the Mr. Girl VCs was a pure zone of amazing people who came because they saw them on Destiny. And they said, this is a place where people can think and talk and not be like, oh, shut the fuck up. I didn't ever even experience that until they came. You guys probably
VCs 5 times or less there.
And that's all I did. I do not like text. I realized actually after inviting some cool, interesting normie, special normie people to take a look at the Mr. Girl stuff. And I say, oh, be careful because the text is like pretty horrible. And then they'd say, actually, I thought it was going to be like really bad, but it was even worse. I'm like, yeah. It's just degeneracy. There's no, like, the discussions in the VCs in the original time was people exploring ideas of what is a cock cage, really, and people who were really cock cagers, like discussing openly and honestly. It's like the discussions that we could see with Mr. Girl and Destiny, in the early days. So it was a different story in the VCs. And then one day, Six said, Sick was suddenly a mod. And then there were suddenly people in the VC saying we want to have harmonious community.
Elder
like,
doesn't.
Excuse
Elder
me.
doesn't. Elder probably doesn't know my history with Sick.
No.
I don't remember it.
I don't want to. It's not going to be a long, big tale about the whole ins and outs. But
can we just? I keep asking people say he's not dead, but I hope he's not.
I don't wish harm
because
on
he
him.
totally disappeared after shitting on me over and over, ruining my character to other people, saying, "Oh, Saxon's just a." And he was an up-and-coming streamer. This is the thing: when you step on people as you're trying to make your way up the ladder, that's not right.
I think friends
I'm ladder shaped.
I was friends with a group of people, and it became this whole thing where we would chill in VC. I guess eventually, like, he became mod. I think before he was mod, he really didn't like me and this other group of people. And I'm surprised, like, no one called him out on his shit, like, way later on or anything, because it was kind of bullshit. The guy who used to be Baby's co-mod, Buster Nut. I don't know if you remember that guy. But the reason Buster Nut got kicked out from the Mr. Girl community, basically like not being a mod, is because Sick was trying to say that like he was like going after women like inappropriately or whatever.
Oh, the irony.
And the people he would like go up to and talk about this with them, he kept trying to like gaslight him into like being like, yeah, this is really creepy. He's doing this, and then like they're like, no, he's not being creepy with us. So I don't know how, but eventually, like I guess he bugged Baby about it enough to where Baby was just like, yeah, I'm getting rid of you. It was so weird. It was the weirdest shit ever because there was like at least nothing that I saw to substantiate it. Everyone that like he was friends with, all the friends that the people that Sick was claiming that he was like inappropriately talking to, they never like they never told me anything like was going on, and I was friends with them too. So it was really weird. And Sick had banned me from the Mr. Girl server for like a period of time. Just because, basically because he didn't like me. It was pretty.
If you guys are still watching the stream, but I just made out like a bandit. I'm in second place out of 153 in this poker tournament now. Sorry for wooing loud.
Bless you, sir, for your dedication to the poker arts. I have friends
since I was
who
5.
Grinders.
Been playing poker since I was 5 years old.
There you go.
I've done nothing longer than this.
Blood. It's like knitting, but you occasionally win.
How did that tie into you? I went quite a bit.
No, he banned me because I had he used the excuse of you have a Splinter server and you're stealing members or some shit, even though like my Splinter server at the time was basically just for like movie night stuff. That was literally.
Was that where Slap got banned from? Because Buster was the first D mod I ever saw in my life.
Also,
and Slap was the first person I ever saw banned from a Discord.
I'm pretty sure like
who was that guy? That weird guy? He was like, oh, he was I got his hate server. I hate server. It's like, what's a hate server?
Sure
what's being banned? What's going on here?
I'm pretty sure having a Splinter server wasn't worth a merit of banning someone either. That's basically the excuse he ended up using, something like that, and it was really silly.
I have something to say about Sick. I always thought that he was way too like obsessed with like the whole like people being like groomers and pedos and shit, and it seemed like he disappeared shortly after people outed him.
I thought he was already outed.
I think a very, very small amount of people knew, and then it came out more. And I was like, oh God, okay. And it was really weird that he got so mad. I was like blown. I was like, it's so weird that he gets so mad that people talked about this. But like, if it had been anybody else, Sick would have been spreading that shit all over the place. Like what?
Yeah, he certainly participated in like the drama stuff, like to the unhinged level, where.
But that was his deal too, though.
Yeah, if it was on the other end, like he definitely would have.
Yeah, he was mini Chud clone.
Was he pro-lab or anti-lab?
Anti-lab is
pro Bellini or anti?
He was
He's anti-lab, pro Bellini. Bellini could do no wrong. That's right.
He had the quintessential anti-lab documentary. He made that.
That's right.
I mean,
and just some people were like anti-lab, pro Bellini because it was the Bellini lab split in the early days, right?
Now, almost nobody that I know has ever mentioned Bellini besides you.
She was there from the beginning. There were so few, double X chromosome people. So whenever there was a woman, it was interesting. And Bellini was
I was banned. I was banned during the period of when Lab was blowing up in terms of like being a figure in the Mr. Girl community. I was banned. I was gone.
When Lav
I was virtually banned because it would usually be a Daddy Canada VC, and I would be sorry, Saxon, fuck off, and banned out of the VCs. And I'm like, you bastards! I just want to chat with people. But continue.
And she was talking to Mr. Girl, but more importantly, when she was talking to everyone and causing little, or I don't think it was just her, obviously, the back and forth, but huge like fights or whatever in the community. So like I was banned during that period of time. I probably would have been there.
When Lav first talked to Mr. Girl,
times.
I was confused because it seemed like people kind of knew who she was, and I had no idea. And her OnlyFans was mentioned, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna look up this OnlyFans to see who she is. And when I looked up Lav, all I could find was this black woman with big ass titties, and I thought that's who he was talking to for like a while. Because I was like, do I know who this person is? Like everybody like the way everybody's talking, it's like I should know who she is. I didn't know that she was popular in Mr. Girl's Discord. So I had no frame of reference at all. So I thought she was just like a streamer or somebody. And I was like, this doesn't seem right, but this is all I have to go on.
That arc Mr. Girl was on when he was having his first like actual feud with somebody like Lav. I don't know if that was but that he was in the wrong 100%. From what I remember, he was so in the wrong. That was so bad. It looked so bad on him.
But like that was a pretty human error. She came in hot as fuck and was just like kind of a fucking bitch to him out of nowhere, and he responded in kind,
Yeah, but it went to those insane levels of
It did.
I wouldn't say retaliatory, but it kind of felt like he was like a little bit in response, a little bit out of pocket. So I was like, bro, you need to.
And it culminated in the Lav banning live with Chud there. Like it just like it's like Destiny's mother said to Steven, Steven, who you hang out with is who you become. So careful who you hang out with, basically. Think about who your friends are.
This was also a period where it was like I remember specifically Sick would like put in his inbox. He was like, "Yeah, like all this information on Lab. Should I make a video?" And Mr. Girl encouraged him to make a video on Lab.
I think I still have the folders. Yeah. So Sick gave me it's really funny. I watched Sick's documentary, right? And I was like, there's actually nothing in here that proves that Lav did anything bad. There's like not a single thing in the entire doc that says definitively one way or another that she did anything. There's no proof of anything. There's people saying that she did things, and there's speculation and all that. I have 2 folders on here because I was going to sift through it all, things that make Lav look good and things that make Lav look bad out of all the data that he had. Because he's like, oh, there's so much more, though, that didn't even make it in the video. I'm like, all right, well, then give it to me because I on purpose didn't make up my mind about Lav at all because I wanted to talk to her myself. So I didn't like watch anything then other than like the 2 things I'd already seen. But when I was sifting through there was just like nothing that was damning.
When she first arrived, just saying. So learning about a person before like all the stuff is sort of my shtick because I was there as the welcoming committee.
And after the fact, I thought it was really strange when it turned out that Sick was like trying to like have like Discord phone sex or whatever with her, and she like made him feel weird and silly. And I was like, oh, I guess that kind of just makes sense now. What do you mean let it go? It came up naturally in this conversation. It's not like what this stream is about, Parallax. The main stream is over. I just have some friends of the stream who wanted to
We're
come
just having a chit chat, just like old mates from the old days. It's like, you know, people from the original gangsta world getting together and having a chat.
Which, by the way, you're more than welcome to join us, Parallax, if you'd like.
Being a joke.
Me and Saxon are Mr. Girl veterans in the community, the Discord at least. We're spicy, bro. We're spicy in there.
And for me, it's not spicy. It's being like in a biosafety lab. You know, you're doing research with like advanced concepts.
Saxon,
like,
remember?
Sick pissed me off when he told me long after. He said, the number of times I had to report you for saying the N-word. I said to him, if you had told me once, I would have stopped. I didn't want to put any load on anyone.
Saxon,
I'm not there to... Go ahead. Sorry, Emery.
You remember me and you would get into screaming matches?
Maybe. I don't know.
It was fun. It was fun. Saxon.
You guys would remember this then. Who is the absolute fucking psychopath from Australia that was in Mr. Girl's server? He'd like be smoking a joint all the time, and sometimes he'd pull out like a big ass knife.
Oh man.
He was like totally bonkers. If not from Australia, then New Zealand, somewhere down under.
We had a lot of
during my band time.
Dude,
there was a lot of people.
Bonkers. I think he was like sickly skinny almost. And like I said, sometimes he would just like pull out a knife, and he was always. I think he was smoking weed like the whole time. And he would just say like wild shit.
We had a lot of people like that. A lot.
That is too specific for there to be a lot of people like that.
No, I'm serious. Not specifically. Like unhinged, like people would say unhinged things. Yeah, we had a lot.
Yeah, but I gave a lot of additional context.
I know who you're talking about. I just don't remember his name.
Fuck.
It was a while ago.
I'm sure it'd come to me, but I've been in the politics Discord for like over a year, and that's like crazy in a whole different way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's quite an adventure. It's not nearly as fun anymore because it's like usually
at the very beginning, it was just amazing. It was amazing. There was no betas, and then the betas came. I remember the day that peanut butter.
Wait, Elder, have you ever talked to Gala?
Gala?
Gala.
No.
Oh my gosh. Gala is. Think of. think of an SJW, right?
Okay.
Times it by 20.
Okay. No, I have
Okay?
not.
And then think of a racist person. Times it by 5. That's Gallagher. It's like Gala is like
we're at odds here.
Gala is like overly sensitive and overly thinking of every like social thing in the world. Wants to be like as sensitive as possible, but will say like casually like the most racist shit ever. Not like saying the N-word, but like just stuff about cultures and stuff like that where it's like blatantly ignorant. It's really funny.
Oh, my screen got moved.
Gala is quite a funny person.
All the original crew, the first season.
Oh man.
And then I got written out of the show. Literally.
You were
like
too
the
much for the
corruption
show.
of things, and you guys remember, and I couldn't understand how there could be no pushback against obvious stupidity, But it turns out that it doesn't take much to be able to control things and keep people excluded in these spaces. Because then if you're excluded from one place, then people say, well, you should be excluded from others because you were excluded from there. Why was I excluded from there? For your own mental health. Oh, really? Thank you, Susie.
Yeah.
But a lot of times people have an unconscious awareness of the truth. And the truth is, I'm really good at being a canary in the coal mine and going, hey, carbon monoxide kills you after you get really intoxicated and feel like having a party of like hitting people. And people like, shut up, kick him out. I want to have a party with this great gas we've got here. And I go, the place is going to blow up and everyone's going to like not have a good time. Shut up, kick him out. Kick out the bear. So being a person who's aware of the future potential for things getting out of hand is the canary in the coal mine. And I've been there. It could be that I'm the problem, or maybe it's that I'm adjacent to problems when they happen.
I need to fix my computer and start streaming again.
What's wrong with your computer?
I can help.
It's doing this weird thing, and it's been doing it off and on for like the past year. Actually 2 years.
Emery, I am a like nearly 20-year IT professional who started off fixing computers.
So
did you charge $3.50 an hour? 5-hour minimum? Okay, well that's a good start.
Actually, I'm gonna put it on video so you can
go
see
ahead, Elder. You can help her.
When I first started streaming, I actually considered doing computer repair streams where people could call in and I would like remote fix their computer or guide them through it. But I realized it's not very fun.
Oh wait.
I had a lot of excellent customers in the richest part of Toronto. This is my living.
So I'll turn on the computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Turns on just fine. Technically, everything in the computer is working, but on the monitor side, it'll either not show up at all, or it'll finally show up and it'll say HDMI not seen. It'll be like the no signal.
Is this laptop or desktop?
Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah.
It's basically it's a
so
whole
the quickest question, Emery, is when you swap the two monitors.
Actually, is it working now? It's working now, but it would stop doing it. Now it's working, but I guarantee you, it likes to stop working.
I believe it. I used to help people with their insanity. After a while, I realized that my computer doctoring was not of the computers, but of the people.
Right when I came on to the right when I came back to this room, you stopped showing it.
Oh, it's fine because like right now it's working, so it's not a good example.
But
I don't
is
know
it
why
a laptop or a desktop?
It's a whole gaming PC. It's like a desktop.
Okay.
I only have
so
one simple question, Emery. Have you tried swapping the monitors?
Over and over and over again, yeah. I
Then
tried so many.
Do the same thing when it's the other monitor. Yeah.
I switched the cable too. We literally switched to HDMI cables. So it just like randomly happens either. And sometimes like when I'm playing my PC, when it actually does work, it'll randomly decide, hey, yeah, it's not going to work anymore. Like it just stops.
What's your power supply rails internally on the PCIX?
I know nothing.
It could be that it's
You're asking me about.
I know.
Yeah.
Remember, I just said that my specialty was helping grandmothers and retired CEOs, people who are, you can't even be mad at them, because who wants to get mad at a grandmother for not knowing how to spell HDMI?
I'm about to have a better mic quality just because of this now, because I can actually use my stuff for once. But don't be surprised if it like goes out. Like, hold on, let me go to.
Take your time. Patience
so the
is
thing
a
you really got to do is reinstall Windows. Oh, that's what he needs to do next to see if the problem persists.
That's one way.
That's the easiest thing to advise from a distance.
A side load, to do a side load one, if you could do it, because it's so quick now too. It's so quick it's an embarrassment for myself because it's so easy to just do it instead of persisting with a computer that slows and slows and slows.
I never recommend people sideload because it's too.
Not for regulars. No. Again, I was helping grandmothers. They can't even spell PC, let alone Mac. But they're desperate to use it.
No matter who it is, I always assume the person's completely retarded. In fact, when I trained the guy at the last place I worked at,
this is the thing. My secret was that it's about grandmothers, not tards. Because you can't be mean to a grandmother theoretically.
Well, I'm not saying to treat the grandmothers like they are. You just have to assume that they are. So that way, your job becomes 80 times easier.
Exactly. But I'm saying that people are actually quite smart. Even stupid people are quite smart. When you give them the respect of being smart. I didn't have to do it in a commercial setting.
I was going to say, I have spent 45 minutes on the phone with somebody saying, I need you to open up Internet Explorer. I know it's 45 minutes because I took a picture of the fucking phone.
My secret was to not have any customers further than I could walk.
Oh, he said drag him back in.
Bring him in. Welcome back. The power of the
1 2 1 2. Can you hear me now?
Oh my god!
See, I told you I had to use my phone because my computer wasn't working for so long. Now it's working, but this is the problem. When it's working right now, it could randomly shut off and just decide, yeah, fuck you. I don't see your HDMI port or anything. I don't understand it.
I believe it. I believe it. Sometimes Windows is a little bit finicky. The number of times I had to tell people, no, it's not your fault, Emery. It's a feature of Windows. Everybody has their grandchildren's babies deleted. Okay, it's not you. People would demand that. No, I did it. I'm an idiot, and it's like no.
I had to use my like horrible phone, like fucking microphone for like the longest if I wanted to jump into Tomfoolery show or jump into the Elder Drowsy or whatever. Yeah, it's been really obnoxious.
The best thing for you to do is to reinstall Windows, because if it's anything on the software end, whether it be malware, virus, corrupted data, it'll get rid of all those issues.
Drivers.
Well, actually, something you could do before that, scan your hard drive. You can just download HD Tune for free. Scan your hard drives, make sure there's no errors in it. If that's good, just reinstall Windows, back up what you need. Anything that you can reinstall, just reinstall it after the fact. Your computer will feel better anyways.
What Windows is it? 11, 10, old, new?
I assume 10. You said gaming PC, right?
It's a gaming PC, yeah, and it's all paid for too. So like everything's paid off. I just really I want to be sure it works. Like it's weird too. It'll work for like months on end with no problem, and it'll be like randomly, like the same problem again, even though like I had taken it to people to check on what the issues could be over and over again. It's so obnoxious.
How much shit do you have plugged into your USBs?
How much do I can you repeat the question?
How much shit is plugged into USB ports on your computer? Would you quantify it as a lot?
I've got a deep fryer.
I don't know.
A microwave.
Yeah.
Got my Tesla car charger plugged into the USB.
1, 2. How many is supposed to be plugged in?
That's not really a thing, but if you overdraw it, weird power things can just happen. And if you're overdrawing on it, it could be the fact that there's just not enough to put power out through your HDMI port. Well, there is, but it's going to choose not to send it because it's saving that power for like the USBs. It sounds silly, but I've seen it happen before. It's not something that should theoretically happen, but it does.
Emery, make and model. That's the next question I always ask, because while the person is like going on and feeling pain and I'm assuaging them, it's like I can look it all up and go, oh, it's this with this and this and this and this, and I can look up kind of issues, and it's like, oh, this kind of Dell thing has this kind of issue where everyone always complains about that and it'll never be fixed. So let's talk about another solution, sort of thing. There's all kinds of, in the world of computers, there's lots of magical pains.
Yeah. Computers.
But it's working for now.
Computers.
The best advice I have is whenever you have a win, celebrate like it's 1999 touchdown or something, man. Because every time it hurts you, it takes a little bit out. So every time you win, it's like, relief. We are living for a moment.
Computers to me are like the economics is to Mr. Girl. Like it makes sense to me. None of this shit makes sense. It's just
that's why I'm saying celebrate when it works. So magic. That you have a psychological,
yeah.
And any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Yeah.
I tried to explain something to my grandma before. My mom was like, "Stop! It's just magic for her, okay?"
Yeah, I want to understand it too. It's just like it feels so overwhelming. There's a lot of topics where they're overwhelming, but this one in particular is just like, holy shit, this is so much shit. Yeah.
You need a good computer doctor. A kind, old-fashioned village doctor of computers to help you with your pains.
I have a good connect to people who can like just look at it and check on it and tell me what's the problem, and usually I can fix that up depending on what the problem is.
But how's their bedside manner with the patient?
The reason why I thought maybe the USB things is because you're saying that you took it to people and they weren't able to see anything. So what's going to be the difference between if they're looking at it and it's at your house? When it's at your house, you're going to have all your shit plugged into it.
Yeah.
Which is why I would go to people's homes in their penthouse mansions.
The USB thing is one of the first things we checked, and we switched it. We had like a new cord and everything for it. And it worked just fine. And then it stopped working like after 3 months, I think. It took a while before it started doing the same exact problem. And then I tried over and over to do that again. I tried to look if there was any other issues. It was just wild, dude. It's just like a mystery to me. I was just like, it has to do something with this, but I don't know what I'm doing differently or wrong. I don't know.
Often what I would end up doing is bring chocolates and flowers, because sometimes there's no rhyme or reason to honestly say, look, there is no rhyme or reason, and sometimes these things just happen. So to be able to be more resilient, to be less anxious, to be able to be more aware that the computer will say no to you just when you need it to say yes, and to be stronger, because they have the metal claws and they never stop.
I messaged food shops to go talk to Mr. Girl on December 16th.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Oh my days. That's because food shops in the middle of a very big vortex.
Well, there's a specific drama that food shops should not talk about any further. So I told food shops, don't pick that topic to talk with Mr. Girl about. Don't do that.
How could that's the thing? Food shops is attracted to the center of the black hole, as it were.
Oh no.
They've got a strong gravity attraction.
I feel bad for food shops.
Drama.
It's just food shops pulling a Mr. Girl and just very bluntly honest about something very uncomfortable.
They're different, but a similar cut in a way.
And then so
Max
many
is hardcore though. Max is born and bred as a Spartan.
Comparable. It's not comparable.
It's not. No, it's not. It's fucking ridiculous. It's so funny that like
some approaches these subjects with an internal sense of care and responsibility. And food shops just said whatever popped into their head, and they changed their story too many times. And to me, this is what makes it very difficult to defend what food shops has said, because they changed their story. Whether it's because, and I get it, they're under a lot of pressure and stress and stuff, and you're just trying to like reason out your shit and say it. Maybe everything they've said is true each step along the way, at least to them or whatever. But when you're talking about something that freaks people out that much, you have to take your most extreme, truthful version and say that first, if you're gonna answer it all.
My main criticism is like ever bringing it up, like that's like something you should do at all. Like, why would you do that? Why would you just bring that out? Like,
they were given a ton of
we compare the kinds of creators here. Max comes from making documentaries, essentially, right? YouTube videos. This whole Twitch poll is all about some kind of react drama to the Twitch poll drama that's reacting to the, it's not exactly a huge space, right? So
by the way, the
scrambling in this space to make it in this little space compared to people who are YouTube creators like Max has been for like 10 plus years until he was yoinked by coming into this space.
The changing
people scrambling to make some kind of a career because I got not necessarily as much. Max has always had a vision from his youngest days of his future.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a whole different thing in Destiny. The same thing. It's a different level. Brittany Simon, it's a different level. Other people just trying and wanting, bless, to be able to have some kind of a job, a career that's not working for the man.
Yeah, with food shops changing stories thing, I think it's just a bunch of like extra information that gets like really lost in the wind. You know how like when Mr. Girl gets represented in like so many different ways, where it's like, oh, he said this point at one point, but then he contradicts himself and said this one. I think it's one of those situations where a lot of information is being put out by food shops because food shops is just like careless.
We just keep talking about stuff.
Yeah. So like, it gets like all jumbled up. Yeah, like I think that's what happened here, and it's like a really
with an intention to do what? To be a streamer.
Yes. I gotta go. Like it's 10. I was gonna end at 10, but I'll end with this. You guys can stay in chat afterwards in Discord. I don't care. But on the food shops thing, I think that everything's overblown no matter what. I think that they're probably fine, but I think that they were way too irresponsible. Like Saxon said, they were getting stream attention. That's what they wanted, so they kept rolling with things. Mr. Girl did none of this stuff.
Will a person burn out earlier or later? This is the whole thing. Who lasts in this abuse space? Let me just say that as we end stream. It's December 7th.
I will be back tomorrow, you guys.
Happy Pearl Harbor Day.
You have a good one.
Pearl Harbor Day.
My schedules are chaos, so I don't know if I'll show up or not. It just kind of depends on my work schedule.
Perhaps it's a new Max Carson century.
All right, later.
Project for a new Max Carson century.
And Sunday, I'm gonna be on Food Shop's Food for Thought panel about polyamory.
Which is good. This is the thing. It's interesting, but I worry about everybody who's doing the Sigma grind set. Chud does it so well. Destiny invented it, right? Himbo's got it, Vosh has got it, but all the lower streamers, like pushing through 10 hours a day trying to fill in something to be an affiliate, it's a hard game,
I
It
mean,
takes it out of
I've got my YouTube partner. I got my Twitch partner. Like
yeah,
I'm not
but you're
shooting for none of that.
You're a regular. You're a grown up.
That's true. I'm married. I have a wife. Another woman I'm seeing. I have a kid, 3 dogs, bills.
And I might be all kinds of things that I've been, pseudo-anonymizing so that I can just be a good voice, that I can, stand on whatever I say, not who I am. My credentials, I might be a dog, I might be a god, probably not a god. But what kind of dog am I? See, nobody knows yet. One day.
Well, I am super interested when your election comes around. I want to see what you look like because I have no image in
We'll
my
be
head for
able to
you.
meet up. I will hopefully be able to lean into the Discord space as a Canadian American retard from Discord running for office in England. Imagine if Discord comes out to help. Boom. Free cocaine for builders on the NHS. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. It's always great to chat like the old days. It's so nice to have a voice. Say hi to your wife.
Will do. Well. You have a good night, Spaxon.
Cheers.
Peace out. All right, that's it from me. Good night, guys. I'll be back tomorrow if you want to come by. I have the Discord ping going. Have a good night.